Illumineers, and welcome to the Disney Lorcana North American Championships. I'm Rebecca, and I'm here at the Disneyland Resort in Anaheim, and our team is thrilled to this weekend's events. We have games, interviews, and maybe a little bit extra for you as well. We've had 6 Disney Lorcana challenges across the continent, and it has all led to this, and we are getting ready to crown our North American champion. Stay tuned all weekend, and we're going to go on down to the booth.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. And thank you all watching for joining us here this morning for the first ever Disney Lorcana North American Championship. I'm so excited to be here. I'm joined in the booth by Tannen Grace. Tannen, how are you doing this morning?
Doing pretty good. I know that all of us, including the competitors and the casters as well, had quite an adventure getting here this weekend. There's a lot going on in California, but we've got a lot of Disney Lorcana to play here this weekend. I'm very excited that we're getting to do this event, and we're going to be crowning a champion here this weekend.
I have to tell you, Tannen, I've been walking around all day yesterday during the LCQs, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and the energy here is just infectious. Everybody is excited to see this event, to play in this event, and I've been on edge as well, just waiting to get here, and I can't believe it's here.
Yeah, I think I've said this before, that this is my favorite community ever in a TCG. I've played a lot of them. This is easily the nicest and most welcome community I've ever been a part of. Like, if you just walk around the room, people like offer you food, drinks, cards, pickup games, whatever you need. Everyone is happy to be here. It's infectious. And I think we're going to see some quality Lorcana here today as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're going to talk about the journey in a little bit, but we have the best of the best here this weekend playing the best decks, and we're going to get to see some excellent matches. I do like what you mentioned, too, about walking around in the community, because as we've gone on this journey through this first season here, we see a lot of the same people at every challenge, and it almost feels every one of these challenges like it's a family coming together. And speaking of family, we have a great group here bringing you this broadcast this weekend. Let's talk about who's helping us out.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see we've got Brandon, as always, the B-boys, as I like to call them. Brandon and Brendan, that's a mouthful. You try to say their names together. Rebecca's going to be in the booth at some point in time this week, and she's going to be doing a lot of the interviews and the side stuff. She's got the coolest job, actually. She gets to do all the interviews. She gets to get the behind-the-scenes look. She gets some cool information and, like, some spoilers sometimes as well.
You get to meet all the cool people.
I know. By the way, I love your new headshot.
You're thank you.
You're like out in the wilderness, Liam. You just look so adventurous. I'm so jealous. I need to get a new one and up my game, apparently.
I like your headshot.
Oh, thank you, man.
You're in the void.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, but we can't. Everybody's really excited. We've been working hard behind the scenes to get ready for this, and it's a fantastic team here of a group we've gotten to know each other throughout this season, and it's going to be a fantastic broadcast. So stay with us all weekend.
Yeah, you see the times right there at the top of the screen for you, telling you exactly where we're going to be live all weekend long. And we're going to be as live as possible this weekend as well, which I'm really excited to be doing, because we do have the viewing area that we kind of debuted in Las Vegas. It's here again. There's a giant area. I say, at least 100 chairs there for a giant screen that's going to be watching along with us. They're going to be able to hear the broadcast today and tomorrow as well. So I'm actually excited that if a big play happens, you might even hear a little bit of the roar of the crowd as they're watching here. So you're gonna get that kind of stadium feel as well. It's gonna feel like we're at a really nice sporting event.
Oh yeah, and I can see them out there too. So when people start jumping up and down, it's gonna be infectious. So we talked a little bit about the caster team. We're now at this point DLC veterans. We've been traveling the country, going to all these events, but we're not the only ones. I'm really excited to take a look at some of the people you're going to see here today. We're going to show you the other DLC winners and talk about the journey of how we got here to this very weekend.
And as you can see here, these are some of our winners of our first couple of ones. You can see Josh right there. He was the winner of the first DLC in North America. He got beat by like 7 or 8 hours by the European winner. You can see Brian Cortade there in Chicago. A little foreshadowing of what we've got maybe round 1 here. And then Edmund Shue brought home in Fort Worth here. Can we talk about this photo? I say photos here for 1 minute. How awesome is this?
Yeah, this is super cool. I love this fight. Everybody was so excited to get their trophies here to show them off. I really want to talk a second about the journey, because the very best Disney films, which were the inspiration for this game, bring us on a journey from start to finish. And we really went on a journey this season, starting way back, as you mentioned, in Atlanta with the very first DLC winner. It was very early meta. Josh came in. It was almost like a story with this rogue deck that nobody had seen, taking Amber Amethyst all the way to the top. And you had us in the finals trying to figure out what some of his cards did, because it was just fantastic. Then on to Chicago with Brian Cortade. He had Steel, Emerald, or Emerald Steel. Fantastic deck. We saw it rise through the ranks. It was the right meta call for that tournament. And then a completely different deck with Edmund Chu bringing an old, reliable Ruby Amethyst, which has been around since set 1, to win Fort Worth. 3 fantastic players, and I'm guessing we're going to see some of them on stream this weekend.
Yeah, 3 fantastic players, 3 fantastic different decks as well for the first 3 wins, which is really cool, showing off the diverse metagame that Lorcan has had, especially through all the different sets that have come out. You know, and some of these decks have had some really good staying power. We're going to be seeing them here today as well, just with new updated cards, because we've had multiple sets come out since then.
Yeah, and speaking about staying power, our next slide has a fun story. There's a particular squirrel that didn't stay around very long in the meta. It was dominant, as we saw early on with Brian Cortade leveraging Bucky to win in Chicago. There were some changes made to that card, which set up a really interesting tournament in Toronto, where we had the meta with Bucky removed. Diego Saz made a fantastic meta call, bringing in a Lemon Lime or an Amber Emerald deck to take that tournament. Fantastic call, great deck, great player, and that was Toronto. It was super fun.
Yeah, really cool, innovative deck that was a fan favorite going into that one. And then we kind of came full circle the next one in Las Vegas. Zan Syed playing that Emerald Steel deck, that green steel deck yet again. Yeah, no Bucky this time, but we saw the power of Diablo in that tournament. We saw Zan kind of just cut his way through that field. One of the most impressive displays of Lorcana play I had ever seen.
It's a great chance to talk about meta calls too, because what we saw in Las Vegas, it was a brand new meta that tournament. It hadn't been around terribly long, and so all of the players are trying to figure out which deck gives me the best edge through this best of 2 format, and then through the best of 3 in the finals to win. And a lot of players chose Emerald Steel as the one that gave them the best chance into that particular field, into that particular set. It was clearly the right one because it showed very well, and then it won in Las Vegas, not only there, but then in Seattle, it won again as well, with Luke Goodwin taking that down.
Yeah, impressive display from him as well. I wasn't able to attend that event, but I was going back and looking at the results on my phone while I could, watch some of the highlights. Luke, very impressive player, and probably my favorite shot of all the trophy players, giving it that little smooch, that little kiss. You could tell he really adores the trophy.
I think there's a little smirk there underneath that mustache that we can't quite see. But all of these players are fantastic, and can't wait to see them here this weekend.
Absolutely. I have a feeling we'll see at least a few of these guys making it through day 1 and putting up some pretty good results here. This is the cream of the crop of some of the best players we have here.
Yeah. So it's really fun looking at this slide and talking about this field, because we do have in the challenge this weekend, out of all the challenges, we'll remind folks that most of them are 2,000 players. A couple were 1,000 players. And so the top 16 out of every single challenge made it here for a total of 96 from the challenges. And so if you do the math on that, that's like less than 1% of the field, each one of these challenges.
I'm not a math scientist, but that sounds about right.
Right. So you do have like the cream of the crop here, and we're going to see some fantastic Lorcana this weekend.
Absolutely.
All right. So we talked about 96 from the challengers, but we also had a last chance qualifier here. Some people refer to it as LCQ, where we had 32 pods yesterday on the first day of the finals here. Players had to win out of those pods in a 5-round single elimination best of 3 in order to get a chance to play in the finals today. So in addition to the 96 that we talked about in the previous challenges, you have 32 who made it in yesterday for a total of 128 field here starting today.
Yeah, so 32 of those players did get to go through those rounds today, 5-0ing into this event. And I actually stood around. I know you were here as well. We were kind of birding those matches and watching them. And they were some high-pressure matches. And the reaction from some of these players when they got in, just elation, joy. I definitely saw some non-dry eyes in some of these players that had finally made it in. And just some of the camaraderie that had come from it, too. Like we couldn't walk through part of the area because there were so many people watching and clogging up the area of trying to see who's going to make it in with these last 32 spots.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So that happened yesterday, and today we're into day 1 of the championship. Let's take a look at the event structure.
Yeah, as you can see, day 1 is going to be 7 rounds of 2-game matches. They're going to have a 45-minute time limit on those. Now, these ranking points are based on the number of game wins. These are going to be important. You know, we've talked about this. This format is going to be a little strange. If you win, say, like if you 2-0 your first 3 matches, you're practically guaranteed day 2. But we're going to get to the point that it's actually important that you play out some of your matches and get some of those points later in those rounds. So you might see a lot of these players fully playing out all the rounds today.
Yeah, absolutely. As you highlighted, seeding going into day 2 is incredibly important for a variety of different reasons. And so there's really good incentive to play this out and finish as high as you can today, again, for a variety of reasons. So after the 7 rounds today, where you win 3 points for each game won, you get a bonus point if you win both games in a particular match. We're going to move on to day 2, where the top 16 players will move on to an untimed single elimination tournament with the top seeds, the higher seed getting the choice of play draw.
Yeah, so there's the first point that you're making there about that top seed getting that player draw. That's so important, as we've seen. The power of the play in this format is huge. And I want to talk about this. I think that this is going to be the single highest pressure match a lot of these players have ever played in their lives, because that top 16 match not only is going to, if you win it, do you get a Mickey? You're going to be qualifying for the World Championships.
That's true. That's huge. So you brought up prizes. Let's take a look at the prizing for day 2.
We take a look. So the players are getting participation prize here as well. The invited to the ball. Absolutely gorgeous card. I've seen a few of these in person here this weekend. I want to get my hands on one of these. I might have to talk to some of these Lorcana devs that are here, see if I can maybe, talk one of them into slipping me an invite to the ball. But I know you're a big fan of Elsa, and that Elsa's Ice Palace. Whew. Absolutely gorgeous.
These are just beautiful cards. The team has knocked it out of the park again, and you can't see it, but the swirls on that card indicate the foiling treatment that's applied to these cards. This is the first event, well, this and the Europe Championship, where we've seen these cards debuted. So this is the first chance in North America to get your hands on these exclusive promos. You see the top 32 there getting that Elsa's Ice Palace, as you mentioned. So even if you don't make day 2 with the top 16, you can still walk away with one of these beautiful locations.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff for day 1. Let's take a look at what these players get, though, if they move on into day 2. As you see, those top 16 players going to get that awesome Cusco.
Cusco, one of my favorite films.
I'm glad that you're willing to sing. I will not be singing over broadcast, and that's for everyone at home. You're welcome.
And other than the top 16, other than the Cusco, you also get this fantastic playmat, which does have some foiling treatment applied. It's fantastic. And then the top 8 gets this foiled Baymax and an invite to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship, the first one ever, which is super exciting.
Yeah, one of my absolute favorite Disney movies, Baymax, Big Hero 6. Huge fan. Love these characters. Love these playmats. I've been trying to collect some specific cards from this set as well, because I'm a big fan of these. So I might have to see if I can get my hands on one of these. Maybe not the top 8 version, but maybe something along the lines of these.
I know. So then top 8, you've got your invite, but what are you playing for in that match?
Let's find out.
This beautiful serialized golden Mickey. We've seen these awarded at other challenges. By serialized, I mean, look at the bottom. There's only 500 that exist. One of the coolest things about this card, not only is it gorgeous, but the serialization means you're able to trace that particular card back to whoever won it. And so when you win this card, that number will forever be associated with you.
Not only that, we've got some really cool numbers that are left over as well. There's definitely some numbers that players desire maybe a little bit more than the other ones. Like I heard like 101 would be a really cool one, from the Dalmatians.
Oh, yeah.
And some of the other, numbers that people are big fan of and stuff. So some of those numbers are still available. We've had some of the round numbers, like 100 and 200, both got opened as well. So some really cool ones as well. And it is nice that it kind of like, it doesn't put your name on the card, but it puts, your stamp on the card forever. That's the one that I want.
Absolutely, and they're beautiful. And so there's other prizes available on day 2 for those that finish super high. The finalist, if you're a finalist, you get a complete foil set of Azurite Sea, including all of the enchanted cards. And then the champion gets 4 complete foil sets of Azurite Sea, a play set of every card in Azurite Sea, including the enchanted, which is just bonkers.
We might have to talk about our compensation for these events. Maybe we should be getting some of these 4 complete sets of foils of the sets, including the enchanted cards.
I would be content just to see them.
I need to talk to my agent.
Because this set is beautiful. This is one of my favorite sets so far, and the enchanted cards are just fantastic. So I don't know, what a prize, what a thing to compete for. And not shown here, but we're staring at it across the way, is this champion trophy, the first one, the only one that exists right now, that the winner will walk away with, get to hoist in that award ceremony here tomorrow, which you can all watch live. And I'm looking at it right now, Tannen. What do you think?
Yeah, I can't keep my eyes off of it. Honestly, it's going to be hard to draw my eyes away from it to watch these matches and talk about them. We talked about the viewing area that's just over our left shoulder here, or just out in front of us, and all these players are going to be sitting here watching in between rounds, stuff like that. I don't know if we can get a camera shot of this, but the trophy itself is sitting right in front of it. We've been seeing players, viewers, fans all weekend long have been coming up to it, taking video, taking photos. Yeah. We might take a photo with it ourselves. I'm afraid to touch it. I don't want to damage the thing. I'm kind of a klutz, so I might need to stay away from it. But it is a gorgeous trophy, and it is quite a bit of bragging rights to be the first ever winner of a tournament in a game that I see a lot of longevity for.
Oh, I agree. This game is going to be around for many, many years. Yeah. So to be the first champion is really cool. Your name in history. So let's talk a bit about the game, though. So we've talked about what people are playing for, how we got here. We've looked at the previous winners. This weekend is going to be intense. You have 96 players who've been preparing for months to come here. You have the last chance qualifiers who qualified yesterday and tried to get their heads right for today. And what these players are doing is looking at this. It's not a brand new meta. We've gotten the European Championship played with these cards, and we've had some other tournaments in North America where we've gotten to see what decks are doing well, what decks are not doing well. But all of these players are coming in here trying to game this tournament by picking the deck that they think gives them the best chance against the field that they expect to show up. So all of these players have been preparing for months. They've brought their best deck here, and in a minute, we're going to show you what people chose to bring in.
Yeah, before we do that, though, I want to hit on a couple of points that you said here. I've been a TCG competitor most of my life. 40 years old, I've probably spent at least 20 years in the competitive TCG field. When you play in tournaments like this, it's a little bit different. I want to kind of like bring it home to the human aspect of it because you mentioned that, and I think that's really important. This is some of the worst sleep you'll ever get before an event. I know a lot of players stay up agonizing over last cards added in. What tech cards do I want to do? What's my 60th card? What's my 59th card? Little things like that. Should I play this deck? Should I play that? We saw some of the best players in Lorcana that are usually so sure of themselves yesterday, like, I've got 4 decks with me.
Yeah.
I've got 3 decks with me. I'm trying to figure it out. And then I also want to talk about the fact that metagames get kind of skewed the smaller the tournament is. So let's talk about this. The fact that this tournament is not a DLC, right? We're not seeing 2,000 players. We're not seeing 1,200 players like we've seen. It's not a super large open field that we've seen in the past where you're like, I'm just going to play what I think is the best deck and gives me the best chance to win as many games as possible. When the format gets a little bit smaller and the room is smaller, but you have less people playing in the tournament, you can try to predict the tournament more, predict the tournament better. And you'd be like, look, I think it's going to be a higher percentage of this and a higher percentage of this and a higher percentage of these 3 decks. So what's my best chance of playing against these? If you think that you could correctly predict 60, 70% of the metagame and your deck is good against those, you might have a leg up on the competition. And I do think that you will see players this weekend choose a deck that they might not have chosen for a DLC for specifically this event because they knew the decks that their opponents were going to bring. I know that I have made some wild choices in tournaments this size before, and I've gotten it really right, and I've gotten it really wrong before in the past. So.
Well, let's take a look at the metagame and see what people chose to bring in.
And I'm going to say that this is a little bit of a surprise here. Maybe not the top represented deck being a surprise, but the number of decks here that are being represented. What are you thinking here? 32%, 40 people are playing Ruby Sapphire here this weekend.
I'm honestly, I'm actually kind of surprised. That representation, the amount of decks of those colors in the field mirrors closely what we saw in Europe. We've had a lot of things develop between now and then. I kind of thought people would see that and they would adjust. They would go heavy into Ruby Amethyst to kind of counter that deck, and then maybe we'd see another step further where people tried to counter Ruby Amethyst. But it seems like people have gone full circle here. And gone back to Ruby Sapphire. It's a deck that's been popular for a long time. A lot of people are comfortable with it. A lot of people are confident with it. I've talked to a lot of really good players coming in, and they think power-wise, it is probably the most powerful deck in the format in isolation. And so not surprised that a lot of players, I guess, have decided that this is their best chance to win and to make it into day 2.
Yeah, so one thing I want to talk about here, you talked about the consistency of Ruby Sapphire, how powerful it is. A big thing here is Sail the Azurite Sea coming into the play. We went from, what was it, 1 jump ahead is what the original we had as the 2-drop that would ramp you. Now you've got Tipo, Sail the Azurite Sea. So now you've got 8 cards that are inkable and playable at almost any point of your curve. And then if you have them in your opening hand to play them on turn 2, your deck is so much more powerful than your opponent's. When you're starting to play 4 drops on turn 3, 5 drops on turn 3, things like that, you're just getting really, really powerful draws and you're getting way ahead of your opponent. I can kind of see why people have been gravitating towards this deck. It feels slightly oppressive when you're on the draw and your opponent has so much more ink than you.
That's true. The other thing that we got in this set was another win condition with Maui Half Shark coming in, giving an alternative to the dime to close out games. And so it's provided a little bit more variety in these builds with people choosing to even remove the dime.
Yeah, I love that point. I think you're going to see dime at an all-time low here this weekend. I think you're going to see a lot of a Pirate's is going to be showing up quite a bit in Ruby Sapphire here this weekend to help kind of battle that second place deck. They're using it to kind of tech in against this Amber Steel deck that is very aggressive and very fast, championed by Brendan DeCandio, showing off this deck quite a bit and really kind of being on the forefront of it. This is a deck that I've heard people talk about that they feel comfortable play or draw in almost any matchup across the board, and that is something that I really look forward to in the strength of a deck in Lorcana.
Yeah, I want to talk about that for a second, because one thing that you've highlighted, something very important here, is when you look at these color pairings, within some of these groupings, there are decks that are very differently existing within this banner. So Amber Steel is the perfect example where you have the traditional Steel Song builds popularized by players like Frank Karsten that have been around since set 1. But you also have this very aggressive Amber Steel deck that Brendan DeCandio piloted that exists within this banner here. So, and it's a different deck than the Steel Song deck in many, many ways. So yeah, within that Amber Steel banner, I'm interested to see how many of each version that we have.
And I think that's going to be super telling, because you have the versions that are more song heavy and have a whole new world and things like that. And that makes your matchup into red-blue actually worse. So if you're playing the version that's more the Brendan DeCandio version, I actually think you made a better choice here this weekend because of the meta being so heavy on Ruby Sapphire.
That is true. That deck is fast. And if there's one thing that Ruby Sapphire don't like, it's fast decks.
Yeah, Daisy can do some work in that matchup.
Let's talk about a couple other interesting notes here. One is Blurple, the color pairing affectionately referred to as Blurple, which is the Amethyst Sapphire decks. Those decks have been lurking around the margins of the meta for a while. Finally broke in a little bit in this set. We've seen it do well in a few different tournaments. And I'm surprised to see this represented here in this field.
Yeah, exactly. And usually we see Ruby Sapphire at the top, Ruby Amethyst right behind that, and something like Amber Steel in third. But with the proliferation of the Amethyst decks being so good and spreading out, we've seen Purple be so good that it kind of means that Purple is the second most represented deck here over Amber Steel, but it's just spread out over 5 different decks.
Yeah, and my last observation from the slide, because I know we're eager to get into gameplay, is Amethyst Emerald. If you looked at, this was a deck that everybody thought would be super good into this meta. I still think it's a good deck. It was well represented in Europe with 21% of the field bringing in Amethyst Emerald as the second most represented deck. Here, it's dropped all the way down to 6%, a deck that people are choosing not to bring into this, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does sound like I think we have some of the players ready, so it sounds like we're ready to start game 1 here. Whew. I am ready to play some Lorcana.
Me too. This is exciting.
And as you see, those are players. We've got Brian Corte on the left, Jordan Moore on the right, and this is a special matchup. Here this weekend.
You know, I talked earlier about storylines and stories, and this may be a redemption story for one of our players here. For those who've been following the challenges along, Brian Corte is our winner from DLC Chicago. And who did he play in the finals, Cannon?
That would be Jordan Moore.
Of course, in that tournament, Brian Corte was on Emerald Steel. Jordan Moore was on Emerald Amethyst. We'll see if they choose to bring those colors in here.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing smiles from the players. I think that would happen no matter what. Everybody's very happy to be here. We've mentioned that, but these players kind of have an intimate knowledge of the two. You know, they've kind of been in battle with each other before. You know, they've stared across the field of battle of Lorcana of each other before. And there's got to be that extra little hey, am I going to get the better of you the second time in a row if you're Brian Corte? Or for Jordan Moore, there's a little bit extra for him if he wins this match. He kind of gets to get that redemption story, as you put it. I love putting it that way.
Absolutely. You know, if you're a fan of Disney and Disney films, you love storylines, and perhaps this is the sequel to the first game.
Absolutely, this is the sequel. I didn't even think about it that way. So.
Well, let's see. So players are going through their hand alter process here, drawing their 7 cards. You know, in Lorcana, for those who've been around the game, you know that the hand altering phase is so important. There's a very generous hand alter system here where you draw your first 7 cards, you pick which cards you want to keep, send the ones you want to send back to the bottom of your deck, and draw that many new cards. And what this allows you to do is it makes decks a lot more consistent because you see a lot more of the cards in your deck off the top. You can find the 1 or the 2 drops that you need. And we're getting a look now at Brian's hand to see what he's playing.
Yeah. You know what? It's really important that you mentioned that. He's playing the Amber Steel aggro deck that we were talking about quite a bit here in the prior deck. Very close to what Brendan DeCandio is playing. And I love that you mentioned that the reshaped system is so impactful here. Brendan was doing the math on this and talking to me about this. You know, I was showing him opening hands of this deck and what he would change, what he would send back and get back. And if your opening hand doesn't have a 1-drop, sometimes he's like, yeah, you just send back the full 7 because you want to get a 1-drop that bad. I'm like, oh, you don't want to keep a good 2 to ensure? And he goes, no, if you just get rid of the full 7, it's 93.5% that you're gonna hit a 1-drop in this deck. So, like you said, very powerful, very impactful as well. And did Brian just keep 7?
I'm not sure. So one of two things is happening. Either Brian is on the draw,
Okay, there we
and so
go.
he's
Okay.
waiting for Jordan to
There we
mulligan
go.
before telling his opponent how many he's going to send away. And so that's exactly what happened. Brian there, knowing what he wanted to do, waiting for Jordan to make the call. So Jordan is probably on the play here, and then Brian waiting to make his decision. Brian, with some great cards in his opening hand, we do see the Cinderella, Let the Storm Rage On line, which is a great 1-2 play in any Amber Steel deck. So he has those available. Jordan, I didn't get a great look at his hand other than seeing a goat, which I know is a card he probably sent back. But the play draw here right off the bat is going to be so important for this aggro Amber Steel deck.
Yeah, I love that you highlighted Cinderella, one of the most important one-drops in Brian's deck, and one of the most highest delta between cards here, because against Ruby Sapphire, you'd much rather Daisy on turn 1 and get that lore count up as high as possible, but against other quick character decks, Cinderella on 1 is immediately alarm bells are going off for you, because that involves all of the best draws out of this deck for Brian Cortade.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to take a look at what he kept. We do see a Lilo there, Let the Storm Rage On, so we still have that line. We have the Dwarven Mines there. And on the other side, we see Jordan playing Emerald Amethyst, which is the deck that he played in Chicago. So it's a deck he's been playing for a while and a deck that he's very familiar with. And we have the Fist Bump, and it looks like we're ready to go.
Looks like it's going to be starting off a turn 1 with the Purple Diablo, the one drop here that when that card gets banished, he's going to be drawing an extra card. So a nice little source of lore gain and some extra cards for Jordan here on turn 1. We met with a Pete from Brian Cortade and that aforementioned Cinderella, and that's going to be scary if you're Jordan.
Yeah, you have to play as if your opponent has that removal. You can either Let the Storm Rage On, which is one of the best cards to play in the early game. Not only does it remove one of your opponent's threats, but it also replaces itself, gives you another card, another inkable perhaps. And
huge play here from Jordan. That's a turn 2 Ursula. Could be taking a song out of Brian's hand, but unfortunately for him, there's multiple.
There are multiple. There's 2 Let the Storm Rage On there. So one sends goes to the discard pile, and there's one available here for this turn. But a fantastic turn 2 play from Jordan. That's exactly what you want to do against a deck running any Amber Steel deck, whether it's the aggro version or the traditional Steel Song version.
Yeah, for my money, one of the only cards giving Mr. Smee a run for best 2-drop in the game is Ursula Deceiver there. One of the most impactful cards you can have in Lorcana on turn 2 if it gets to do its thing.
I'm willing to bet, and I didn't get to see the full alter from Jordan there, but it's probably a card that he altered his hand aggressively for, wanting to hit that on turn 2. So back over to Brian here. And so one of the reasons that play draw is, we talk about the disparity here, is this deck that Brian's playing is so good on the play. But I actually think in the blind here, where you don't know what your opponent is playing, being able to play the aggressive deck on the draw first, and then when your opponent has full information about what you're playing, be on the play where you have the advantage, is actually favorable to you.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I've heard players talk about that. This is one of the best decks on the draw they've ever played in Lorcana, the deck that Brian Cortade is playing here, because of the fact that it's just so aggressive and can get out so fast and get so much lore early, that it kind of puts your opponent into spots where they make plays where they necessarily don't want to have to make that play, or they have to play defensive even while they're on the play for the match. So really good point there. Back over to Brian. Hasn't exactly inked yet for this turn. Kind of trying to figure that out. Got a lot of 2-drops that he can go. He's got a Lilo. He's got a Piglet. But it looks like we're going to start the turn off with, and I love this. I know you're a big fan of this. Get all the information you can first, right? So it looks like he's starting off the turn. Let the Storm Rage On, draw that extra card. And look, now he's picked up a second copy of Lilo. And while maybe this isn't the exact matchup where Lilo super shines, you know, hey, it's inkable now. And you have a choice now. Now you have the second Lilo in your hand if you want to ink that one instead of maybe the Piglet.
Yeah, Lilo, you're good point, Tan. Lilo is not the ideal card in this matchup. It's much better in decks running Be Prepared for a later game where you can pull it back. Instead, we see one of them go into the Inkwell. We do see Piglet come out. Piglet's a card with 1 lore that will gain an extra 2 lore if there's another 2 characters on the field. So Brian's setting up for a 3 lore quest with Piglet next turn unless something's removed.
Yeah, and as I say, out of the green-purple deck, not a lot of ways to remove characters this early in the game. You may see a Kit, come in and maybe bounce something, but take a look over at Jordan's hand. I don't know if I see anything to interact here. So you're seeing the big upside play of Piglet on 2 to get that, you only guarantee 1 lore, but you're probably going to get 3, while Lilo guarantees 2. So we're back over to Jordan, see how he wants to proceed here with turn number 3.
I mean, a turn 3 Fox would be fantastic here, bouncing that Ursula back to hand, allowing him to play it again, and then giving him a challenger for that Cinderella. I don't know that we had the Fox. Let's see if we have an answer for this exerted Cinderella.
One card that we do see in Brian's hand, I think you're going to see a lot of this weekend. I see a Doc over there, and I think you're going to see the power of Doc really showcased a lot this weekend as well.
Yeah, Doc, a fantastic card, really popular. This set popularized, I think, more in this aggro version of Amber Steel than a lot of the other steel decks that we'll see. Although Amethyst Steel runs them, there's several other decks that run them. Not a card that you want this early in the game, though. Doc is a card which allows you to discard your hand in order to draw 2 new cards. Ideally, you like to draw into that on turns 4, 5, and 6 when your hand is fairly empty and you can recharge it. So great card, but kind of a rock in your hand for a little while here.
So I do see a kit here, but it doesn't look like Jordan's going to be going that way. Instead, he's going to be playing a little more efficient with his ink. He's going to be playing a Hyena here. He's going to be following it up. Is that a Cursed Merfolk? It is. So he's going to try to get to the races as soon as possible here and put a ton of lore into play, adding 4 possible lore next turn. Jordan has going to keep up with this extremely aggressive draw from Brian Cortate as well.
Oh, this is fantastic. So in this matchup, traditionally, the Amber aggro deck is going to be, you're thinking of it as the aggressive deck, but Amethyst Emerald has a lot of high lore early cards, which allow it to take what we call the beatdown role, the aggressive role, especially if you're on the play. One interesting note here, that I've seen a lot of Amethyst Emerald builds recently, which have gone away from Bonsai. That was a tech card that was in there for a variety of different reasons. And there's other 2 drops, which some of these Amethyst Emerald decks are running. But Jordan here with Bonsai in is indicating that this is he has aggressive lines that are not, that are available to him, which are not necessarily available to all Amethyst Emerald builds. So great play here. And Jordan's indicating, hey, I'm going to go off to the races and force you, Brian, to respond to me as I try to push my lore total.
Really great point. You know, we keep talking about the Steel Song deck as like the aggressor, but when you look over at Jordan's list, he's got so many 1s and 2s that quest for 2 more that he actually might just be the aggressor in this matchup. This deck can do some heavy questing early in the games. Brian Cortate went ahead and played a Lawrence on 3, one of the best 3 drops in his deck. It's just a 4/4. While it has no damage on it, it does quest for 2, and no quest from the Piglet here because he doesn't want that to get challenged into just yet. So pass over to Jordan. You will see this quite a lot of the Amber Steel deck. Sometimes they'll just build up a big board before they really start moving in on the questing.
That's true, but I don't think that's where you really want to be with this Amber Steel deck. Once you start getting into turn 5 against any Amethyst deck, you have some fun removal options which are presented. One of them is Elsa, which can come into play, exert one of your characters, and allow Jordan to start taking control of the board. There's also Bell, Accomplished Mystic, which starts becoming available, which allows you to shift around damage counters. And so the longer you wait to start pushing your lore total with this aggro deck, the more of a back foot you're going to be on. But yeah, Brian, unfortunately, based on what is on the board, is forced into to build his board before going questing.
A really great point there. I think there's a big 5-drop at each side too. If we go back over to Brian Cortate's side, he's got Kita in his deck as well. Usually, we don't know that for sure, but usually these builds have 5-drop Kita in it. And if you were to play that, it would shrink the entire board. Usually power wouldn't be on any character left over, or almost any character left over between these 2 decks. And that allows him to kind of just quest out 1 turn, pass back over to his opponent, and quest out again. And if the boards are big installed this way, if you're the first one to be questing, that could be game winning.
That's true. I mean, with a big board, Kita can create some huge swings there and preserve your characters. But I do think, you know, in this particular matchup, I want to talk about a particular term, and that's inevitability, which is something that you may hear from us throughout the weekend, or that I'll talk about. But
sure.
In this matchup, inevitability is with the Amethyst Emerald deck, and that is if the game goes very long, the Amethyst deck is most likely to win based on the card draw and a lot of other tools it has available.
Really great turn here for Jordan. He does play that hit Cloud Kicker here to return the Piglet to Brian's hand, followed it up with Chernobyl's followers, and then quite a bit of questing here, all the way up to 7 here for Jordan. Early game, big lead for him here. That kit having a big effect on the fact that he's taking away one of the only characters that can challenge from Brian's side. He's all he got left is pretty much the Lawrence that can challenge pretty well. I guess the Cinderella could challenge into the Cursed Merfolk, but that would cost Brian a card here as well. So Jordan pulling out to an early Lord lead and putting Brian into a tight spot.
Yeah, Brian has to start thinking about answering some of these threats. Merfolk is an easy challenge where something can survive. And especially we'll talk about Doc again. You know, Merfolk is going to force you to discard cards from your hand in order to then draw cards. And so if he is forced to discard down a little bit, Doc will allow him to recharge later. But here's a fun card that's been really popular this set. It's 7 Dwarves Mine.
Yeah, now this is a really sweet one. This one will give you a lore every turn, but it does have the 2 move a character here. If you move a character here, the first one you move 1 turn will deal 1 damage to an opposing character. If it's a knight, which all of the dwarves are, it would be 2. So see, the 1 damage might go over to the Cursed Merfolk. That would remove it, and since it's not a challenge, No card is to be discarded here. Also, let's point out that Brian's deck does have cards like Lilo, which aren't the worst cards to discard ever.
No, that's true, because you can bring him back. You can bring him back later. Little escape artist escapes from your discard pile.
Does look like he's going to go ahead and take care of that Chernobog's followers. And then he's going to challenge over into that hyena. That pesky hyena is going to get taken down. And then Cinderella's going to clean up the merfolk here. And he's going to get rid of one of those docks, because I think he picked up a second copy here as well, setting up for possibly another very powerful dock or Dwarven Mine turn next turn.
Well, look at this. What a swing here. And it's kind of the power of Dwarven Mine allows you to clean something up your opponent didn't expect. So now Jordan's board looking a lot slimmer. And yeah, we've gone from a wide board here to something a little bit more narrow.
Yep, 2 challenges, 2 characters gone for Brian Cortade. Only 1 damage left over on that hit Cloud Kicker. And then a Merlin Goat, which is going to get him another lore here after questing. So Jordan's up to 8. He does have one of those Madam Mim bounce characters in his hand as well. So this Goat might be questing for quite a lot this game.
Well, so, and Goat's a great card to play here. Usually, we don't like to play Goat this early in this matchup, in this deck. There's a lot of other things you'd like to do in turn 4. Genie is one of the most powerful cards in the game right now. That's a card you'd love to play in turn 4. But what Goat's being used for here is the strength, showing that Jordan is concerned about that mine and its ability to continue to remove his characters. And so getting a 4-strength character on the board allows him to deal with that mine a lot more efficiently.
Yep, Pete brought out by Cortade. He's going to move that over to the 7 Dwarves mine, finishing off that kit, leaving just the Goat and the Ursa left over on Jordan's side. But that big 5-drop that you had talked about, Elsa, has made its way into Jordan's hand. Looks like we've got a quest for 2 here from Jordan. Looks like we might be taking... Are we going to take the snake line of pick up Goat? Oh, we're going to pick up the Ursula and redo the Ursula. I don't mind this either. It looks like the last card, though, is a dock, so no song there.
Yeah, so
Brian.
Jordan, I think, valuing the information there, perhaps picking the song, but definitely wanting to see what Brian's playing with. Brian has set up kind of the perfect time to use dock. Oh, he draws another dock. Ideally, you would have liked to draw an Inkable there, which you could dump into your Inkwell before playing dock.
Oh, that was a happy. They look so close.
Nope. 2 docks. So interesting there. He played the dock. He chose not to use its ability. It is a May ability, so chose not to discard there, then playing the dock, drawing 2 cards off of it, discarding his hand of 0. And now we have 2 knights on the board, which make that mine train a lot more threatening.
Let's see how Brian wants to play out this turn. He's still got some ink left over. Can maybe move one of these dwarves over the Dwarven Mine. Nothing to really get a good... put some damage onto something, but it wouldn't finish off either one of these characters. So let's see if he picks something that he wants to deploy instead. He does have that Daisy. Ooh, he's got a roll. Well, that is a very powerful card in these matchups.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a tough spot here for the Amber Steel deck. Jordan, due to racing out ahead to 11 lore, which is what these these Emerald Amethyst decks can do, has forced Brian into a defensive mode. And so Brian has to think about keeping that board under control, which is forcing him to devote resources to that rather than resources to advancing his lore total. Here we have another fantastic card in the Amethyst packages. You're going to see this card all weekend, and that's 5-drop Elsa, the 5th Spirit, which when it comes into play, exerts a card on your opponent's side of the board, or a character on your opponent's side of the board. It also has Rush and Evasive, so it is a removal option available in these Amethyst decks.
Yeah, went ahead and picked off that happy. Now we're seeing Brian having the possibility, though, having one of these really, really powerful turns. He does have that Rapunzel in his hand. He has the Daisy Duck set up. If he wants to, he could maybe run it into the Madam M Snake, put 3 damage onto it, and drop the full 3 cards here from this Rapunzel. Though that Elsa is still looming, it's an evasive threat that he's going to have to deal with. And it looks like we're going to be starting out with, exactly that play here. 1 damage on the Snake, 3 damage on the Daisy. But we're going to be drawing 3 cards here. The full value Rapunzel's always feels so powerful.
It does, doesn't it?
I always feel like I can't lose whenever I make these plays.
And Rapunzel, a fantastic card that's been around since set 1. It was one of the best cards then. It's still a fantastic card, and it's still played in the meta to this day.
Yep, ink from Brian here going to allow him to move one of the knights over, finish off this Madam Mim. Very impactful turn for Brian here. He's still at quite a bit of a disadvantage in lore. I think he's questing up to 4 here, but his opponent's already on 13.
Yeah, that mine responsible not only for all of Brian's lore so far, I think, but I think distributing at least 4 damage now. We see the power of that mine. It's just a threat that sits on the board and continues to pester you until you deal with it.
Another Goat here from Jordan.
And now we're getting
another lore and pass back over.
They're getting dangerously close to the end game here. Goat represents another lure on board, is either going to quest or be removed, going up to 17. And one thing that a lot of the Amethyst packages are running now is not only the Goat, which give you lure when they enter play, but you also have White Roses available, which give you a lure when they enter play. So as soon as these Amethyst packages get up to 16, 17, 18 lure, you're a top deck or two away from losing the game, even if you manage to gain control of the board.
Absolutely great point. Back over to Brian here. A lot of Storm Rage on a Pete, Elo. How does he want to play this turn? No amazing targets for the Storm Rage on. He could put 2 more damage on the Elsa, but then let's say the Happy is no longer in play, so he doesn't have anything with Evasive to challenge down the Elsa. I guess you could put some damage on the Ursula and maybe take that out.
It's just a tough position to be in. There's not a lot of great options available. Brian does have a card there that's a little interesting. There's a John Silver there. I believe that's a 3-drop, and when it comes into play, it says that one of your opponent's characters can't challenge during their next turn. It's not going to slow down the lore gain, though. It's it's a defensive card to protect your side of the board, and gosh, just being so far behind, there's not a lot of good options here.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit it exactly there. The challenging is not really what Brian's worried about right now. He's the one that's super far behind. With Jordan being at 16 and there's a Goat in play, you're always worried that, this Goat might be able to get something like 2 or 3 more lore next turn, and he might be able to finish the game off and get to that 20 next turn. So Brian really thinking about how can I possibly slow this down as much as possible.
Yeah, so we have some draw available here. We can sing Let the Storm Rage On, sing and see another card to look for some outs. So that's one thing we may see. Put a little more damage onto a character, which will allow you to, and there it is.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be singing Let the Storm Rage On. I was going to say, you might be able to put 2 more damage on the Elsa, maybe move something over to the Dwarven Mine, finish that off, then maybe kind of clean that up from there. And let's see what card we draw here as well. Some things might change. Is that a second Dwarven Mine?
It's a second Dwarven Mine, which is not the worst card to draw here. It'll allow you to distribute another damage, but it's just not enough. But what it does allow you to do is play this. Let's talk about this fun game here. One of the things about locations is once you move a character to a location from the field, it can't leave the location back to nowhere. And so once a knight makes it onto a location, if you only have one in play, it's stuck there, as we see Doc is. But if you get a second location in play, then you can start to move your knight back and forth between the locations, activating each one once each turn. So that's a total of 4 damage you can distribute using a knight. So great combo to have on board here. It might be a little too late.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to put 1 damage on the Ursula from the Daisy Duck. That allows Doc to move from the first 7 Dwarves Mine to the second 7 Dwarves Mine to finish that off. And if he wants, he can move another character to the first mine, because that would be the first time this turn someone's moved there, if I remember correctly. Then that would do 1 more damage left over. See if he wants to do that.
He can actually move the knight back to do another 2 damage.
Sure. However he wants to do it, yeah. Looks like he's going to move the Daisy over. I was going to say, I don't think there's a difference, really. As long as Doc doesn't get challenged down, you can keep moving him every turn here. Jordan's still left over with that Goat, though, and that is a little bit scary. Looks like we're going to go ahead and quest here with the Doc. If you get challenged from Jordan, I think you're happy if he's not questing.
Yeah, so here, that mine is actually a very impactful draw, allowing you to clear a little bit more off here. Jordan, is he top decking here? I don't see...
Yeah, I think he is.
He is, so here we go. So, inevitability again is here. That Goat's going to quest. When it's removed, it'll represent another lore. And oh my goodness,
wow.
Oh my goodness. That... Jordan, oh man, that's one of those top decks that you get and you're like, woo!
Does that actually lock the game up? Doesn't that put him at 18?
It does. At this point, both Goats being removed is 2 lore. Next turn, they're going to quest for 2. What a top deck. Woo!
Yeah, because I was actually wondering, if you don't draw something like exactly Goat there or something that could maybe quest for 2, there's actually a chance that Brian Corte could get back in this game. The fact that he could attack down this Goat, let you gain the lore off that, but then with the 2 mines, be able to move characters around so much that you'd never be able to quest again for the rest of the game.
Yeah, if you look at the lore on the board, there's 7 lore represented with what Brian's showing, and he has a grip of cards here to drop a few more characters, so he really is 2 turns away from winning. There are a few draws that Jordan could have picked up that wouldn't have been impactful, which would have allowed Brian to steal this game. Getting that Goat off the top deck, though, is literally, it's drawing the game. You draw that card, and you're like, I've got it.
Yeah, I think like that, and maybe just Elsa being a 2/5 might have been the only cards that would have semi-locked the game or put it back.
TCG is so exciting, or there's these moments where people draw like the exact card they need, and you're like, what? I don't know. But it takes skill, because that player knows their outs. They're playing the game towards those outs. They know what cards are in there, their percentage chance of drawing them, and playing a perfect game to set up that draw at the exact right time.
Absolutely, because we saw the purple-green deck get out to like kind of an early start and had a huge lore lead, which makes those top decks so much more impactful. Brian Cortez was having to play, since he was on the draw, having to play the kind of, I need to control the board here. And the mines were just maybe one turn a little bit too late. If he got to maybe do that a little bit sooner in the game, he maybe could have taken control that much faster, but we will never know. It does sound like they're going to be ready for game 2 here pretty fast. So we're going to go head back down to the feature match area and get that game started.
I'm excited for it. So multiple things going on here. So first, we're going to get to see this aggro deck on the play now. So you're going to get to see this deck unleashed. And in the right draw, there are decks that draws hands that Brian can have, which make this deck almost unbeatable on the play. Another note, last game, Jordan, there's a temptation, I think, when you're playing against these aggressive Amber Steel decks to take the control line right from the start, to lock down the board and then win the game. Jordan in that first game chose not to go that route. He says, I'm not scared of your aggro lines, and went very aggressive, pushing his lore total fast and keeping Brian on the back foot the whole game.
One thing I'm a little interested to hear in the early hands is I see a Song in Brian's opening hand. They're a little bit better to keep on the play if you have a Cinderella in your hand. So I'm very interested to see if he's going to get rid of this Strength of a Raging Fire or not in his opening hand, because it can be pretty good in this matchup, right? Like, removal is great in the character-on-character matchups, but again, you're worried about getting Ursula on turn 2 yet again from Jordan. And if you don't have a Cinderella, you won't be able to sing it fast enough to keep it from getting Ursula on turn 2. But if you do have that Cinderella, you can keep it in your opening hand and make sure that your opponent doesn't have a chance to do that.
Yeah, so great point. We talk about play-draw disparity here, and that line you talked about with the Cinderella at the Storm Rage on is a perfect example. On the draw, we saw it used. It's good. But when you're singing it at that point, your opponent, because they've gone twice, has established 2 characters on the board. So even though you get to remove something and let the Storm Rage on replace itself, it's not quite as impactful as doing it on the play. When you're coming back to turn 2, you're removing your opponent's only character. That card is replacing itself, and now you're up to a board of 2 characters when your opponent has none. Huge difference there in terms of that play on the play and on the drop.
Yep, looks like Brian just went ahead and kept. I think he might have just kept all 7 here.
Yeah, so one of the things that... looking at the key cards in that hand, we see Daisy Duck. Daisy Duck is a 1/4, a 1-drop. Here we see it in play. It's a fantastic early aggro card. It's very well statted. The downside is when it quests, your opponent can look at the top card of their deck, and if it's a character, they put it in their hand. But it's a very powerful card because there's not a lot to deal with it early on until really turn 3. Jordan Fox would allow him to take care of 1. But Brian's sitting with another one in his hand. So what we're going to see here is a very, very aggressive line. Brian's going to close out this game quickly if he can. One of the reasons I think he chose not to mulligan a decent amount is because you're sitting with 2 uninkable daisies. If you draw into another couple uninkables, it's not great. Here we have a Smee, which is another great turn 2 play. This is going to be an aggressive line.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Brian's going to play this out. Is he going to play the 2-drop on 2 and then maybe a 2-drop plus that second Daisy on turn 3 to utilize his ink as much as possible? Or does he want to just be super aggressive with his daisies? Does look like a kit gets added to Jordan's hand here off of that quest for 2, a card that can actually interact a little bit here, but we're a few turns off of that happening.
I mean, it's a fantastic card to get off the top of this deck. Jordan is looking for a few key cards in his mulligans, especially on the draw. One of them is perhaps an Ursula to pick an early song, but really you want board control. And so Kit Cloud Kicker, Madam Mim, Fox are 2 cards that you really want to be able to gain some the board back on turn 3. So getting that kit off the top deck is huge. Yeah,
here's a play, maybe, Brian, that I was wondering if it were going to happen or not. That song went ahead and went into the ink here on turn 2. Love that from him, kind of, shielding it away from the worst possible draw. And as we see, here's that Ursula on turn 2 from Jordan, and it's going to be a swing, and it's going to be a miss.
Yep, that song, I mean, that's one of the considerations with the song, sending it into the inkwell is thinking I might get it picked this turn, better ink than in my discard pile, and that was the perfect thing to send there. Good heads-up play. Back over to Brian for turn 3. We're setting up a 5 lore quest here on turn 3, which is exactly where Brian wants to be.
Yeah, players tied at 2 here right now, but that's going to change very drastically here. We've got 2 from Brian. Go ahead and start off with that. Just get all the information because Jordan's going to hit at a very high rate in this deck. I think he has maybe 2, 3, 4 misses. in his entire deck here.
Yeah, these Amethyst Emerald decks do not play a lot of actions and songs,
It's usually
really at
Friends
all.
from the other side, maybe.
And frankly, Friends has started to work its way out of favor in a lot of these builds.
Not even 4-ubs if they're even playing it.
Exactly, and so you're going to hit characters most of the time in these Amethyst Emerald decks.
Yep, Pete's going to go ahead and jump into the Inkwell here, giving Brian an option for 3 ink this turn. A lot of options here. He's got a 1-drop and multiple 2-drops in his hand here. How does he want to play this? What does he want to set up? Does he want to get one of these Knights in play to possibly set up that the 7 Dwarves Mine next turn?
Well, you'll definitely want to drop a character here in order to set up that 3 lore quest for the Piglet. We are going to go with a Happy, set up that quest. So Piglet's going to quest for 3.
I always need to see how much ink they pay for the characters because Happy and Doc in hand look exactly the same.
They're very similar. And I bet we're going to see that Smee here.
Looks like we might be getting, I was going to say, he was considering the location here for a moment. It looks like he's going between the location and the Smee. It looks like the location is going to win out. It's very, very hard for this location to be taken down this turn. In fact, I don't know if they could possibly do it even with a Snake. And there's a lot of options that are better for Jordan possibly to take care of. Maybe one of those Daisy Ducks or that Piglet are a bigger problem here. I'm sorry, a Fox. I apologize.
Yeah, it's an interesting play here. What the problem here for Jordan is, as you suggested, you're going to have to devote a lot of resources to getting rid of this 6 willpower location, so it's going to sit there for quite a while. It does give Brian some options to do a little bit of damage if he moves the Happy over there. He does have a Knight in play, but again, Brian's not really playing the control role here. He's playing the beatdown role, and so that Mine Train, though, represents probably 3-4 lore by the time it's finally removed.
Yeah, it's a really good point. You know, how much lore would he have gotten from playing a 2-drop here? And that one might have been able to be interacted with something like Kit, Cloud Kicker or something here. But instead, he's going to put this Dwarf's Mine in play that is going to be a problem for multiple turns down the line. Doesn't have to put any more reasons in it. Doesn't have to do anything else like that. And then it also helped him clean up this board quite a bit from Jordan as well. It picks off Curse Merfolk really well.
So a couple of notes here. I said Friends had fallen out of favor a little bit. Jordan is running it. I actually like that card a lot in this build, a lot. So I'm glad to see him running it. But there we have the Fox. That's exactly what you want to do in turn 3. It's either a Kit or it's a Fox. Here it's the Fox coming down, bouncing the Merfolk, and then challenging into that Piglet, removing that threat. Jordan here, now that turn 3 has opened up, has some options to deal with this board state.
And we saw the power of 7 Dwarfs Mine in game 1. It wasn't able to win the game for Brian, but we saw the beginnings of what we were talking about, how powerful it could be in a matchup like this, and it is going to flex its muscles in this game for sure. It is up a lot sooner in the game. It's going to be very impactful. Ooh, a Merlin Crab out of Jordan's hand. That's a very interesting one in this matchup as well. Helps you take down 7 Dwarfs Mines and Daisy Ducks, 2 cards that are giving him problems on Brian's side of the board.
Yeah, so great point in the Mines. Mines will, I mentioned it earlier, we talked about how it's going to be used for lore quite a bit, but now it is set up, removing that Fox, so great card to get on the board. It does give Brian some options here to remove some of these threats. And another note, Jordan not only has 1 Fox, but he has 2 Foxes. And there's nothing worse than getting your opponent in a Fox loop where they're bouncing these rush characters, challenging with a Fox, bouncing the Fox, and then challenging again. If that line was available to Jordan here, he could put 4 damage on the Mine, bounce the Fox, and then challenge an exerted character like Daisy. But if we can take care of that Fox, it prevents that line.
It looks like Brian's going to go with another 1-drop here. It's going to be a second Daisy here. This does allow him to move one of his characters over. Still get that 2 ink left over. And I got to believe it's going to be one of the Daisies, not the Happy just yet. You might want to keep around the 2 damage option, possibly. Let's see. It looks like, no, he's just going to advance his board a little bit more. Looks like a Smee is going to get advanced here.
I mean, this is the aggressive line. Even if we take care of the Daisy, now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore on the board. If the location's not taken care of, that's 6, which would go to 14 lore this turn. But we do have the Happy challenging into the Fox. That gets rid of that Fox loop we talked about. And now we have 5 lore left on the board next turn.
Yeah, I think
if that Daisy's.
Yeah, I think you mentioning that he's got 2, 4, 6, 7 lore left over for Brian Cortadier going to the next turn. It's just the max lore play from him here, and he's going ahead and cash that Happy in to take care of that Fox. So he can't do those loops that you were talking about. Luckily for Jordan, like you said, he's got a lot of other ways to kind of pump these characters along with 1-drop. So he's got Crab, got multiple more Foxes, and he's got these followers. So lots of cheap characters for him to be able to pick up and use as the game goes on. So he's not out of it just yet, but he's pretty far behind. Brian Cortadier with 11 lore, Jordan sitting at the 5. got a repeat of game 1, except the roles have been reversed here.
Yeah, and a great play here. You know, there was a line available with the Fox where you could challenge and then bounce the Fox and challenge with the Fox. A lot of people do that, but Jordan here able to establish, you know, 2 characters on the board using Merlin Crab to make Ursula Deceiver a dangerous challenger. And now, of course, Crab's established on the board, enabling you to challenge with it, bounce it back to hand, give something challenger, and play the Fox. That's a lot of damage, a lot of that Jordan then is able to distribute. And so we see him really get a handle on the board here.
Yeah, you can do all kinds of things with these Crabs. It looks like the Smee is going to move over to the Seven Dwarfs Mine, going to pick up his pickaxe and deal 1 to that Turnabog's followers. Get that off the board, so no cheap pickup for Jordan here. I like the idea of... How do you like the idea of keeping the higher cost characters in play for the purple decks?
The higher cost character... I'm sorry, say again?
How do you like the idea of like making sure you take care of the cheap stuff? Is that more important? So they only, if they do have to pick something up for, say, another Fox or a Snake or something like that, they have to pick up something that costs more?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely consideration, a huge consideration, because you want to restrict the things that they can do on their turn to 1 or 2 things. But it's also the enter play effects. There's a lot of cards in this Amethyst Emerald deck that have enter play effects, and you don't want them to use that over and over again. And so getting those off the board is important. One thing I will note here is we see the lore totals tick higher. Eventually, we'll get to the point likely where Brian's going to be trying to drop high lore characters on the board to kind of close out that last 2 or 3 lore. And Jordan, the only removal options Jordan's going to have available are likely either a Cloud Kicker to bounce stuff back, which he has in his hand, or Elsa, the 5th Spirit. And so with the 2 kits in hand, that is something that Jordan was happy to have, because a lot of these questers are lower power, except for cards like Smee. But Jordan hoping here, I think, to draw into an Elsa to prevent Brian from closing down the game that way.
You see Brian taking his time here, trying to make decisions. Does he want to challenge here? Does he want to quest? It looks like one of those 2 things is happening. We'll have to see which one. Maybe thinking about that, you know, hey, look, what's the best plays that my opponent could do next turn? There's multiple plays. Multiple play with Foxes that can happen. We're going to be coming back to the booth here in a second. Multiple plays with Foxes that can happen. Multiple plays with Elsas. I mean, how many cards does he have in his hand? Like, I think 9 or 10. He's drawn a card every single time off the daisy here. And we've seen multiple kits as well. So maybe Brian's thinking, I've got to get as much lore as I can, because I might not have the chance later because of those kits.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, inevitabilities with the Amethyst Emerald deck. At some point, Amethyst Emerald takes control of the board, and the aggressive Amber Steel deck stalls out. So Brian definitely trying to think about closing this game down in the next few turns, gather as much lore as possible, and get in a scenario where I'm dropping a character every turn, and my opponent, Jordan, has to deal with that threat, or else I win the game. And you do that enough turns, and eventually Jordan runs out of answers.
Yeah, it seems we've got a small little technical difficulty that we're just working our way through. It's the first round of the day. We're going to be getting back to this game as quickly as we can. Love this matchup between these 2 decks that we're seeing early. You know, we saw the metagame challenge. Now we're seeing some of the decks that maybe weren't the exact top of that meta, but you know, we're seeing some very, very good players that have chose these decks and know these decks really well as well. And like I said, this matchup, it's got a little bit of extra to it here. This is a finals rematch from Chicago.
A grudge match, if you will.
Yeah. Maybe we can start having those grudge matches at Lorcana. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, we should do that. Another thing I'll talk about, we talked about, you mentioned early on that this Amber Steel aggressive deck, or Diggy Diggy Hole, as some people have called it, can do well on the draw, and they can. One thing I want to note in game 1, though, Brian not only was on the draw, so on a little bit of the back foot in terms of trying to race ahead, but his draw was not ideal. There's a couple things that kind of didn't go his way in terms of the draw that set him back that game. One was having multiple docks in the hand early, which kind of restricted his options because they're uninkable. You kind of want to get those later. Pete, I think we had 2 or even 3 of in that first game.
Yeah, not
Pete
as
is
impactful.
Not impactful in this matchup at all. At best case scenario, you're shutting down a Friends or perhaps a Mother Knows Best if somebody's running it, which not many people are. So Brian, unfortunately, that game, not only having to be in the control role because of how Jordan raced ahead, but getting a lot of cards which he didn't necessarily want to see in this matchup, which, I mean, he was never able to get ahead there. So this is a deck, as you suggested, that can win on the play and on the draw. Really good in the play, not quite as good in the draw, but just didn't get what he needed game 1.
Dan, I think we're seeing one of the power, or some of the power of some of the new cards that have been added in this, and not just from Azure IC, but from sets before that's kind of unlocked the power of cards from set 5, where we're seeing the Knights, right? We're seeing Doc, we're seeing Happy be very impactful because of the card Seven Dwarves Mine. We're seeing how impactful it can be in matchups where characters matter. You know, Seven Dwarves Mine, still pretty good sometimes against, say, you know, the blue-red decks, right? You might be able to finish off something they challenge with, or, you know, you could pick off, like, the 3-drop Sisu early, which is something that could be impactful because you don't want them to have the shift line. But also having something sit around is, gain a lore every turn, and, you need a Maui to take care of it, and then your other characters are sometimes more important. But in the matchups where it's character on characters going on and you're going to have challenges, the Diggy Diggy Hole deck doesn't challenge super great, right?
No.
Like Lawrence is good at it, right? But Daisy Duck, not super great at challenging. Some of these early drops, Piglet, not super great at challenging. You've got 1/4s, little 2/2s, things like that. And when you add in the power of Seven Dwarfs Mine, it finishes off a lot of these characters without having to challenge multiple times. And you're seeing the power of it here in this matchup. So it sounds like we're having a little bit of a problem solving here. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at that metagame breakdown that we talked about a little bit. Maybe
Which I don't mind.
Yeah,
I don't mind at all. There's so many things I wanted to talk about here that we cut away from. No, this is great. So what we're seeing now is we're seeing, we talked earlier about Amber Steel and how we could see Steel Song or this aggro version in this meta, and seeing right away that Brian Cortade, a previous challenge winner, choosing to bring in the aggressive version of Amber Steel. And so I'd be really interested to see how that banner's broken down between those two decks.
I'd like to see which decks are running aerial and which decks are not. Which decks are running a whole new world and which decks are not, because that's where the difference is, right? Like, it's where we're going with the songs. The version that we're talking about, where it's the more aggressive version, the one that we're seeing here in the hands of Brian Cortade, plays usually at the max 8 songs. 4 and 4 of the 2 that we've seen. If you're going to the other version, you're seeing 3, 4 songs maybe. I've even sometimes seen like a one of as a 5th different song. And then you're seeing 10, 12, 14, 16 different songs in the deck. And, Cinderella in that. If Cinderella on 1, Ursula on 2, or Ariel on 3 are actual problematic cards. These are cards that will destroy you if you leave them on the board too long. They will be an actual problem. In this version of the deck that we're seeing from Brian, sometimes Cinderella on 1 actually just quests for 1 a couple times in the game, or it immediately eats a removal spell from your opponent because it's usually so... what's the right here? It's so threatening that you're worried about what it can do, and sometimes it doesn't even matter. It's not actually going to do that problem.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the third place deck here, Ruby Amethyst. This is a deck I think people expect it to be represented very, very well here. In fact, usually we see it as, I think, second in the meta, sometimes first in the meta. It's a deck that's very consistent. A lot of people are familiar with it. It can win in the play and the draw, and gives you a really good chance moving through 2-game format into day 2.
Sorry for the pause there for a second. We're just getting a note from our director. It sounds like what we're going to be doing is we're going back down to the feature match here. We're going to jump to the other match that we have, and then we will circle back to the match and try to finish it out and get you the conclusion of that Brian Cortade match that we had here prior. All those Amethyst decks, by the way, we haven't seen a genie just yet, and that's really the glue that's holding all of them together. Right? Like, where are the genies at? They're in every purple deck, and it's going to be so impactful. I guarantee you this weekend at some point in time, we're going to see the genie versus genie draws, and then it becomes the sub game of, do I quest with my genie? Do I have a way to challenge your genie and take care of it, because of the 2/4 evasives don't match up well in combat? So.
The genie wars are real, and you're going to see plenty of them this weekend.
So it sounds like we're going to head back down to that match and get back into some Lorcana. I think we're going to be going into our backup match here. We're going to try to finish that one out here. Sounds like we're going to be moving into game 2 of that one as well.
And this is a super fascinating matchup. We have 2 players here who we're very familiar with, absolutely love. Diego Saz is the winner of, actually a fun storyline here. Diego Saz is the winner of a DLC Toronto with a Lemon Lime or Amber Emerald deck. There's the right meta choice there. Clara Sear qualified in Las Vegas, made top 16 with a
full character deck. It was a Chernobog deck.
It was.
Yeah.
It was an Amber Emerald deck. So we have 2 players here who are known for bringing in more aggressive, kind of off-meta-y decks. Clara is usually a very good deck builder, and I'm interested to see what she's brought in here today.
Yeah, she's also not only a fan favorite, but she's really endeared herself to the hearts of everybody everywhere with her play in Las Vegas. I was a big fan, loved her deck. She had, I think, the greatest moment. Her and her opponent had the best moment in all of Las Vegas, where it was B prep. Someone had to top deck a Be Prepared to even keep the game around, and they did, and there was a huge reaction from the crowd. Awesome stuff to see, and we see pretty good turn ones for both our players who are with Diablo for Diego and Daisy Duck for Clara.
And now this gives us an idea of what both these decks are doing. So Diego Saz here, also on Lemon Lime. This is a deck that he won Toronto with. It's a deck he's familiar with. He's bringing it in here. It's not a super popular deck in this meta, so it's going to be fascinating to see what he's able to do here. Clara Sear bringing in something very different. She's bringing in a Amethyst Amber deck here. Now, this deck is typically seen as a hyper aggro deck. It has high lore, low cost characters. So whenever you see this paired together, you think, this is hyper aggro. Unless you're Josh Polt and you bring a completely off meta build into Atlanta, then nobody expects to win it. But here, it looks like this Amethyst core that Claire is running with, we had the Merlin Crab, we had the Foxes, and the Bell Accomplished Mystic, is very similar to the Amethyst core that we see in many other Amethyst decks in this meta. So what she's done here is pair Amber, a color that we don't usually see paired with that Amethyst core in this meta, and Mufasa's in there. So we're going to see what this deck can do, but it's a really interesting choice into this meta, and probably pretty unique.
It looks like the Bare Necessity is going to hit the discard bin for Diego, and we're going to see the third Diablo of the game get played here, and that's the big Diablo that we haven't seen in quite a while. I feel like we kind of like moved away from Diablo a little bit, but that card is still very, very powerful. And as you saw, it drew an extra card for Diego here against Clara. Oh, there we go. That time today's deck does give a card over to Diego, but that lore is getting up high for Claire here, already on 5 on her turn 3 here. What's she got for a follow-up here?
The crab.
It looks like just a crab. No value in here. No way to challenge.
Getting a bigger body on the board. Yeah, so you mentioned Diablo. Diablo is a card that got a lot worse this meta. There's a lot of cards that came out which deal very efficiently with Diablo. Everybody is running Amethyst, or a lot of people are running Amethyst. And in Amethyst, most people are running Elsa the Fifth Spirit, which will allow you to exert Diablo and then challenge into it immediately with a rush evasive character. You also have the Dwarves Train, which we saw, able to do 2 damage, which is a threat to Diablo. Also, Bell Accomplished Mystic. Even Happy is evasive on your turn. And then Bell Accomplished Mystic allows you to shift 2 damage around. So Diablo got a lot worse, but to your point, used very effectively here. Going to draw Diego a second card here.
Yeah, so the matchups where I think it's going to shine a little bit more until we get into those turn 4 and turn 5. So does Clara have a Genie here? Does she have an Elsa for turn 5 that can help pick this off? Looks like we're going to go ahead and quest here. 3 more for Clara. What's the top card of Diego's deck? Oh, that's one of the misses in his deck. That's the second miss out of the 3 tries.
Oh, such a bummer.
This 4-drop, is it a Genie? It does look like that's going to draw Diego an extra card along with Clara, but now the Diablo is in check. Now we do see that Prince John on Diego's side of the board. Is he going to be able to start to leverage that? Does he have any of the discards to start eating away at Clara's hand? One thing these purple decks are good at is keeping a lot of extra cards in their hand to kind of play through this, though. It looks like we're just going to have the Muses. Yet another setup turn for Diego here, but this board is getting kind of scary. Look, he might not be able to quest for as much as Clara does, but with cards like this sudden chill, this starts to get really scary. That's a Chernobog from Clara. We mentioned this.
Yeah, so Muses, let's talk about this for a second. Fantastic card in this deck. I've talked to a lot of players going into this meta, and they mentioned Muse as a card that can be particularly impactful still at controlling board states. And in a deck like Diego's, where he's set up card draw with the Diablo, card draw with the Prince John, he's expected to have plenty of cards in hand to trigger the Muses. And Muses, of course, will send any character with cost 2 or less back to their player's hand when it's played. So you can use it on your own characters to get characters back to your hand to get enter play triggers, or you can use them on your opponent's cards. And then talk about here's Elsa, we talked about we'd see plenty of.
I think huge play for Clara here. If she didn't have an Elsa, I think this game might have started to get away from her. And now, even with the Lord lead that she's got, I think Diego might have been able to find a way to get back into this with those Muses and the Prince Johns and everything kind of taking care of this. But that is huge for her. Now, that Lord total getting up pretty high. I don't know if Diego's going to keep up with that. We'll see if he has a big turn all up this here as well.
So unfortunate. Daisy Duck is such a problematic card. Not only do you get it on the board early, but 4 willpower is a lot to deal with. 3 is a lot easier. It's funny how in Lorcana, 4 is like this critical break point, which makes dealing with things a challenge. The downside to Daisy is your opponent gets to draw a card every turn in best case scenario. But Diego's missed 3 times now off that Daisy.
Yeah, I think that's a Lucifer getting played for Diego here, which is going to mean that Clara is either going to discard 2 cards or 1 action card, and those are going to be extra cards here for Diego because of the Prince John. Does he have something to sing here off those extra cards? The Muses bouncing something here might be a big play here, just as a tempo play to get him back in here. He's only got 1 lore against Clara's 11, and this is impactful because, like I said, this is game 2. Diego is up a game in this match. Clara trying to even this out and get a couple points on the board here in round 1. Looks like nice Rapunzel here from Clara. It's going to draw her 2 cards.
Yeah, the Muses, I talked about how good they were. Unfortunately, on Clara's side of the board, several low-cost strength characters that you don't necessarily want to bounce. Elsa, which can come down and exert one of your characters and remove it pretty efficiently, or Rapunzel with an enter play trigger. And Diego missing again on that Daisy Duck.
Yeah, that's big for Clara. Not only is it not putting extra cards in Diego's hand that are characters, putting those songs to the bottom so he's not getting able to trigger the Muses.
Yeah, several under the sea sent under the sea, as it were.
Ah, nice one. I like it. Claire's going to go ahead and develop a Piglet here behind as well, showing it probably almost as a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, enough lore to be able to win next turn. So Diego's going to have to make inroads on this board.
Yeah, this is deck. So what Clara's deck is doing, I've seen nothing in the Amethyst build so far that lead me to believe that this isn't the Amethyst core that we're familiar with in many other Amethyst builds in this meta, whether it's Ruby Amethyst or Blurple,
Sure.
Sapphire Amethyst, or
Everyone calls it
Amethyst
Blurple,
Steel, or
yeah.
Emerald Amethyst. They all run a very similar package, but Clara's package here is clearly built to be super aggressive with the daisies on turn 1. You have piglets on turn 2, a little bit of extra card draw with Rapunzel. And Amethyst doesn't need a lot more card draw. It has the genies, it has the rabbits, it could run friends. But here, not only is Rapunzel a card that can get you a few extra cards, but then it leaves you with a high willpower 2-lore quester on the board. So this is a very aggressive build. It's not the hyper aggro version. It keeps all of the best things from Amethyst that all the other decks are running, and then sprinkles in some high lore early character aggression.
Absolutely. Looks like an Ana is the play from Diego here, making Clara, I think, discard possibly her last card. I did get a chance to look at that. So extra cards again for Diego here. See how he wants to do this. Oh, it does look like he's going to be able to sing a very impactful song here. That's We Don't Talk About Bruno. Going to bounce the Rapunzel, and if that's the last card in Clara's hand, which looks like it is, going to be discarding that as well. Another card from Diego. Like I said, huge Lord lead for Clara here, but Diego's trying to get this board back into play. Going to pounce the Piglet back to Clara's hand as well here. That's going to deny her 3 lore next turn. So right now, I only see 4. She's at 15, so that's 1 short of that 20.
A very, very impactful turn so far here. We'll see if there's any other songs to sing that would allow us to send the daisy back.
It does even have a decent challenge here. So we've got a 1-2 and a 2-4, right?
Yeah, no, and those are both
Yeah.
characters you don't necessarily want to make vulnerable. They're doing a lot more work, ready than being removed.
Yeah, Diego having a powerful turn here, but still up against it from Clara here.
Yeah, I mean, there are answers in Diego's deck. There's plenty of answers. Eventually, when you get to turn 5, you can pair Kita with Under the Sea. There's lots of things you can do. We do have another song, Painting the Roses Red, which can reduce strength and then trigger muses. So we'll see how it's leveraged here.
He wants to go ahead and bounce the daisy to make sure the least amount of lore is in play from Clara here. Maybe trying to play around goat possibly as well. Don't want to just straight up lose to a goat off the top here. And then looks like an Ursula put into the inkwell and passed back over to Clara. She's got 2 lore left over here at 15. How is she going to rebuild this board?
Yeah, and again, I will emphasize, Clara, especially if she's close to top. Well, I guess we're not in top deck mode because we've had things bounce back to hand. But you're drawing a new card every turn. Diego has answers with the muses. We have cards that reduce strength to allow you to bounce things with muses, which you normally typically wouldn't be able to. There's plenty of discard. And then there's always the ever-threatening Kita Under the Sea combo, which can wipe the board and send everything to the bottom. And so Diego's on the ropes a bit, but not out of it, depending on how he draws his next turn or two.
Yeah, very interesting turn from Diego last turn. Super hard, difficult to sequence that correctly. You had to make sure that, hey, when I bounce these cards back to your hand, when am I going to trigger my discard effects? So I make sure I get to remove the cards that I'm bouncing and have no cards left over. And then you get to have the cards left over in your hand that I'm okay with you having. So like, you can have the Daisy Duck left over. I want to make sure this Piglet doesn't quest. So make sure the Piglet gets discarded here or there. So very tight play from Diego last turn to make sure that you got the right cards bounced and discarded at the right time. Claire having to do a lot of math here. Yeah, this is difficult. How do we play around these muses, this Lucifer, singing songs, a lot of different ways it can be attacked. What happens if Under the Sea happens to you? Can you win through this? I mean, Clara with a 14 Lord lead, but it feels like she's the one behind now.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about here. I mean, there's challenge options available. Do you take the lore? Do you get rid of that Prince John, which is troublesome? You can also think about, one of the things to think about in these discard decks when Prince John is on the board is trying to keep your hand empty to deny your opponent an extra card off that Prince John. So just a lot to think about.
Yeah, I think you just hit it. I think that's one thing Claire is thinking about is, am I going to be able to empty my hand this turn? If so, then I can quest. If not, maybe I need a challenge as Prince John. So it does look like she's going to quest up to 17. Going to develop a 4. That's a goat. That is huge.
It's a goat, so maybe not able to empty the hand here. I'm trying to do the math on what's back there. Here comes the daisy. I think we're left with a piglet, which will go into the inkwell. Hand is empty, and that goat is very important here.
Yeah, huge play for Clara there to ink that piglet at the end to make sure that there are no cards left over, cutting off an avenue of possible extra cards from Diego here.
I mean, that goat represents an 18th lure there. Another goat off the top deck, or if you're able to keep that board for a turn or two, that's game. Again, goat making the difference here in this game as well.
It does look like Diego's going to go ahead and play an aerial here. I think that was Paint the Roses red off the top of the deck here. So there is a song here. He is going to be able to bounce a few things.
Oh, man, it's such a brutal card. You know, one of the ways that Diego has to remove things from the board, the biggest way, is by strength reduction and then using the muses. But you don't want to send that goat back to hand. So it's such a threatening card in this situation.
Yeah, Claire being at 17, goat representing 2 lore for next turn as well. How does Diego want to play this out? We'll have to take a look. It looks like he's going to go ahead and ink. I'm sorry, he's going to sing Paint the Roses right here off the Prince John. Going to shrink, I think, the crab and the goat. Going to draw a card here. And then now, does he want to bounce something?
Well, we will send something back. The question is what?
Thank you, Claire, for clarifying for us, just in case we miss it there. Crab and goat.
Yeah.
Have been shrunk a little bit by this. It does look like it's going to...
That daisy is the obvious target. It's the highest lore character on board. And let's see. Yeah, the problem is that goat. If you bounce, remove it, you have to find a way to challenge and remove it and send it to the discard pile to prevent it from recurring. Ariel here is going to look for a song. Under the sea here, if we've managed to reduce the strength of both those that goat and that crab would be a particularly fantastic card to draw. It would get a lure off that goat, but it would clear that board and allow Diego to start questing out and try to close this game out before Clara draws into a goat or a white rose.
It does seem like he got a song off of it, though it was perfectly placed for the cameras to miss it. So a ton of cards in Diego's hand. I think he has like 7, 8, 9 cards in his hand. It looked like he had a full hand at least. So lots of options along with the song here, but I did see a little shake of the head. Maybe not loving the spot that he's in.
Yeah, I mean, the key here, even let's say we drew the perfect card. Let's say we drew the Under the Sea. You'd need strength reduction on both the goat and the crab, and then you'd have to line that up perfectly. We do have another Painting the Roses red.
All right, so it looks like he's going to shrink the crab and the goat yet again. He's going to draw another card off this. Looks like he's maybe digging for something to try to get out of this. Is he going to be able to get out of this? Oh! Under the Sea.
There it is. So that's the line that he needed to give him a chance. I think it was the only one available, and here it is. Goat will gain another lure as it goes to the bottom of the deck. Clara gets to sequence those. I think to the bottom of the player's deck in any order. So Diego gets to sequence those. Clara verifying the order that Diego wants them in, and then yeah. So Clara here now, definitely a way to win. We can draw a rose, we can draw a goat, or try to get a character to stick. But Diego managing to clear the board.
Yeah, and pretty importantly, the Muses went ahead and picked up the aerial that was in play from Diego here. Going to go ahead and play the Diablo. See, the last card in Clara's hand, I think he already knew that, but aerial returned to Diego's hand. It's going to allow him to get some more.
It's the goat off the top. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. What a top deck from Clara.
Oh, my goodness.
Clara has a flair for the dramatic. Every time we have Clara on camera, something amazing happens. And
oh, my goodness.
today.
I mean, just to paint the picture here, like there, because of what Diego has on the board, and there's not a lot of ward characters that Clara could have played that were vulnerable, but there's plenty of Painting the Roses red left. There's options Diego has to keep Clara from getting a character to stick, so the goat or the white rose are what was needed. And Diego had a lot of lore on board.
Right.
Diego could have closed that out in like 1 or 2 turns.
Probably 2 turns, yeah.
And so Clara, you know, if the goat is not within the top 2 or 3 cards, like, that's it. What a top deck to split that 1-1. What a start we're off to here in the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. And it's just going to be all day, these types of games. So.
I needed to regather myself. That was shocking. That's a nice breakfast for everybody at home.
And sorry, one more. The Under the Sea at that moment, too. Like, perfect. So anyway, okay. So that was round one. I think we have some notes about what we missed there in the previous game.
It seems that Jordan won while we were fixing the cameras and the problem that we had here in round one. So what's going to happen is we have him for an interview. We're going to go to that right now, and then we're going to come right back to the booth after that.
So that's a 2-0 for Jordan in that round.
Yep. Yeah. So let's go ahead.
I am here with Jordan, fresh off of his round one 2-0 win. You faced Brian Curtad, one of the DLC champions. How did it feel taking that win first round of the day?
It was really good. The last time I actually played competitive Lorcana was the finals of Chicago, and I lost to Brian.
That's right.
So kind of get my revenge. I mean, he has his Worlds invite from that, but it's good to start 2-0. I think it's hard to 2-0 in this competitive environment. Everyone you're going to be playing against is really good. Takes good draws, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, how did you feel about the matchup? You're on Emerald Amethyst, going into that Amber Steel deck. How were you feeling?
So there's two different Amber Steel decks. I feel better into that one. If I can stop them from being aggressive when I'm on the draw, I can usually. There comes a point where if I'm able to fox a couple times, I can turn the corner. It's not my favorite matchup to play, but it's one that I knew was going to be pretty. It was going to be a lot of the deck that was here, so I prepared against it.
Sure. And what was your choice in choosing Emerald Amethyst in the current meta?
I played Emerald Amethyst in Chicago too.
Yeah.
I've just liked the deck since I guess it was Inklands came out when the 2-drop Ursula was revealed.
Yeah.
Not only she gets to take a song for free, which I think the strongest actions are songs, but you get to look at your opponent's hand.
Visiting Disneyland.
First time in Disneyland. It was awesome. It was a really good experience. Very similar to Walt Disney World, which hopefully we're there. Hopefully I'm there in March.
Yeah. What was your favorite ride of the day? I have to know.
So my favorite ride is Haunted Mansion.
Which is closed right now.
Which is closed right now, and I didn't know that until I got there. So second is Big Thunder Mountain.
Oh, such a great one.
So yeah, that's
Well, thanks for chatting with me. Best of luck to you the rest of the day.
awesome. Thank you.
I tell you what, if you love Disney, you love good stories. And we have, in my opinion, the first great storyline of the day, which is Jordan taking down Brian, who we lost to in Chicago with the same deck. And what a fantastic story. What a fantastic round one.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that great interview, Rebecca. That was awesome. Love hearing from the players after their matches and finding out a little more about them personally and a little bit about their deck choices as well. You know, I like the analytical side. I want to know why they're playing their decks, but at the same time, like, when he's like, you know, my favorite ride's Haunted Mansion, I'm like, I could understand that. When I was a kid, I was too scared to ride it, and as I got older, I liked it a lot more. But great stuff here, round one. We've got a ton of great Lorcana for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more.
here with Clara, who is fresh off of round 1. She walked away with a game 2 win. And how are you feeling right now, Clara?
My heart is pounding so fast right now.
It's a big day. Of course, you qualified for the championships in Vegas. How are you feeling going into this weekend?
Well, I tried to remind myself that one, I want to bring my own take on my style of play, and I want to give an impression to everybody watching. Those are the only things I can control.
Yes, yes, yeah. There's so much out of your control. But one thing that you did have in your control was your deck choice. Now you're playing an Amber Amethyst deck. What was your decision making with the current meta in that deck choice?
Always what I say is I want my opponent not to be able to read me. However, Amethyst being part of my deck, half of my deck is kind of known to everybody.
Sure, yep.
But I do believe there was a strong reliability with the cards I put in my deck, especially with the card draw, with the damage removal, damage moving around, and especially with fast start, putting pressure.
Yeah. Now, Diego won game 1.
Yeah.
As you were going into game 2, what was your thought process on how to jump into that second game?
At the beginning, I was like, oh, I'm so screwed. It's Amber Emerald. I never practiced with this deck against this. And I was like, Under the Sea is just like a blowout.
Yeah.
Let's just pray. And Daisy brought me there.
Daisy, MVP of the game.
MVP.
Yes. Well, thank you for chatting with me, Clara. Good luck the rest of this weekend. We wish you the best. And we're going to go back to the team.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the day 1 of the North American Championship. I cannot be more excited for this event. My name is Brandon Bolin. I'm here with Brendan Patrick. We're the other North American casting team with you this weekend. This is a phenomenal venue. It is beautiful out here. I'm so excited to see all these players that have been working basically since May, back in April, to earn their spot here. I mean, we literally have the best Disney Lorcana players in the region all here fighting for their spot, having earned their spot to this tournament. I couldn't be more excited. Brendan, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, this is the coolest card game venue I've ever been to in my life. It's not very close, to be honest. I'm really interested on the metagame shakeout because this is a invite-only tournament, but it's also very low player count invite-only tournament. So trying to predict the metagame of something like that is a very interesting task. And I think what we had play out was, I mean, you could say you expected it, but I consumed a lot of Lorcana content, and I heard this is the best deck. This is going to be the most played deck. You and I were talking about it before, and I had an inkling, okay, maybe it's going to be Ruby Sapphire, but coming in at 32% almost again off the back of the European Championships, very surprising. My question for you, Brandon, is you play Ruby Sapphire this tournament. What were you hoping the metagame to be?
I don't know, man. Like coming off of the EU Championship, Ruby Sapphire took a huge portion of that going into day 1, converted really poorly, honestly, going into day 2, and then like the 3 Ruby Amethyst players that made it past day 1 ended up making it to the top 4. If it was me, like I would have been expecting a Ruby Amethyst meta. Talking to other players that are here today, I think there was sort of a similar sentiment there, and I have to imagine that sort of was. I don't know. Maybe people were thinking that Amber Steel was going to be a deck people were bringing in to try and counter the Ruby Amethyst matchup, and so to counter those people that were trying to counter the Ruby Amethyst players, you're going to play Ruby Sapphire to try to beat those people. So I was just as shocked as you were. I'll be completely transparent. I thought Ruby Amethyst was going to be the top deck coming into this day 1, and it's sort of reversed in that way.
Could have been. So I think looks can actually be a bit deceiving as well. If you look at that sort of metagame breakdown, you see Amber Steel, and you're like, that's why I brought Ruby Sapphire. But those Amber Steel lists, they're not what they used to be. So they're more aggressive now. They're running the Dwarven Mine. And I actually think that Ruby Sapphire is maybe not favored into Amber Steel anymore. Obviously, there's a split in terms of archetype. So we look at Ruby Sapphire as our 32% of our metagame, and it seems to be unfavored into the next 2 most played decks.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting for these Ruby Sapphire players. But speaking of which, we do have this next round to go into in which we have Ruby Sapphire players. So Brendan, I'm excited to get into this round 2. I think we should get to it.
Okay, Jonathan Martinez versus David Nunes here.
I recognize David Nunes. He placed second in Toronto playing Amethyst Steel, I believe, and based on the mulligan, it looks like he's on that as well. I believe Jonathan is also on Ruby Sapphire. So interesting list here. Amethyst Steel really sort of really gaining popularity this set.
Let me ask you a question, right? So we have Ruby Amethyst as sort of our top, I would say, Amethyst deck, and that's not really up for dispute. Why would you play Amethyst Steel? What does it offer you that Ruby Amethyst doesn't?
So we were talking earlier about, what meta are you hoping for if you're a Ruby Sapphire player? And I think the meta that is given is a more aggressive one. The Amber Steel Mines deck is a lot more aggressive. Even Ruby Amethyst can be a bit more aggressive as well. I think Amethyst Steel gives you those steel removal options that are a little bit easier to counter those more aggressive decks that come out with super explosive openings like daisies and stuff versus Ruby Amethyst, which can be a little bit slower.
Yeah, and I feel like Amethyst Steel actually used to be the more aggressive version of an Amethyst deck versus Ruby Amethyst. That paradigm sort of shifted when the Flynn Sisu line came, but you're absolutely right. Having access to that steel removal can help you in those more aggressive-oriented matchups. But we do see an aggressive start here with Diablo into Mr. Smee. So 3 quest liable on the board. We'll see how Jonathan responds. Jonathan with that amazing new card. It's going to go into the Inkwell.
We're going to
sail into the Azurite Sea.
Choose to ink sail so that we can play Tipo. Super important thing for Ruby Sapphire here to get that turn 2 ramp, getting another card into your Inkwell so that you can ramp towards those more expensive cards like Sisu Empowered Sibling, board wipes essentially to gain control, also allowing you to potentially play a Hiram on turn 3, Hyrule Flaversham if you have it in hand. Now, but one interesting thing about these Amethyst Steel matchups that I find is they can be a bit aggressive, but a lot of their characters have like 3 strength or 4 strength, especially as you get into these 2, 3, 4 cost characters, which make some of the Ruby removal a little bit less good.
Yeah, so we started at the cast talking down on Ruby Sapphire a bit, but what I will say is that this is definitely one of the best decks in the game. It's also got quite a bit of upgrades in the new set. It's so much more consistent on that ramp on turn 2, but I think it's the sort of the change in its win condition away from Lucky Dime has made this deck so much better and so much more consistent.
Very eager to see if Jonathan even has any Lucky Dimes in hand. I see the Maui Half Shark in hand. I know a lot of people are leaning more towards that, playing some Pirate's Lives. We see it be prepared in hand. Just Maui being able to bring those actions back from the discard can be a super powerful thing. A lot of times people have just given up on the dime. It's a little bit too slow in this metagame, so eager to see if we find that. But it does look like Jonathan is going to ink. We're going to challenge this Diablo with our Tipo. It looks like we played How Far I'll Go for the turn, allowing Jonathan to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, put one into his Inkwell, and then the other into his hand before passing the turn back to David.
Yeah, so Jonathan does find the Popsicle critically before that we did have our turn 2 ramp, but we're missing some of the other pieces, right? We didn't have the item as well as didn't have the Huron for that draw engine. So Jonathan, while having that critical turn 2 ramp, didn't really have an ideal start so far. David, starting to pull a little bit ahead, but that's what this Ruby Sapphire deck does, is it tends to fall behind in the early game and then pulls ahead later with these sort of high value, high cost cards.
I'm sure David is understanding of this as well. I think David has to know that he can't win the attrition game, right? Especially as the Amethyst Steel player. One of the things I love the most about an Amethyst Steel deck is you can play more aggressive, or you can play a little bit more towards your mid game with bouncing your Mims and Merlins, like this Merlin Rabbit we see in play. But against the Ruby Sapphire deck, I think you have to go as fast as you can, trying to end the game quickly. We do see Jonathan playing a Madame Medusa there to banish the Rabbit, allowing David to draw a card, and then we're also going to banish the Smee with that last bit of damage needed to be done by Tipo there before passing the turn, and now Jonathan has the board.
Yep, and quickly with a 4/4 Madame Medusa sitting here on board. Hard for David to deal with, but David has a full grip in hand, has access to Amethyst for a lot of card draw as well. We know Jonathan has the Popsicle in hand, so we'll be able to draw, but doesn't have that Hiram quite yet, so it could potentially run out of grass. While you can never attrition out Ruby Sapphire in the long game, sometimes in the early to mid game, they can stumble, can not find that draw engine, and sometimes you can see Amethyst decks actually attrition them out. It's sort of a hybrid mid-range attrition game plan, but you can out-card advantage them with things like that Rabbit, the bounce package, and things like Friends on the other side.
It's one of the things that I appreciate most about an Amethyst Steel deck specifically is a lot of these more aggressive decks, like Amber Steel, for instance, you can play out your hand really quickly, but if you don't have a way, if you either don't win the game early or have a way to recover through cards like Doc or Rapunzel to draw you more cards, you can kind of just run out of gas, like you said. But Amethyst, of course, has a plethora of cards available to them to not only draw them cards, but sort of replace themselves, right? The Diablo that was played replaced itself. The Rabbit that was played got more than just replaced itself, drew 2 cards by the end of that. So it makes it really easy for David to continue to put pressure on sort of as the game moves on.
Kind of answer potentially David has in hand. We see access to Turnibog's followers as a way to potentially draw more cards. The CT5 cost Elsa there as well. We're going to see our first GOAT of the game. One of the most powerful cards in any of these Amethyst lists. We've already seen its power on display so far today. Turnibog's followers as well to follow it up. So 4-drop, 1-drop. Back onto the board here for David.
I love this play by David here because it sort of gets around the Lady Tremaine line. Lady Tremaine's sort of were a little less popular in the past couple metas, but I've seen them being played a little bit more in some of these Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire lists as well. So having that Turnibog's followers there gives you an opportunity to banish something other than your Merlin Goat that you're probably wanting to bounce to hand. But Jonathan is going to play that Popsicle, drawing a card, and we do see the Maui Half Shark being played for the first time. That's going to allow Jonathan, if the Maui Shark can challenge and banish a character, to pull an action card from his discard and replay it.
Yeah, which is a super, super powerful engine. This is a new card, of course, that has made its way into all of these Ruby Sapphire decks. Often as a 3 of, sometimes as a 4 of as well. Just such a big shift in terms of how this deck was built.
Another thing that I love about Maui Half Shark is that he is evasive, and I'm sure we will see the phenomenal cosmic power of Genie later in these Amethyst lists, sort of taking over the Amethyst ink entirely this set. We haven't seen it yet, but Maui can be a great counter to Genie. Being in play, being a 2-quester evasive character can be difficult.
Yeah, I feel like the theme of set 6 is almost centered around evasives, mostly because Genie is so powerful, but we see responses in the metagame with things like Maui Shark as well. I mean, these Amethyst decks are, these Amethyst derivatives that are running as evasive characters. This has been happening since set 1.
Oh my gosh, we see a second Maui Half Shark being played. That's going to be sort of brutal. Jonathan doesn't particularly have a lot of actions in the discard to make use of, but Jonathan is gripping a pretty expensive hand here. I think there's a Sisu and maybe another Maui Half Shark in hand next to a Be Prepared. Certainly don't want to be prepared this board if we can avoid it, but does give us the ability to potentially start questing with these Maui Sharks. Again, with them being evasive, makes them pretty safe, especially with this Tinkerbell Giant Fairy being in play by David. You don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to challenge with that Tinkerbell to deal 2 damage to any of your other characters if she can banish a character in a challenge. Eager to see how David responds to this.
Yeah, Jonathan hasn't drawn too many cards, but I feel like David is just in a really rough spot on board just because of these 7/5 stat lines. Like, how do you deal with that as an Amethyst deck? I mean, of course, you're playing Steel, so you have access to things like, potentially, and then along came Zeus. We see the strength of a Raging Fire there, able to take out that Maui with a single damage counter on it. But it's a very menacing sort of stat line to deal with, this 7/5, especially when there's a Popsicle on board to potentially heal it up.
Yeah, you can't leave damage on it. Wouldn't be surprised if there were some Along Came Zeuses in the deck. I don't see any in David's hand. Unfortunately, we don't have any evasive characters either. Otherwise, that Crab might be helpful. If we can get up to an ink count where we can play both this Crab and the Elsa. Elsa is evasive, could exert the Maui Half Shark if Jonathan decides to keep it readied and banish it with the pump up that Merlin Crab would give the Elsa to rush in.
Imagine having to go through that much work just to deal with this card that is just a part of a win condition, right? It's not even supposed to be that powerful in and of itself, and you're sort of almost 2-for-1ing yourself to try to get rid of it. We see our first Popsicle banished, and another one here played off the back of that. Hiram has it, the board. It feels like Jonathan is starting to run away with this game, has assembled board dominance and has now gotten access to the card draw engine as well.
Yeah, David's sort of in a locked state right now, I think, where you don't really want to quest with any of your characters, primarily because you don't want this Half Shark to challenge anything. Even though there's not many actions in Jonathan's discard, there is that How Far I'll Go, which is a great song for Maui to sing, if you want to you don't want to spend the ink on that card, but let Jonathan dig deeper into his deck to find those Hiram Flaversham's, the other few pieces that he's missing to really take control of this deck.
Yeah, and we talk about the difference between the Amethyst Steel and Ruby Amethyst. I mean, I think the late game Ruby Sapphire is going to be particularly hard for Amethyst Steel to deal with because they really can't do anything about Tamatoa. They can't even, play one, be prepared to 1-for-1 at Tamatoa. Once that Tamatoa hits the board, I feel like Jonathan's going to have this game locked up unless David's very, very far ahead in terms of lore.
You don't even need a card like Lucky Dime, which has been so powerful in the past couple sets because of that reason. David can go wide as he wants to, but Jonathan, as we continue to see him develop this board, it just gets wider and wider with more and more threats. We saw the Hiram Flaversham being played, so now Jonathan has one of the strongest card draw engines in the game. Hiram being able to banish banish an item card when he enters play and draw 2 cards off of it. And when he quests, he can do the same thing. See David exerting and banishing that questing with the Turnabox followers and banishing it to draw another card, just trying to find answers. We can see him doing some calculations, trying to figure out what he needs to do to get back into this game. Only up to 8 lore. That's certainly not where I want to be in this position, because it means you got a long way to go to 20.
This looks like we're going to exert the Hiram here with the Elsa. Crab comes down. Elsa into the shark. It's crazy that you just have to get rid of that shark because it's so scary with that half Argo sitting in the discard, just being able to get that back.
But we see the power of Elsa the Fifth Spirit here, being able to come in, break this lock that Jonathan had David in, essentially exerting the Maui half shark, allowing the Elsa to challenge and banish it, and then now letting Tinkerbell challenge and deal damage to the other cards like the Hiram Flaversham with, I think the Merlin Goat was the one that challenged into it. So
you see it be prepared here potentially.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, this is how Ruby Sapphire really takes over a game. It takes so much work to get them off of those powerful characters and off of a powerful board state. You finally recover, build something up, and then they just slam the Be Prepared right after.
And it looks like David here, just 2 cards in hand. That's the perfect card to draw there. We see the Merlin Rabbit coming to draw another. We find a Diablo and a Turnerbox Followers, both of which will likely replace themselves. David drawing pretty hot here as we enter the mid game. Over to Jonathan. Jonathan does need to find something.
Oh, that's going to be brutal. Jonathan's going to play a Sisu empowered sibling. It's going to banish all characters on David's side of the board with 2 or less strength. Fortunately, like you mentioned, this Merlin Rabbit will draw a card when banished, and so will the Diablo. So David, having no cards in hand last turn, is going to start this turn with 3 cards in hand after drawing per turn. We do find the Genie finally entering play. Evasive, 2 lore, 4 willpower, lets you draw a card when it enters play. David just continues to cycle through his deck, playing card after card after card, pushing to 20.
Jonathan did also draw here in Flaversham on the previous turn, which must have been one of the better draws he could have had, getting access to more card draw. That being said, David is putting the pressure on, and Jonathan needs to answer quickly. It's really funny to me, Brandon, when people say that Ruby Amethyst or something Amethyst it's a fair deck. It does fair things. There's nothing fair about drawing this many cards.
Yeah, I mean, David multiple times has been on such a low hand, almost, 0 cards many times, and it's just you just top deck the Rabbit or top deck the Genie, whatever you need to. And even when you are top decking cards that aren't drawing you cards immediately, half of the cards that are in play will draw you cards as soon as they're banished. But very quickly, the tides have turned here. We see Jonathan, after having played that Sisu, this turn is played the Sisu to banish the Genie, making sure that he doesn't start questing away, getting too far ahead, then also had that Hiram to follow it up, bringing us back to another powerful draw engine here. David going to trade with the Sisu with the Goat to get that off the board, gaining a lore when the Goat leaves play, ensuring that Jonathan can't get closer to 20 with that 3 lore that he could use with Sisu to quest with.
Has access to Diablo, Magic, Broom. This is actually a very, very tight game.
I think this is where we see the power of Amethyst, right? Like, you're just able to be super consistent, continue to refill your hand. You have access to so many cards that eventually get you lore. It has just been turn after turn after turn. Jonathan has had to wipe David's board, and every single turn after that, he just comes back and there's 2 or 3 more characters in play. We see this evasive Tinkerbell being played. It's a card that you have to answer. It has 2 lore, 3 willpower, evasive. The evasive Sisu we have isn't going to do much against it unless we can bump it up with this Vitalosphere, potentially give it some extra strength and challenge it. But even if David's able to only get 2 lore out of these cards, every character that he plays with 2 lore on it, if he can get that, it's not going to be very long before he can just close out the game to 20 before Jonathan can fully recover.
Yeah, really important brawl there. I think Jonathan is close to pivoting this game, but David going up to 15 does get critically close to that 17, does have 4. We have 8 ink. So isn't able to do a Goat bounce Goat potentially off the top in a single turn quite yet. See if the draws. I mean, the scariest thing is that this Diablo, even when you deal with it, is just going to draw another card. So you can't only play the role of the controlling player in this game. If you're Jonathan, you also need to pivot and put pressure on, because David's just threatening that bottom. Yeah. Ooh, that is probably not the one you wanted to find.
No, especially with Diablo and Magic Broom here, both not having very much willpower to work with. This Bell Accomplished Mystic, usually a very powerful card in these Amethyst mirror matches, being able to move damage around from these evasive characters challenging each other, unfortunately isn't going to be too useful here. We're not going to be able to move any damage off of our own characters. We are going to banish the Magic Broom and draw a card when Bell Accomplished Mystic is played, see if we can find another out or something that we can do. I don't think we did, though.
Finds a 4-cost Genie, is not able to play it off the back of that Bell. We're going to see the power of Ruby Sapphire here as it closes out the game, 8-13. Ruby Sapphire definitely in control.
Also back in a position where we don't really want to quest with anything if we're David. Give Jonathan that option to bring back actions with Maui Half Shark. David might have to find a way to get rid of that, or just find a way to win in one turn. Be particularly difficult from this position.
Interested to see if Jonathan can find something that quests for a little bit more than one here to start adding a bit more pressure to the board.
I do see a Pirate's Life in hand as well, which is a particularly important card against these matchups where your opponent's the aggressor, which is most of them if you're playing Ruby Sapphire. But basically, these Amethyst decks can be super scary as they get closer and closer to 20 because of things like the White Rose and Merlin Goat being able to finish the game out without really a way to stop it at all. We can get a couple Pirate's Life being sung, especially with the Maui, and we see it being done here. David has to lose 2 lore. You gain 2 lore. That's a 4 lore difference. And then Maui Shark can bring that back. Anytime he's able to challenge a character, can bring that card back. He can play it again, build a 4 lore deficit again. And I think this is how Jonathan is going to be able to catch up without actually committing very high lore questing characters onto the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Feels like the Pirate's Life is really what cemented the lead here, able to take David down to lore as well to keep him off of GOAT range, which he honestly wasn't even very close to. But it really cements this win here for Jonathan. Now he's got to go through the motions. Not much David can do on his end. Those 2 Genies. A threatening 5 lore if Jonathan can't do anything about this.
Jonathan can find a Pirate's Life here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Would that be exact? Up to 20? Can find a way to gain lore this turn. Jonathan can take this game immediately. Looks like he's digging for something with these visions of the future. Digging 5 cards deep. Can choose one of them and put them into his hand.
Go for the 5th card there as well.
Okay, looks like we're just questing out here.
So players are taking a look through each other's discards just to get information. Important as you head into game 2 here.
Yeah, very important. We saw the power of Ruby Sapphire there, being able to finally take control of the game. You know, it's just that one of the scariest things with these Amethyst decks is letting them get too far ahead too quickly, because if you can't stop it, they can end the game before it sort of started as your Ruby Sapphire. Jonathan was missing out on a Hiram there for a little while. I think being able to find that, able to help him dig further to those answers that he needed. It was impressive, though, to watch David continue to just keep his hand full, draw cards. It's what Amethyst does.
Yeah, and we saw the impact of Bell, a tech card for sure, but also a bit inflexible in that situation. Does find the Bell off the top. Unfortunately, draws in the Genie after and is actually not able to play that, sort of keeping him behind in that game.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see if David can take it back on game 2. Let's get into it.
All right, so what do you think you're looking for in the opening hand here if you're on the Ruby Sapphire end?
I think Ruby Sapphire, you're looking for any way to interact. Well, first of all, priority number 1 is ramp on turn 2. You want to find a Tipo, you want to find a Steal the Azurite Sea. It'd be great if you can find a turn 1 item like an Ice Block or a Popsicle, but I think your number 1 priority has to be that ramp, because if you don't, then David has an opportunity to play something like a triple 1-drop opener, right? 1-drop on turn 1, 2 1-drops on turn 2. And it doesn't take very long for that deck to get close to 20, like we talked about before, and get to a point where David could finish the game before Jonathan can actually start. After that, I'd be looking for early ways to interact, things like Brawl, things like Sisu, Daring Visitor, just ways that I can keep David from getting to 20 and sort of push myself to the late game.
Yeah, I'm kind of embarrassed because I don't remember the hypergeometric math off the top of my head. Assuming that Jonathan is playing 60 cards, having 8 copies of turn 2 ramp, it has to be almost guaranteed at this point, looking at that many cards, that you have options to look at so many cards in the sort of sculpting phase of Lorcana. I imagine with 8 copies of turn 2 ramp that you're pretty much going to find it every single time.
I think Jonathan is putting away 5 cards, maybe 4 there. It looks like he's only keeping 2, but I only see 4 cards. Might be one stacked on top of each other. Anyway, putting back a lot of cards, looking for stuff. We see double popsicle, 2 T-pos, so he has. Oh wow, yeah, he has.
He does have turn 2 ramp.
Maybe too much ramp at this point. But Jonathan is going to start off with a T-po, going into the inkwell and a popsicle, drawing a card, passing it on to David.
Another popsicle in hand as well. And that does have access to the 3 cost uninkable Sisu as well. We saw how impactful that could be against something like a Genie on the opposing side, leading with a Diablo here for David.
I'm eager to see if we play the T-po out here to try to stop the character, or if we play the Sail of Azurite Sea so that we can play the popsicle on this turn. Because you play T-po, you can just put a card from your hand into your inkwell, but it enters exerted. Versus Sail the Azurite Sea, you can put a card from your hand into your inkwell, and you can use it this turn. As we're able to see here, Jonathan's able to get that second popsicle out, continue to put cards into his hand, getting rid of all of that turn 2 ramp that he was looking for.
Yeah, really interesting line, actually. It's just going to be a Chernobog's Followers for David. That cannot be the turn 2 that you were really looking for there.
No, I think you're really looking, if you're going to play a 1-drop on turn 2, I think you want to play 2 of them, especially in this matchup. So really unfortunate for David here, not having that play to go really wide. Jonathan playing the Grammatala, being able to look at the top 2 cards of the deck, choose one and put the other at the bottom, putting another body on board, a pretty good body, a 3/3, 1 lore is going to allow Jonathan to challenge to pretty much anything that David is questing with and playing. See if David decides to quest with the Chernobogs. He does quest with the Diablo, drawing a card, or sorry, not drawing a card, gaining a lore, and then passing it on to Jonathan.
Benja, how common is Benja in the Steel Amethyst list?
What set are we in, Brendan?
To be fair, I mean, you show up to a tournament that's 32% Ruby Sapphire. I think that you put the right tech card in your deck.
Yeah, definitely trying to play around those lucky dimes that they find, and of course, all of the other items like Ice Block that we see, popsicles, etc., can really disrupt a Ruby Sapphire player. That is really using Hiram as their primary draw engine. If you can disrupt that, then you can maybe buy enough time to win the game before they get going.
Yeah, I feel like David accurately predicted the metagame to bring in, not only bring in the steel deck, but to also have a copy of Benj in the deck. Shows that he was prepared for this kind of Ruby Sapphire representation. Ruby Sapphire has diversified away from the Lucky Dime all in as sort of the win condition, but we still see 1-ofs of Lucky Dimes and sometimes 2-ofs in a lot of these lists.
David finding that Genie as well on turn 4, allowing to draw a card, evasive, 2 lore. Of course, we have the evasive Sisu in play, but he's quite a bit of strength away from banishing the Genie. I don't even think a Vitalosphere would actually banish it if we had one in play, because it only gives +2 strength. So might be an issue, but we do find the Maui Shark coming into play. That is going to stop the Genie from doing anything, and we're able to combo it here with the Pirate's Life and the Sing Together mechanic, being able to use Sisu, Daring Visitor, and Grammatala to sing the 6-cost song, gaining Jonathan 2 lore, forcing David to lose 2 lore.
So now what do you do if you're David? Like, it feels like you can't quest. You have to get rid of the Maui Shark first, because if you don't, that Maui's going to get those cards back from the discard and just accrue more value. Such a threatening 6-drop that also happens to have evasive and just deals with the other most powerful cards in the format, it feels like.
Yeah, it's definitely a card that has been giving David some trouble from last game, this game as well. We don't have any cards like Along Came Zeus that we could use to quickly deal with this Maui Half Shark. I think we're going to have to resort to just playing out to this board, hope that we can find some of the steel removal by drawing a couple cards.
What are your thoughts about the second ability on Maui Half Shark? Because I already feel like 6 cost, 7/5, inkable, evasive, recur things out of the discard. Very, very good card. But now, also when you play an action, gain 1 lore.
You just immediately gain a lore. Yeah, it puts, we are watching how powerful that specific ability is, right? Because Jonathan can sort of keep some of his characters ready. He can sort of be in a position where he can always respond to David while also progressing his win condition. He can continue to play cards like Vision of the Future. He can play cards like Sail the Azurite Sea. Or if he has cards like Pirate Life, you know, he can continue to utilize these cards to put him in better positions without honestly risking all that much and continue to gain lore the whole time.
See the Chernobog's library sort of combo here, drawing 2 cards, does find along came Zeus off the top, which is going to be a potentially good answer to this Maui half shark.
I think so. We have the Genie in play that can sing it as well. Very quickly deal 5 damage to Maui, get it off the board, gives us the opportunity to start actually exerting our characters without being too scared. We are going to move this Magic Broom to the library as well. Interested to see if we'll banish it. We're going to quest with the Broom.
Have to imagine we will, just considering how much value we're going to get out of that. Drawing 2 additional cards. We're seeing the power of the library engine here. I feel like that then along came Zeus, which is such a good draw here for David. Now being able to answer this Maui half shark. Go ahead and sing, get rid of that. So much back and forth in these games.
Yeah, really great for David there, able to find the Along Came Zeus. Also have the Strength of Raging Fire, I was going to say, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and use that to banish the Sisu. We don't want Jonathan to shift onto this Sisu the next turn, but Sisu of Daring Visitor, of course, is also evasive. It can cause a couple problems, but...
What do you think the best card Jonathan could have here is? Because I think it might be Tamatoa.
Yeah, Tamatoa is pretty good here. It's going to allow us to bring back a Popsicle from the discard, reuse that Popsicle later, draw a card.
I mean, Jonathan would have had almost no cards in hand without that Tamatoa. Such an important card to have here. Still potentially behind. I mean, like we said in the past, David does not have a great way to deal with this card specifically, not having access to things like Be Prepared or Lady Tremaine. Not that Tremaine would impact this board too much, but something that Steel struggles with, particularly something like 5/8.
Yeah, a very large card. Difficult to get rid of for any cards in Steel. Also, David just hasn't gotten a lot of lore. Like at this point in the game, I would want David to be a lot further along towards his win condition because there's so much back and forth. You know that the more cards that Jonathan draws, essentially any Ruby card that he draws is going to banish something on your board. Jonathan, I mean, the library might help him tick up along a little bit, gaining that extra lore at the start of your turn. And we have the evasive Genie, right? Like Tamatoa is an evasive, so theoretically Genie can quest for 2 if it survives. But I think that's the issue: is it going to survive until the next turn?
Interestingly, I think that if Tamatoa had not been the play for Jonathan, David would have been in a position to actually attrition Jonathan out throughout this mid game, due to having access to the library and those, just the rest of the cards in Amethyst to draw additional cards. Of course, has access to friends on the other side as well. Probably would have been at like 6-7 cards in hand to Jonathan's 1 or 0 at that point, but. Now it's coming down to a bit of a race because this Tamatoa is just going to generate so much value. Still, we see David on the gas pedal here, getting up to 9 lore.
Moving the Genie to the library as well, ensuring that, knowing that that's essentially the target on board. That's the thing that you want to banish. We do see a big Sisu in hand as well. I think we have enough ink to play it this turn if we want to.
I think we only have 8 though, so are we going to gamble on the Popsicle? It feels like the big Sisu is pretty impactful here, though. Is actually going to stop potentially 5 lore. Oh, so
we are going to play the Popsicle.
We don't need to find the Inkable here, and we do find it in the form of Maui Half Shark. Potentially a card we would have wanted to play as well. An option to potentially play that. But that, with access to the ice block here.
Could also quest with Tamatoa this turn if we banish a Popsicle and then bring it back using that to ink. I didn't see that line, but I see it now.
Yeah, that does make it guaranteed, right? So it wasn't much of a gamble. And that probably will be the correct play, just considering how much value this Maui Half Shark can get. And there we go. We do see that ice block activated, and it's going to be a 3-for-1 here for Jonathan Martinez off the back of that 8-cost Sisu.
David will get to draw a card from the Genie being banished at the library and a card from the Diablo being banished as well. So there's something I'm so impressed with in this Amethyst Steel deck is it feels like no matter how many times Jonathan's able to deal with their board, he just constantly has cards in his hand that he can continue to follow up with. I really like seeing those Maui Foxes for David as well. We could potentially start bouncing this goat back and forth, trying to push ourselves closer to 20. Although I believe Jonathan does have a Pirate's Life in the discard, and we know we have that Maui Half Shark in hand as well. Great thing about the bounce package, though, is you never really have to leave anything exerted to utilize it. So
yeah, these 2 Foxes, I think, are looking fantastic at this moment. See what David can do here.
Might sing friends with Goat.
Yeah, I imagine that is going to be the play here. Just need more card selection. Oh, looks like we're
Okay,
gonna-
we're gonna challenge the Tamatoa here, putting 4 damage on the Tamatoa, banishing the Goat, drawing a card from the library.
Just find Strength of the Raging Fire. That's got to be the worst draw on the deck.
Yeah, not a great draw. I mean, we have 2 Foxes in play. We can't play those unless there's another character on the board. Gonna ink our friends on the other. No,
It's-
sorry,
it's gonna
play the friends on the other side to draw more cards.
Let's find a Rabbit and a Broom. Drink available. Believe that Jonathan has not, or sorry, David has not inked yet. We're going to ink that Elsa. Play the Magic Broom, and then here is the Monoman Fox as well. Going to get rid of that Tamatoa. We see how many hurdles David has to jump through to get rid of something like a Tamatoa.
Still have a Sisu on board as well. There's the
finds the
Hiram
hand?
Flaversham off the draw. Gonna let Jonathan banish Popsicle, get that draw engine in play if we want to use that this turn. It looks like we are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my goodness, 2 Maui half sharks in hand and a vision of the future. Gives us plenty of access to the rest of our deck and our discard, essentially.
We don't even need to dig through the deck because we have some of the best cards in the game in our hand right now in form of 2 Maui Half Sharks.
And this is definitely a board where if I'm David, I'm looking at it and just my anxiety is going a little high at that point. How am I going to deal with all of these big threats? Sisu questing for 3. Now we have Shark evasive, can pull back those actions, gaining lore when you play actions. Hiram drawing cards through your deck.
Yeah, David does still have the Strength of Raging Fire in hand. Did ink the Elsa on the previous turn. Soon we'll see Merlin Rabbit played out here. Just to get more selection. And there it is.
Find a Calhoun off the draw. Not particularly useful right now with all of the high willpower characters and difficult to challenge characters. Usually a pretty good card on the draw or to come back because of her ability to gain lore when she challenges and having resist. Gonna play that Magic Broom and bounce it with the Fox. Move the Fox to the library so that we can challenge and banish the Sisu, drawing a card when the Fox is banished because of the library. Rid of one of these threats.
Yeah, David is able to sort of make this board look a bit more manageable. That being said, I do think the Maui Half Sharks are very, very threatening for him at this point. Has to find something to deal with those.
And David is having to kind of do gymnastics here so that he doesn't leave any characters available for Maui to challenge into. Also dealing with just the characters on board because David has slowly but surely been getting closer to 20 with this library being on board. It's gained lore over the course of multiple turns at this point.
I think access to that Maleficent as well is going to be pretty good here for Jonathan. It feels like, David at every point has to 2-for-1 himself, take a sort of tempo negative play just to try to stay in this game and keep control of the board. And Jonathan's starting to showcase the power of Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, I mean, if we just look at his hand, he has so many answers between Brawl, Maleficent, also a McDuck Manor, I think, in there as well. We see the McDuck Manor ever enter play. That's going to be particularly difficult for David.
So McDuck Manor, do you think that's a tech card for the Amethyst deck specifically?
Could be. I find that players are playing less like
Crabs.
crabs in these Amethyst decks, which makes locations inherently a little bit better, especially ones with 9 willpower. Difficult to deal with. Yeah, and we finally see this library being challenged here. Start working on it. With that 8 willpower, it's going to survive with one remaining willpower after the Hiram. No, just the Maui challenged it.
Hiram did banish that ice block last turn. See another Merlin Rabbit here off the top. Does get a Genie.
You can see the Genie played, drawing a card.
It's funny to see the evolution of Amethyst decks where you used to have this package of cards in your deck that would draw an additional card. Now it feels like actually every single card in the deck does that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I keep looking at David's hand. I'm so used to these Ruby Sapphire matchups where once they finally take control, once we're multiple turns into this game, if they haven't lost already, usually the opponent, their hand is pretty thin or their board's pretty thin. But every single time we come back to David, it feels like he just has enough cards in hand to stay in the game.
Yeah, he has 3 cards in hand, which is effectively 6 cards in hand because they all draw additional cards. I do think at this point that Jonathan is firmly ahead in this game and is in a pretty safe spot, especially with the backup of a Maleficent Dragon in hand. It's going to clear this library on this turn as well.
Yeah, we don't have anything like a Sisu to get rid of this rabbit and genie specifically, but like you said, we do have this dragon that can get rid of one of them. If we are going to go for the genie, being the slightly more threatening for lore purposes, being
For sure.
evasive, gaining 2 lore.
I don't feel like card advantage is as threatening as it would be at a different part of the game here for, on David's side, where, David gaining lore and potentially using something like a goat, bounce goat to pull ahead is actually the real threat of Jonathan being able to potentially lose this game. David's ability to draw additional cards, especially like 1 or 2 here and there, I don't think is David's way back into this game.
Yeah, especially again with these Maui Half Sharks being on board, it just makes things so tricky. And honestly, I feel like if there's any deck that can sort of combat that in a particular way, it's Amethyst, because of their ability to bounce their cards back to their hand, sort of making it so you can still do something with your cards on board without giving your opponent the option to challenge, which we see David doing here, questing with the rabbit.
If I'm Jonathan, I'm super happy to see David bounce a rabbit at this point.
Yeah.
Because you're utilizing one of the cards in your bounce package to actually send a rabbit back when you already have 5 cards in hand. You're in a great spot if you see this, Jonathan, because what you really don't want to see is him be able to get up to something like 15, 16, 17 lore and then use those bounce cards to bounce goats.
Something interesting too here on Jonathan's side of the board. We have enough lore next turn to get up to 18, I think, if we completely quest out. 2 Mauis on board means that if we have a single action in our hand, we can play that action, immediately gain the 2 lore, and win on the next turn. So
now, once again, the second text of Maui coming into play.
You see the Along Came Zeus. Can't be sung by anything. We're just going to pay the 4 ink to get rid of one of those Mauis.
So we're at 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. If we do find a Pirate's Life, that would be game here on the side of Jonathan. Strength of the Raging Fire finally getting inked, and we see Crab Magic Broom come down here for David. David threatening 4 on the following turn. Could go up to 18, which is effectively game, considering the threat of something like a goat in hand. So both players kind of threatening a win here.
Yeah, things are actually pretty close. If I was Jonathan, I'd also be a little concerned of a White Rose, but we haven't seen any of those in David's deck yet.
Things are actually very close, considering that Jonathan doesn't really have an answer here.
Yeah, it doesn't have a way to banish anything on board. 3, 4 lore just straight on the board for David here would push us to 18.
Expertly navigated by David. I thought this game was not this close a couple turns ago.
We have seen at least 1 goat, maybe 2 in the game so far, so might be a little bit difficult to find that final lore, but we do have a rabbit in hand. Fortunately, I don't think we're going to have enough ink to both dig for a game win and actually play and bounce those cards.
So David, no way to draw additional cards. Does have, I think, most likely quite a few B preps in the deck, but not going to have the luxury of trying to find them. The Micduck Manor will most certainly, with the characters on board, threaten game if Dave is not able to win on the final turn or on the following turn. But Jonathan doesn't want to put David in a position to win on the following turn.
Play this other Maui Half Shark.
And did we end up going to be 1 off here with the Hideaway?
Yeah, we're keeping the Hideaway, I think, so that we can maybe play it not on this turn, but the following turn, and using that second ability on Maui to burst gain some lore.
Is the Hideaway a must target or a may target?
I think it's a must target.
Yeah, so there has to be a
but you can. Is it opponent Synkwell? I think it's just no. It chosen item or location. So with the McDuck Manor in play, we can choose our own McDuck Manor to put into our Inkwell and utilize that card.
Yeah, I think that the McDuck Manor. Okay, so he's not going to quest out with these 2.
Yeah, don't want to give that Calhoun the ability to gain an extra lore.
Absolutely. Smart plays here by Jonathan.
Find a snake off the top for David here. That's not going to be enough.
It has the rabbit, though, to dig.
Yeah. We still have the rabbit to dig a little bit. I am the broom as well to draw when we play a card. So imagine we'll see the rabbit come into play here.
And a goat would be enough because it would be 4 plus the 2. So 6 ink is all you need to find. So it needs to be a goat at the top. It's not.
Oh, it's a Smee. For Smee, that's not going to be it. We are going to banish the broom, try and find something else.
One more chance. Chernobog's followers.
It's just going to be a Chernobog's followers.
So how much ink do we have? We have 7.
We have 7 ink left. We do have a snake in hand that we can use to bounce a rabbit back.
Yeah.
Try to draw another card, but Jonathan's board is looking very scary right now. We have to answer it in some way by the next turn.
Yeah, you absolutely have to win this turn if you're David.
We also don't have a way to exert anything with Elsa the Fifth Spirit because we don't have her in hand that we could potentially use Calhoun with. Very, very difficult spot for David here. Honestly, I think our only option is taking out the Manor at this point.
So we take out the Manor. We're going to be... $5.19.
David.
I think David's going to see that line here.
Yeah. David playing very carefully, understanding that this is an extremely tight game. Any mistake here from either player potentially costs them the game. So we are going to start with this Madam M Fox challenging into the McDuck Manor. We're going to play the snake to bounce the fox, replay this fox. What are we bouncing? Trying to do the math. The 2 fox challenges on their own aren't going to do it because we need to do 9 damage to the McDuck Manor. The fox, of course, only challenges for 4. Even if we replay this fox this turn, we still have to swing something into the McDuck Manor.
So you bouncing the crab here? Or you bouncing the rabbit?
I don't know if it does it even matter because if we have Maui Shark in play and we leave anything exerted at the end of our turn, I guess then the Maui's not questing, so that's 1 less lure. But we could get Pirate's Life back if it's in our discard.
Yeah, but 1 less lure would matter, right? The Pirate's Life would just be enough.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe David realized that sort of partway through this. That's why we saw the hesitation.
Pulling back the snake.
So you can bounce.
Yeah.
But then I think he realized, okay, I'm 1 off in terms of removing the McDuck Manor. Okay, so it looks like David's play was to sort of attack into the McDuck Manor. Maybe thought this Motamon would clear it, bounce it back with the snake, have no exerted characters to stop the Maui from recurring that Pirate's Life. But maybe did the math wrong on that. That's why we saw the hesitation.
Yeah. He's trying to look at his hand, figure out if there's any way we can save this. Like we're going to quest with the crab again, bounce it with snake. Oh yeah, boost the fox here. So now we can get rid of the McDuck Manor. It still leaves the fox exerted though. I think separating what cards were played this turn. We know we can't quest with those.
So play out the rest of the hands. Back over to Jonathan.
All Jonathan needs is an action that he can play.
Yeah, how about a Pirate's Life?
That's exactly what we're going to find. The Maui's going to challenge the fox, bring back Pirate's Life, and Jonathan is going to take round 2 of the Disney Lorcana North American Championship.
Yeah, notably as well, Jonathan with another 2-0. We saw him with 7 points, so going into 14 points after round 2, that's a great spot to be.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were talking about the Ruby Sapphire deck, how good or bad it might be into this field of what's typically aggressive decks. I think Amethyst Steel counts as one of those, you know, can be pretty aggressive in their Genie lines. And Jonathan's able to make a win out of it, another 2-0.
I think I would rather play into Amethyst Steel than Ruby Amethyst, most likely. I think that Jonathan probably got the more favorable pairing out in terms of the Amethyst decks that showed up to the tournament. That being said, those were very close games, and I think that David was liable to win both of them.
Yeah.
So it is a tough matchup. Like Ruby Sapphire, while being 32% of the metagame, is not this end-all, be-all dominant deck. Like it's going to have, it looks like it exists in a hostile metagame this weekend. But even with the, you know, some of the matchups that it's not super favored into, very, very tight games.
Yeah, I totally agree. But we do have another round after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
2, and I am talking with Jonathan, playing that red-blue deck against an Amethyst Steel and winning it 2-0. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. Yeah, it's a great player. And you know, it was a good game, especially the game 2. That was kind of nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
But no, I feel good so far. Yeah.
That Maui Shark came down during the first game.
Yeah.
And I was watching, and man, how do you feel? Like, how instrumental is Maui Shark to that deck?
Yeah, especially against an aggro deck. Like I want to get it down. I want to have that Pirate's Life. It's just a way to kind of stop them from questing, which is kind of what I want to do, especially towards that late game. So yeah, very instrumental to making sure I have that.
Yeah, and were you playing this deck yesterday in the LCQs, which is
Yes.
how you qualified for today? So congratulations
Thank
on
you.
that.
Thank
you
you.
had to go 5-0.
Yeah.
What was that experience like?
It was fun. Like, so me and my testing groups, like we try to figure out what's the good list, and you know, my friend Mike was able to give me like a solid 62 list, and throughout the LCQ it was just solid. Like it was just really smooth, and I've been enjoying it. Yeah. So. Yeah, good job for Red Purple.
Yeah. Well, I hope that deck keeps being smooth sailing for
Yeah.
you, sailing the Azurite Sea,
Yeah.
as we would say. And you were telling me that you came to this game from another card game because you are a huge Disney fan.
Yep.
You are local here, and you are a Magic key holder. What is some of your favorite things about Disney parks, or a favorite memory that you have?
So fun fact, I don't like roller coasters.
Okay.
But the first time my girlfriend got me on Incredicoaster, it was incredible. Yeah. And I love it. It's my favorite right now. Still trying to get on Guardians, but no, I love the roller coaster. I love the vibes. Just it really is like the happiest place on earth.
It really is. And it's so exciting to have this Disney Arcana event here right
Oh,
next door to the park. Are you
Yeah.
going to make it there this weekend?
Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see if I get in tomorrow. So yeah. But yeah, it's been good. It's been good here.
And you were telling me that your girlfriend also plays Disney Arcana
She does,
together.
yeah,
How's
she's
that been for the two of you?
It's good. She loves the mid-range decks. Yeah, she's a purple-red player. So we just love red. I guess we love destroying things, banishing things. So
Yeah, you got that giant Maui right behind you. There you
there
go.
it is. Yeah, exactly. We love it. Yeah, we've been playing together since that one. So yeah, we love it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for chatting with me, and good luck on the rest of the day.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to the booth. I'm Liam. I'm here with Tannen. Tannen, we're through 2 very exciting rounds in this North American Championship. We're the first one ever with some great storylines already playing out. What do you think so far?
Great Lorcana getting played everywhere. I think
Yeah.
that's really awesome. I was floored by how good our first round was, not only from the play side, but the entertainment side as well. Round 2 was great as well. The casters did an amazing job bringing that home. I don't know if you saw this. After we got lunch, you and I were in the viewing area, just being fans.
Yes,
Just
yes,
sitting there with
nerding
everybody
out.
else. Yeah, just absolutely loved it. So I know I've been having a great time. I don't think we need to ask you. It's obvious you're having the time of your life. So
Yeah, and to paint the picture again, the viewing area is right there, the trophy's right there. There's all sorts of energy in the room. It's a lot of fun. So hello to everybody in the viewing area. Well, with that, I think we're getting pretty close to our third round game here, ready to bring that up. It should be an exciting match.
Absolutely. We're going to be having Cody versus Justin here in our third round. And this is a really cool dichotomy of how they qualified for this event. Cody is going to be one of our LCQ players, one of the last chance qualifier players. That means that he came to this event with no qualification to play in it, but took the chance at playing in one of the LCQs, got one of those tickets, and 5-0'd his way through.
Yeah,
So he's already warmed up. He's already ready to go and fought his way into this. And then the other side, he's got somebody that is quite the veteran from the DLCs this year. You were talking to me about that. He played in almost all of the ones in North America besides Toronto.
Besides Toronto.
Yep.
But yeah, every other North American challenge he was in, finally getting his qualification on the last one in Seattle, where I believe he placed 9th.
Yeah, I think the players might be ready, so we can head on down the feature match area as soon as they are ready to go. We'll get into that action. And it does sound like they are ready, so let's go ahead and head on down to that feature match.
All right, so here we have Justin Shaft on the left, Cody Gilbert on the right. Cody is our player who came in from the LCQ, and Justin is the one who played in most of these challenges.
Yeah, Cody's got a little bit of a co-pilot here, a little Ratatouille situation. He's going to be getting the strings pulled, I think, for his game here. And it looks like we're going to be getting Dicky Hole here again on Justin Shaft's side. I see a 7 Dwarfs mine, and then I think you believe, I think you know that the deck that Cody's playing, was it Blurple?
I believe it is Blurple. It's Blurple is the affectionate name for blue purple, which is Amethyst Sapphire here in Lorcana. But the name Blurple is just fun to say.
Yeah.
I can't ever not say it.
It's such a Disney name, right?
Right?
It just sounds very Disney-ish.
Like a character from
Right.
Strange World or something. But yeah, so this would be an interesting matchup. We've seen this this aggressive Amber Steel deck before. We saw it in round 1. It's called by some people Diggy Diggy Hole because the person who popularized it, Brendan DeCandio, named his deck that, and so you'll hear people refer to it as that. It is a very fast deck. It's meant to win quickly if possible, and there's a few cards that came out this set which kind of unleashed this deck, and it's actually been more popular today than I expected.
This is a deck that I expected to be pretty highly played this weekend, but I think the red-blue kind of helping suppress that numbers a little bit. If you wanted to play anything in these colors, this was the deck that I think was going to grab you. I think that was the big thing this weekend is, were you going to play this deck in Diggy Diggy Hole? Were you going to play some form of Amethyst deck? Did you want to play Genie? I think was that the question. Or did you want to play red-blue? Because I think the format has pretty much devolved to that for me. There are some decks on the fringes that are good, that are playable, but of the most played decks, those are the 3 things that you see the players choosing from.
That's true. Talking about Amethyst here, you mentioned that color. Other than the Ruby Sapphire deck you talked about, and then these Amber Steel decks, whether it's Steel Song or the aggressive variant, you do have the Amethyst decks, and a lot of them are very, very similar. They're clones of each other with colors splashed in. I'll talk more about that in a moment because we are off to the races.
Yeah, you see that Pluto getting put into the ink, and on turn 1, Daisy Duck. That is something that you really, really want in this deck in almost all of your matches. It's going to give Cody some cards here. Most of the Blurple decks play about 80 to 90% characters. He's going to draw some cards of it, but that lore count is going to get up high. Cody, though, he's looking to ramp up into these 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drops and getting them out early. I mean, we don't know for sure, but usually these decks play a lot of the typical stuff that you see purple early, and they're going to be capping out at 7-drop Hades, 8-drop Elsa. And I don't know if you've played against those cards before. They are very powerful.
Very powerful on the top end for sure. Yeah, the core of this deck, this Amethyst core, is going to be something that you're going to see all weekend long, because most of these Amethyst decks, the core is just so strong and so consistent that they're consistent across many of these decks. The question is, what do you pair it with? Those going Blurple are making the bet that, hey, I can go faster than my opponent's Amethyst decks by using cards like Tipo or Sail the Azurite Sea to ramp me into my bigger cards faster, get my Genie on the deck earlier, and that's what this deck wants to do in the field today. So Justin knows that the longer this game goes on, inevitability is with the Amethyst Sapphire deck, and so looking to get high lore on the board as early as possible, trying to close this game out before the Blurple deck has access to its high lore or higher cost characters.
Speaking of high lore early, that Daisy Duck did go ahead and get those 2 lore points. Genie added to Cody's hand and a Tipo draw for the turn. So maybe we're going to have Tipo into a Genie draw, which is really good for Cody. Piglet turn 2 from Justin, threatening to have 5 more lore added here on turn 3 from Justin. So really ideal start from Justin. Let's see if Cody has one of his ideal starts here as well. We did see that Tipo. That's what's going to come down. Another card from his hand is going to be going into the Inkwell here. Going to make him have 4 ink on turn 3, and that's where this deck really starts to get going, right, Lee?
And I didn't get a great look at the hand, but if Tipo was in fact not in the hand or Sail the Azurite Sea before turn 2, that draw there is so impactful because this deck really wants to hit one of those 2 drops on turn 2 to keep it ramping into the end game. So what a great draw and kind of a great opening here for Cody. Justin, though, also on a very good opening with a 3 lore character in Piglet. Once he drops another character, requesting for 5 next turn.
If he didn't have the Tipo or the Sail the Azurite Sea
Staying in doesn't mean you can't go all out. More wings, more flavor, more bang for your buck. The boneless meal deal from Wingstop. 20 wings and 4 delicious flavors for just $16.99. Order now at wingstop.com.
With health coverage at healthcare.gov, you could do more of what you love with less worry. Whether you're a drummer with a different kind of heartbeat, a mom who expects the unexpected, or a runner who makes every breath count. At healthcare.gov, you can find a health plan that covers doctor visits, prescriptions, emergency care, and more for whatever's next. With the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Final deadline to enroll is January 15th.
Characters that are exerted there, I bet will not be around next turn to bodyguard. So one of these scenarios, yeah, do you focus on a little bit of removal, or do you put this Pluto out and protect those 2 characters, forcing your opponent to trade, to devote some resources to banishing the Pluto?
Really difficult spot here for Justin. One of the hardest decisions he's going to have to make was him drawing a 4-drop here. A 3-drop, a 2-drop, or 1-drop would have been perfect for Justin here. Would have been able to work out this turn very cleanly. Now he's got to make a decision between the 2 roads.
But again, I will highlight again, just a difficult scenario though. Even with the Pluto on the board, you know, Cody's sitting with a card over there and the rabbit that he doesn't mind necessarily banishing and sending to the discard pile in order to gain another card. So definitely some good trades available. This is a spot for Justin.
It does look like he's going to go ahead and move over one of his characters. Yeah, you can see him double. Yeah, there we go, Pluto. And I kind of wonder if like you just have to Pluto here because of the point you made, where if you don't put Pluto and bodyguard here, there might not be characters to bodyguard next turn left over. So it does look like Pluto is going to be exerted into play here. It is a 5/5 right now, while it does not have damage on it. So only character that could challenge into it without giving up itself is the Elsa. Oh, I spoke a little too soon. That's a
dear.
Hades from Cody.
Hades, another Chapter 1 card. Both Hades and Elsa illustrated by Matthew Robert Davies, I'll highlight. Fantastic Lorcana artist. Choosing that Pluto, sending it to the Inkwell, giving him another resource, but better in the Inkwell than on the field.
And this is going to be a really rough turn for Justin here. I think Cody's going to be able to clean up, if not all of it, most of the board here. Either all the characters are going, plus the mine, or the mine plus most of the characters. We'll see. Looks like we're going to go ahead and take out that Calhoun right away with the Elsa. Rabbit, I believe, probably going to go into Piglet here. Yeah, it looks like the Rabbit's going to go ahead and go into the Piglet. It's going to get an extra card here for Cody as well. Doesn't matter that we've made a play before drawing here, because I think this play was as scripted out as it could be. Both of these attacks go into the Dock, so Dock is gone, taking away a knight from Justin. So he's going to be left over with the mine. He's going to get a lore from it. Elsa's going to lore up here as well, but there are no cards in Justin's hand, and the hope of him winning this game is about the same amount if it's not a Dock off the top of the deck here. Turn-box followers, the last play from Cody here. He's got a huge board with a ton of lore. Is it a Dock? Oh,
and
it's
it is
a
Rapunzel.
Oh,
a beautiful Rapunzel, but a Rapunzel nonetheless.
A little late on that one now. He does get to move this over. He's going to do a damage somewhere. He can pick off this Elsa, I believe, if he wants.
Well, here we are on Cody's side of the board. I think he's going to be able to close out the game here. I mean, nothing left to be done except close it out and the handshake.
Yeah, it looks like Cody's just going to have to go through what I like to call garbage time here. We talk about this in, in athletics a lot when the game is over, but you just got to go through the motions. The goat getting added here, pulling up that lore a little bit closer. Sail the Azure at Sea, Inkable as well. Going to add another follower to the board. Cody has got everything he could possibly want here. Going to be able to take out this Dwarven Mine here if he wants as well. 7 Dwarfs Mine.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to have a bunch of questing from these. Or no, these are all going to go into the mine. Then he's going to quest with these 2 characters as well. I think that gives him 5. Is going to bring him up to, I think, 13. Yep, Cody up to 13.
And we do have some. It's a Gantu, a great card, high lore. I mean, if we were closer, that would have been a threat that had to be dealt with, but not what he needed. Tough matchup here. And good job, Cody, winning the game, 2 games to none.
We've talked about a lot of the top decks in the meta. You know, we've seen them on camera quite a bit here. We got to see Blurple this round. One of the decks that coming in, I didn't think would have a huge representation. Maybe not the top of the meta, but definitely one of the cooler choices you can make coming in this tournament. A lot of people like its play into blue-red, like its play into the Diggy Diggy Hole deck. We saw it look pretty good here What'd you take away from that match?
I mean, it's a tough matchup, and I think both players played fantastically. Both players played the decks exactly right, and it's just really tough to win on the draw against Blurple. So game 2 was an uphill battle anyway. They played the deck exactly right, but just unable to overcome that card draw and then the really strong high-end cards that Blurple has to offer. And then in the first game, I do think that the Amber Steel aggro deck didn't get the ideal draws it wanted to, wasn't able to race ahead quite as much as it wanted to, and just unable to close out the game of the play. So, but what I did like about that, we did get to see Blurple do what Blurple does. That is Blurple's identity. It's ramp early, get ahead of my opponent, and then get into those strong end game cards like Elsa, like Hades, and we got to see it do what it wants to do. So it was really fun seeing that deck in action.
Yeah, great stuff here from round 3. We're not done with round 3 just yet. We're going to take a very, very, very short break. Come back with an interview from the winner of that match, and then into a full backup match here from round 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back as quick as possible.
Hi, everybody. My mute button is now off. I'm Liam. This is Tan, and welcome back to round 3 of the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. Tannen.
I love you, buddy. I love you.
Hey, I was going to do it once today. Better in round 3 than know day 2. But
it's like in the finals, we're up here just talking. No one can hear a word we're saying.
That's true.
That's really
true.
great.
Yeah. It's funny when it happens when we're off camera, but when we're on camera, it's super obvious.
I've done it multiple times, by the way.
Yeah. But no, welcome back, everybody. We've had some amazing games so far, some great rounds of Lorcana. We're going to bring you here in a moment another game from round 3. Very excited to get to watch another one of these fantastic matches with some great players. This round, we're actually going to get to see another former DLC champion, champion from Seattle, Luke Goodwin, take on Daniel Holt, who finished 9th place in Vegas. So some players that we've seen before getting to go head-to-head here. Both of them at the time are 14 points, 2-0. So a lot on the line here in round 3.
Yeah, and I think it's Emerald Steel versus Ruby Sapphire if the matchups are correct. And I'm really excited to see Ruby Sapphire first time for us here today because that is the most played deck in the tournament. And there's a lot of ways that you could take the deck. We've seen some changes going on here. We're seeing the Tamatoas come back a little bit. We're seeing the Lucky Dimes come back a little bit. A Pirate's Life has made its way in here. You've got Maui Half Shark coming in as one of the new ways to win the game. A lot of, like, have you ever played a game where that just sits in play and you're like, I can't quest with this card in play. I just lose if that starts happening and you get back an action. A lot of stuff going on there. The red-blue decks, the Ruby Sapphire decks have been starting to sing a lot more. These matchups, How Far I'll Go is a really prevalent card along with Grandma Talia because you just have those on turn 4 a lot with Sail the Azurite Sea and Tipo being so powerful and so prevalent of just being in your opening hand or you having one by turn 2 with all of your draws plus Popsicle and you redoing your hand at the beginning of the game. Red might be at its most consistent that it's ever been in the history of Lorcana right now.
It might be, and you're right. It's showing well here with these Ruby Sapphire decks. This deck, as you pointed out, has a lot of different ways to win, but it also wants games to go long.
Yeah.
And it's interesting when it goes against decks that want games to go a little bit shorter, or at least wants to put you in a rough spot in the early game. And so Emerald Steel, the deck it's going to be playing, it's going to play against here, is a deck that with the right draw can shut down the game and put you into top deck mode pretty quickly. There's a few key cards that the Ruby Sapphire deck is going to want to get going. It needs to get Hiram going to recharge its hand. But the first 4 or 5 turns of this game are going to tell us a whole lot about how this game is going to go. It's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I think you hit it right on the head there. If depending on how the game goes, if it goes long, advantage blue-red. If it's a lot more interactive in the first couple turns, then we're going to have the advantage of the other side. So we're going to see which way it's going to go because that's going to tell you probably who's going to win the match or who's going to be favored in those games. Some games can be stolen in the long game against Ruby Sapphire. We'll have to see. Sounds like the players are ready. Let's head down to the feature match area and get a whole nother match here in round 3.
Yeah.
They're going to be starting in game 1.
Super excited for this match. So one thing I'll talk about, I think the conventional wisdom, if you ask most people which deck is favored in this matchup, I think a lot of people will tell you that Ruby Sapphire is, with a lot of the cards it has here, especially with the Pirate's Life, able to claw back. But I've talked to some players who were coming in who were with Green Steel before today, and they said they tested this matchup out quite a bit, and they did very well into it. So there's a lot of very talented Emerald Steel players who are confident going into this matchup.
This card can go a long way in this match, Liam. Mm-hmm. Not to mention Pete. Pete can go a long way. There's lots of actions. With a lot of the cards we talked about are actions. Be prepared as an action. We've seen a lot of that going around. We don't know if Daniel Holt's playing a Pirate's Life or not, but that is something that has become very prevalent over the last couple of weeks in Lorcana. It got a little popular a few weeks ago, and it's getting more and more popular because people are liking it in a lot of the matchups where you fall behind a lot early, which is generally the weakest point where Ruby Sapphire is generally a little bit weaker to the aggro decks, right? Like Diggy Diggy Hole can have kind of a good matchup into blue-red, especially if they've got daisies early. And this is a way for you to kind of claw your way back in late in the game. If you can just kind of sing that song off one of your characters, it's generally better than doing anything else in the matchup. So it can kind of win from some unwinnable spots here. We are getting to see the reshape of the hand here from Daniel quite a bit. Not so much from Luke. I'm really looking forward to watching Luke play this round. I got to watch quite a bit in Seattle, like anyone else who watched the Seattle coverage, and he was very impressive in that tournament. So love to get to see that. Got to get to see some play out of him. Daniel Holt, no slouch here as well, playing this Ruby Sapphire. Looks like these players are quite chatty here as well. You'd love to see that between the two competitors.
Yeah, I'm trying really hard to see what Daniel's going to do here. One thing I'll note is, there's multiple ramp options available in these Sapphire decks. When you're playing a discard deck, cards like Tipo on turn 2, which take an extra card from your hand into your Inkwell, don't feel quite as good as cards like One Jump Ahead, which allow you to take a card off the top of your deck.
So I was going to say, I think I caught it right. Daniel, changing up his hand, kept some of the cheaper cards, got rid of some of the more expensive ones, or the ones they might not want right away. And I believe his 3 draws were Sisu Dragon.
Yes,
It was like
yes.
it was like 889 or whatever.
Oh,
So-
yes.
yeah, so we've got the top end covered if you're Daniel.
You just got to get there.
We just got to get there. So the top of the deck is going to be pretty important for Daniel here. Hopefully he has a 2-drop ramp spell here. Hopefully he has another ramp spell behind this as well. Let's see if he had if he's on the play and he goes Azurite Sea into how far I'll go, then his hand all of a sudden becomes very, very good. So we'll have to see if he's got that draw for him here. We haven't gotten to see Luke's hand just yet, but I'm sure we will very, very quickly. Does Luke have one of the best heads of hair in Lorcana?
No, absolutely.
Very, very jealous of that hairline.
All right, we're all eagerly anticipating turn 1 here. It's hard to get a good look at Luke's hand, so but here we are, turn 1 Diablo, which will allow him to peek at Daniel's hand, see what he's up against, get a look at all those high Link characters.
So I think so it was 2 Sisus, but it does look like it's a 3-drop Sisu here as well from Daniel. And seeing the strength of a Raging Fire immediately go into the Inkwell to play this Diablo in turn 1, I wonder if Luke knows what matchup this is. And knows that the strength of a Raging Fire probably is not going to be a card that he wants very early in this game. And that's a pretty big feather in his cap in this matchup if he knew right away and it helped him out with his reshape of his hand early in the game.
This is a very good curve here for Daniel, able to play the Popsicle on turn 1 jump on turn 2, into a Sisu on turn 3, and then the Hiram on turn 4. Very, very powerful. I think we also got the Brawl, which will be especially important if Luke is shifting Diablo and trying to get that online early. We'll see. Instead, we're going to Ursula Deceiver. We're going to take another look here. We're going to pick that 1 jump, which was, oh, no.
Oh, Azurite Sea off the top. That means Daniel. I wonder if Daniel's playing 1 jump, Azurite Sea, and T-Bow in his deck. Maybe he just has a 9th copy.
Yeah, what about,
having 1 jump ahead.
Gosh, what a bummer. Luke knows that Azurite Sea was gotten off the top deck, trying to pick that turn 2 play.
Yeah, you can see him point to the card like, oh, man.
Yeah. So there it is. That 1 jump ahead is gone. However, Daniel here able to play that action. We'll see it here in short order.
Human Sisu off the top for Daniel here as well. Going to be able to pick off either one of these characters from Luke whenever he wants to be able to have free ink available for that as well. That card pretty good in this matchup. It's going to be pretty good at picking off quite a bit of the stuff from Luke here. How does Daniel want to see? What does he want to use to his Inkwell? That Vitalis Sphere is probably going to be held on for that. However, some for later. Do you want to put the Brawl away? Looks like he's trying to figure that out himself.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
Does
Go
look
ahead.
like the Vitalis Sphere is going to get put away.
Yep, Vitalis Sphere into the Inkwell for Sail the Azurite Sea, putting an extra card.
I love the grin off the top for Daniel here as well. And he's going to give perfect information back over to Luke by putting this T-Bow into play. He got the little grin like, I just keep drawing these 2-drop ramp spells.
Yeah. And another note, I don't think he had to reveal that. You put that into card or from your hand into the Inkwell takedown.
Sure.
But yeah, information, fun there. Back over to Luke. You know, one of the ways that Luke can win this game in this matchup is to force heavy discard early, try to winnow down the resources that Daniel needs to put into his Inkwell in order to get into the end game here. But that Hiram coming on next turn is going to make that a challenge.
Yeah, that's something that generally works out pretty well in the fact that, you know, the red-blue will develop all their cards early. They'll play the Popsicles, they'll play their ramp, and then they'll play one of their big 5, 6, 7 drops, or those will be the only cards left over in their hand. So if Luke takes his time and then starts to make Daniel discard on turns 4, 5, and 6, he'll be getting those higher impact cards, hopefully. Like you were saying, though, with Hiram Flaversome being around, there's a chance that Daniel's going to have a lot of cards left over here, and the discard might not be as impactful as you would have it here. But Luke with a really good setup here so far. He's got the Prince John set up to possibly draw some extra cards here and keep up in card quantity with Daniel. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep up in card quality with Daniel as this game goes on. You know, Maui Half Shark looks like it's made its way here as well.
Yeah, so we talked about the early game strategy, try to winnow down the resources, perhaps. And of course, the discard's not as strong without Bucky available, but you can winnow down your opponent's hand, put them with some limited options. If that doesn't work out, one of the ways to win this game in the long game is to get Prince John's online, as well as perhaps a Diablo, and just overwhelm your opponent with resources. We actually saw this in Vegas with Zansad. I think in the finals had a grip of like 20 cards in hand at one point, more cards in his hand than in his deck.
He like, couldn't fan it all out.
Exactly, just sorting through it and couldn't figure out what to do because so many options were available. But that's one of the things that this deck can do with Diablos, with Prince Johns if it gets going. And so in the late game, that might be something that Luke's looking to do if we can get that discard engine online.
So it does look like 2 fresh cards for Daniel off the Haversam now back over to Luke. He's going to go ahead and sing Sudden Chill. Here, so a card is going to get lost for Daniel here. That Tamatoa that was added, which I think it was 2 Tamatoas off the top here. So that means a card away for Daniel, an extra card added to hand for Luke here, drawing off that Prince John. I think I caught a glimpse of possibly a Pete in Luke's hand, but he's doing a very good job of keeping the hand away from us here this game. See what else he's got here. Yuza's not the best in this matchup. There's only a couple things you could bounce, but there is a good target over on Daniel's side. Looks like a second Prince John is going to be added here.
Dear.
That must have been the draw off of the Sudden Chill. So you can see the characters, the players giggling to each other. It looks like we've got a Smee, a Song, and I believe that was a Doc left over in Luke's hand.
Yeah, I know Prince John can be strong in this matchup here. Prince John, not a card that you see questing terribly often, but one of the things I'll note about the Ruby decks in this meta right now is in a lot of them, especially in Ruby Sapphire decks, Maui is a card that we've seen, the original Maui from set 1, the 5/7 that can rush. We've seen it around in most of these decks in the meta, but now it's starting to be worked out a little bit in favor of other cards like Maui Half Shark. And so Luke, knowing that that card might not even be in this build, feels free to quest with that Prince John, getting some lore, but making it vulnerable.
Yeah, and if you see the ramifications of that across the entire metagame, you're seeing a lot of players start to put locations back into their decks because of Maui coming down in play just a little bit. I'm still a big fan of the card. I think some people are still playing this week. We'll have to see if we even see one from Daniel. Looks like he's going to go ahead and play that small Sisu, take out the Diablo from Luke. You see the big Sisus in Daniel's hand here. That could be scary. He's going to go ahead and put some damage on the Prince John. Just in case, you can't, hey, you want to quest with this one again? I'm going to pick it off. 2 brawls in Daniel's hand now, so he's going to go ahead and put one of those into the Inkwell and pass the turn.
Yeah, and
back over to Luke.
What he's doing is setting up that shift line for next turn. Those Prince Johns are actually challenging to deal with for a lot of Ruby decks. That ward makes them, unbrawlable. You can't choose them with Sisu, etc.
Yeah, it's so huge that he's setting up this great turn for next turn. Luke, though, at the ready, has a song, has a Let the Storm Rage on, ready to take care of this Sisu. And anyone who's played this matchup knows you can never let the 3-drop Sisu stand around. It's going to be a little too impactful. So go ahead and pick that off, draw a card. If he draws a discard spell here off the top, nope. Let's say if he did, he'd have been off to the races, Luke would have been. But also, I haven't even thought about this. Little John, pretty sweet in a metagame where there's a ton of docks from your opponents, because if they ever do actually discard a card, you got to draw some cards off that as well.
That's true. Force him in an awkward position.
Yeah. I do love the green steel decks starting to use Doc and a few of the other cards are doing, because I have seen some games degenerate where when you have the muses in play, you're just bouncing your own Doc over and over again all the turns just to make sure the gas keeps coming. So you can do some really great stuff there. Luke trying to get out to an early Lord lead. He's up to 9 now after this turn. Let's see, what else does he want to deploy here? We're going into the 6 ink turn from Daniel. Not too worried about B-Prep or Sisu just yet.
Yeah, it's just an awkward hand for Daniel right here. Unfortunately, there's a lot of items in this deck. We saw Vitalispheres, we saw Popsicles. Not being able to get that Flavisham engine going the last few turns is frustrating. Luke, of course, questing with his Prince John here, making it vulnerable to that Flavisham, but really valuing that lore. And I'll tell you what, if Flavisham's challenging into it to remove it, it's not drawing you cards.
Yeah, I think that's a good reason and a good point out there to why Luke's doing that. Really powerful hand shown from Daniel here. Lots of options over the next few turns. They're going to be extremely powerful, extremely expensive, but that's the advantage of his deck when it gets into this later game. So Diablo deployed from Luke here. One last card left over.
Diablo, Devoted Herald coming down. It's a card that players hate to play against. That'll get some card draw going here if it survives this turn.
Visions off the top here from Daniel as well. It does look like he's going to go ahead and take that challenge that you and I have been talking about, take care of that Prince John, but it did get 4 lore and an extra card earlier, so it's done its job. Second copy still in play here. Luke, like Daniel's going to lead off with this Visions. Is there anything in particular you think he's looking for?
I mean, well, there's one. Even a popsicle would be nice at this point. Try to get that card draw going.
Looks like there's a popsicle, a couple more ramps in Sailed Desert Sea and Tipo. I think, is that a Madam? Is the fourth card, I believe?
It was, and not enough ink to play at this turn. You'd love to get that Diablo offline, but oh man, it's a tough spot right now. One of the things I'll talk about with the Emerald Steel deck too, you see Luke pushing his lure total a bit higher. In previous sets, Emerald Steel decks have sometimes played where they've gotten like full control of the game, forced you into discard mode, gone really wide, and then chose to close it out very quickly. But Emerald gained a really important card this set, which you see worked into a lot of Emerald decks, pretty much every Emerald deck that I can think of, and that's Go-Go Tamago, which gives you a lot of what I'll call reach. It's a way to gain lore that's not questing instantly. So that's one thing as we get to 15, 16, 17 lore that starts to become a factor and will allow you to perhaps snatch victories from the jaws of defeat. And it's something to remember.
So does look like Smee going to get played here, followed up by Doc to draw 2 fresh cards for Luke here. No discard as well, and he knows he's about to lose most of these characters, so he's going to go ahead and get those quests in while he can. That's 4 more lore added to him here. He's at 13, but we're about to start getting to some of the dangerous numbers from Daniel here. We're going into the 7 ink turn here, but no B prep allowed, or to be found for Daniel here. Still got that Sisu, but that's a turn off.
Yeah, this is one of those instances where one turn makes such a difference. That Sisu one more turn away. That Sisu is the answer.
The Popsicle Madam off the top, or Popsicle Sisu off the top. Small Sisu, the 3-drop 1/1 version. So that can pick off Diablo here or the Ursula. He can keep inking his way up to his 8-drop for next turn. But Sisu is going to be really impactful. Was able to display a Smee. That's something that does get around the Sisu, and he's already at 13 lore. This is starting to get a little hairy for Daniel here. Lore total is getting pretty high on Luke's side.
No, you need to sweep the board. You need to be prepared if you're running them. Some of the decks have started to work them out. Be prepared would have been nice. Here we have a Popsicle, drawing into a Vitalosphere, another item.
Almost a freebie here. Get another look at the top. If it's an inkable card, ink that one on. Play the mana if you want. It looks like he might be going the Sisu route here as well. Be able to maybe play multiple cards next turn because he's going to be able to shift onto this. Give himself some a lot more options next turn. Oh, here we go. I was going to say he's going to go ahead and give this rush and take down the Prince Shell. That's a really good play there, utilizing the Vitalosphere. Something that doesn't always happen. We forget that these cards have text on them because they're just almost always
Flavisham food.
Yeah, they're almost always food.
Yeah, fantastic play here. Vitalosphere doing work, allowing you 2-for-1 with that Sisu there. 2 resources devoted to that, but definitely slowing down Luke. Now we're within striking distance of the Sisu. One thing you noted, though, Sisu, when it comes down, will not take care of that Smee. Smee with 3 strength. Here's a fun card. This is I'm Still Here. It's a card that's become a little bit more popular recently, especially in these Emerald Steel decks. This card will give resist +2 to Smee and then draw Luke a card. It is a song, so it can be sung. Fun note here, I'm Still Here, giving resist 2 will prevent that 1 damage from being dealt to Smee at the end of the turn.
Yep, and that means that Smee might be sticking around an extra turn or two and not get picked off by that Haversam. That might be enough to win the game for Luke here. He's got 4 lore on board that will put him up to 17. I saw at least 1 Cursed Merfolk left over in the hand. That's something that can repair pretty well after the Sisu. That's a high lore character because Luke probably can't deploy another character here this turn because any of them would be eaten up by the Sisu that he knows is in Daniel Holt's hand. So it does look like he's going to take those 4 lore points, go up to 17. Looks like double Cursed Merfolk and Strength of a Raging Fire. Does he want to deploy one of these into his Inkwell? Does he want to keep these cards? Yeah, let's see. I gotta believe he's thinking about inking the Strength.
Well, let's see.
Yeah.
You're right. There it goes. And we are keeping the Tumor Focus response after the sweep, if that happens.
You're going to be able to play out your whole hand possibly next turn.
Not a super helpful card. We have another Flavisham here. We're going to eat the Popsicle. Look for another 2 cards.
You're making me hungry. Haven't had lunch yet. Eat the Popsicle, huh?
Another Flavisham and a Grandma. I mean, not what you want. So Daniel pointing out there, you should have taken 1 damage in Smee. Luke reminding him resist 1 or resist 2 means he does not take that damage.
He took negative damage, in fact.
And true.
It does look like we have the Sisu just going to come up here. This does leave the Smee in play, though. So Luke got a virtual 15 here and has a decent reload. These 2 cards in his hand each have 2 lore.
Is this a go? It is not. I was going to say that 2 damage on the Flavisham at this point becomes relevant. A Go-Go Tamago would give him 2 lore off the top deck. We do not get that. Instead, drawing into another Diablo Devoted Herald. Luke now questing for 2, going up to...
Gonna go up to 15 here. Let's see how does Luke want to thread this? He's gonna play 2 not. Yeah, I was gonna say I like not playing the Cursed Merfolk here, just in case there is another sweeper here. There is another Sisu kind of thing. That's a very scary spot because if that happens, now you're left with nothing. So I see 2 grandmas, Haversam. I believe that's a Visions, and then a half shark. So none of the sweeper effects from Daniel here.
I got it. Draw into more remover here. We do have the dime, so we know Daniel Holt is running a version with the lucky dime. But
all blue cards here too. None of the red stuff that he might be looking for. At that time, the Smee does take damage. There we go. I didn't see what he grabbed here, but he had a couple of different options, including some more items. I think that might have been what he got. Yeah, it looks like it's another Popsicle. It's going to get a card deeper. Another Grandma Talia. Going to go ahead and draw 2 more cards here. Looking to find something to interact with this board. Oh, there's
a Be Prepared.
And he can actually sing this off the Sisu as well. This is huge. Yeah, be prepared.
Should I do it? Should we do it?
You can. I'm not.
I'm going to imitate Baker here. Be prepared. Don't tell Baker. That wasn't as good. But there it is, cleaning the board and allowing him to start over here.
One day I will sing. Today is not that day.
Yeah. I wouldn't call what I just did singing, so if it makes you feel better.
Maybe if I get to go to Worlds, I'll do it. So we'll see.
It's one of the things that makes Be Prepared so good is you can sing it, as you pointed out, and then respond immediately with a Maui Half Shark. Now, this is such a challenge because it shuts down the aggression from Luke. Luke can't leave anything vulnerable to challenging, or else Maui, upon the challenge, will allow him to bring an action card back from his discard to his hand. And now that Be Prepared is in the discard pile, that's an insurance policy as long as Maui's on the board.
Yeah, but any action he plays is going to gain him a lore point as well. So Daniel's going to be able to close the game pretty fast from here as well. The first Grandma is going to be followed up by a second Grandma, getting more card quality as well. I think that was a Be Prepared off the top for Daniel Holt as well. And this is the way that this matchup goes a lot for Blue-Red. Looks like, oh, there it is, a Pirate's Life. Going to be sung by Maui. That's actually going to gain him 3 lore and take away 2 from Luke Goodwin. I think that actually might just be the nail in the coffin already from him here because the Blue-Red deck, Daniel Holt, is in the spot that he really wants to be in this matchup.
Now it's firing all cylinders. You know, one of the things I'll talk about in this deck is we've always talked about this deck, or I've always referred to it as an engine builder. And one of the engines it was trying to build is the Tamatoa with the Lucky Dime, with the Flavisham, where it cycles popsicles, builds up items, and then it can shut down games very quickly at the end. But in this set, we got a second engine for this deck, and that's Maui Half Shark, which can pull item or actions back from your discard pile. One of the actions it loves to play out of the discard pile is this Pirate's Life. So every time Maui's able to challenge, that's another 2 lore swing that's coming back into Daniel's hand that he can then deploy again, as well as having that Be Prepared in there. It's all of a sudden, it's a different ballgame.
Yeah, and now you're really seeing the strength of the Blue-Red deck, and what makes it so good is if it gets to this point where it has 8, 9, 10 ink, 11 ink, it gets to start to exert its will here because its top decks are so much better in the late game than its opponents because a lot of its cards cost 8, 9, and 10 and they're super impactful. So when you get to this point, you know, you're drawing a Cursed Merfolk and then they're drawing a card that costs 9 in a lot of these spots. So
we did get updated lore totals here, which is super relevant. Luke Goodwin, of course, is 17, forcing, because of those 2 cards on the board, forcing that Be Prepared, resetting the board once again. And now honestly, Luke doesn't mind that, I think, quite so much as he did the previous one, because now Maui's off the board and perhaps he can rebuild something here.
Yep. Left over of 4 ink after putting that Maui. It's going to let this Grandma get into play. So first back onto the board here.
Ooh.
Sudden chill off the top. No value off this other than just getting the card out of Daniel's hand, though. That Prince John was gone from last turn, though.
Yeah, but look at the cards. I mean, not many cards in hand here. We do have the Flavisham, but we have no items. Sail the Raja at Sea, going to put, drawing a card. That's not a terrible card to draw.
Yeah, this Haversam's going to get put into play, though. That Dragon's going to be left over, and the quest is going to go up to 11 from Daniel. I think this might be a hard game for Luke to get back into. Maybe it involves something with Ward getting into play and sticking, but
it would. Not a terrible card to put down there. Hidden Cove, we're going to slide it over. That'll give it an additional willpower, but you know what doesn't care about your willpower?
Dragons.
Dragons and Dragonfire.
Yeah, this will protect it from Brawl, but not from Maleficent. You see your opponent exerting a bunch of ink and counting it up. You know what's coming.
Oh, there it is. Using her Dragonfire ability, banishing Diablo upon entering play. Now we're left with nothing but a Hidden Cove and another Pirate's Life here. using that sing together mechanic with both those characters working together, total of 6 cost to sing that song, reducing Luke's lore by 2 and adding 2 to Daniel Holt's.
Yeah, 13 to 15 with the advantage being over to Luke, and that's going to be it for game 1 here. Daniel Holt up 1 in this matchup. Got to be feeling pretty good when you win the first game of these matchups here today. It takes a little pressure off you as well, and anytime you could beat one of the aggro decks of blue-red, you got to feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad game out of the Emerald Steel deck. It did a lot of things it wanted to do, got things going, pushed the lore pretty close to victory, and then just at the end, unable to overcome the power of the Ruby deck.
Yeah, we really saw the power of a Pirate's Life, a card that, I mean, the first time I saw it on a deck list, I had to read it. I was like, what is this card? I didn't even know what it did. And then I kind of didn't get it. And now as the games play out, I'm not only getting it, I'm a pretty big fan. You saw it have a huge impact on the game there. It was actually closer to the end of the game than we thought. We hadn't had the lore updated. And it actually kept the game winnable for Daniel for quite a while. And I think turned the game around and put the nail in the coffin for him.
It's true. It's such a powerful card that I think was overlooked for quite a while. If I remember right, it came out in set 4. It came out a long time ago, and it's been around, but not played heavily until now. When you watch these games, pay attention to the number of games where somebody top decks a GOAT at the exact right time to close out the game. We've seen it happen numerous times already. A Pirate's Life completely changes that math and puts games out of reach before you even realize it in the mid-game. So it's a great card.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just been singing its praises quite a bit in the red blue decks, just because I feel like the games have been sped up a lot in the games. Like a lot of our decks have gotten better. Blue red is more consistent, and so it's gonna end the game faster. When I say in the game isn't over, but the game's over.
The game's over before it's over.
We have to play 4 or 5 more turns, but I'm going to win from here. Or you have the decks like Diggy Diggy Hole or some of the aggressive decks that, you know, I have 9 lore on turn 3 or whatever, you know, and like you're like, well, I can't come back from this. So the game is sped up quite a bit by like a turn and a half lately. So anything that can kind of facilitate that is absolutely great. I think these players are ready for game 2. Let's go on down there and finish up this match. See if we get a 2-0 on one side or if we can even it up for Luke.
Let's go. All right, here we are cutting decks. We're going to get to see the hand altar again, I believe. Yeah, we talked about this early on. You know, altering the hands is such an important part of this game. One thing to note, at this point in the tournament, it is round 3. The players may know what their opponents are playing, but it's also possible they're still playing in the blind here. So round 1, as you are altering your hand, you're altering it into the best hand for numerous possibilities. Here in game 2 in the 2-game format, you have not perfect information of your opponent's deck, but at the very least you know what colors they're playing and the majority of their cards. So you can alter your hand a lot more effectively.
Especially after the length of the last game. Oh, yeah. Luke is shuffling before he gets the cards off the top. I was going to say, Luke, good catch by our judge. Let's shout out our judges just quite a bit. They don't get enough love here on the weekends at these events. And right on top of it to help Luke axe. It would have been an accident. No big deal. Very easily fixable. But it's a detriment to Luke to have, if he were to shuffle and then draw it, because did he could possibly draw the cards that were supposed to be on the bottom of his deck while he was reshaping his hand.
That's a good point. It's a good point. It is bad for the person who makes that mistake.
Good lookout, floor spotter. Good lookout, judge. Helping out Luke quite a bit there. I know I've done that before. You've probably done it in a few of the games.
I have. I have multiple times.
I didn't want to say you have for sure. I know I have. But
100%.
See 2 Diablos with the shift line. Okay, we've got multiple 1s and 3s in Luke's hand here. Plus, I think I saw a Cove as well. Pretty good start from him. Daniel going to be on the play here as well. Broke serve that first game. Very impactful start to the game. Okay, so let's say the Ursula going to get inked on turn 1 here into the 1-drop Diablo. Let's see what Daniel's working with, and this hand looks pretty powerful, Liam.
We do have the 2-drop here. One of the things we're missing is that first turn item. So we do have the Flavisham on 4, or on 3, in fact, with the Tipo there, but no item for it to eat, so that is a concern. We do have the ramp play, which is critical hit on turn 2, and the Azurite Sea as insurance. Let's see which one we'll see here.
I mean,
it's Azurite Sea.
Good for Daniel here. Like you said, no item as he draws the popsicle there. A little late, thanks, deck. But one thing that actually works out very well from here is he's going to be able, since Azurite Sea, to use the popsicle here this turn. That's one of the advantages of that card. You get to use that ink right away. He does have a Brawl sitting back behind his hand here, so he might not have, if he wouldn't have had the item here, he would have had a good play because there's very likely going to be a Diablo on Luke's side of the board here.
Yeah, and that draw was huge, hitting that popsicle with the ink to play it there, smoothing everything out, and now we'll have Flavisham come down here on turn 3, able to eat that popsicle and propel him. A fantastic draw there from Daniel.
Muse is going to make it into the inkwell for Luke here. Let's see how he wants to sequence this.
Not surprised. Muses is not a super effective card in this particular matchup. It doesn't do a whole lot for you. Not surprised we're seeing it as ink here.
Is he able to shift here? I don't know if he is.
We don't have an action. I don't think we have an action.
So no action. So you just got to play straight up with the Diablos here.
It's unfortunate that he's not able to do that. That's something that if you can get a Diablo on board early, that's fantastic. We do know that we have the Brawl, however, which would be the perfect answer to Diablo. So perhaps good that we're not able to shift because you don't lose the 2-for-1 there.
Yeah, you'd almost actually be kind of happy with it, right? Like if you were to put a Diablo plus the Calhoun into play there, Daniel, if he brawls, he's not. Yeah, you see him shaking here. Like thanks, deck. The action off. I love the flair from the players here because then you're not using Haversam that turn. If he were to use brawl, that makes Daniel play off curve, and Luke would have been okay with that. Now that Cove has been put into play, Luke moves the Diablo over to it, and that is going to protect it from that brawl from Daniel. That is huge.
Yeah,
for Luke.
Fantastic play. Cove is this card that we saw worked in mid last meta. People all of a sudden realized, hey, this is good. Not only does it make your characters a little extra, stick to the board a little extra with that extra willpower, but it puts them out of reach of cards that care about strength like Brawl. And we're going to see it used to great effect here.
Yeah, have you ever put Calhoun on a location that buffs either its willpower or strength before?
I have not personally, but it sounds...
It is a nightmare to deal with.
Oh, dear.
So back over to Daniel here. Got that Haversam. Has a Vitalosphere in his hand. Has a Popsicle. Has a 3-drop hand Sisu. We've got multiple 3-drop Sisus in Daniel's deck, so let's clear that up.
This is such a challenge. One of the ways that we see these decks, especially Ruby Sapphire, propel themselves to the end game is with their card draw. We have the Flavish on board who wants to eat items. Let's say he draws an item here. You can't draw cards here without giving extra cards to Luke.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Daniel's plan is here. Is he going to try to ramp up to the Sisu? Because if he does play the small Sisu, he can maybe quest. I'm sorry, he can maybe challenge. He can maybe get the bigger Sisu into play a lot quicker here. Whoa. Yeah, I was going to say, that does look like this one to be playing. It's going to be the hand Sisu played from hand here.
Yeah, and we do have, again, 1 ink left over. We have the Popsicle. If we play the Popsicle, we give another card. So that Diablo right now is just really, really messing with Daniel's game plan, making things a little bit harder.
We're never going to see that Popsicle possibly make its way into the inkwell, or maybe you save it in case you could take care of this Diablo later. So hand Sisu here, if Luke goes a little too hard on drawing cards, so here's a play you can make. If you get the Sisu into next turn, what you do is you can make Luke draw extra cards off the Diablo. So your Sisu is big enough to attack down the Cove.
Yeah, we have this really interesting hand-size sub-game here where Daniel can force Luke to draw cards, which also makes his Sisu more powerful. It's interesting. We'll see if that comes into play.
That might happen next turn, because what he could do is he could go Popsicle, draw. Would you like to draw? Yes? Okay. Haversam, draw 2 more. Would you like to draw? Cool. Now challenge your Cove. Knock that out of here.
Yeah, you're right. You point out that it is a May ability, so that's something that Luke can avoid. But
it looks like we might just be getting that here. Vitalosphere is going to be active. Going after the hand Sisu, this has what? I think does that cost 2? Oh, so here we go. So this means 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5, 6. Yep.
Vitalosphere being used to great effect here in this matchup.
Yep. And with the Vitalosphere, it makes it exactly 6. That takes care of the Cove here. Nice find from Daniel here. Nice line.
Fantastic play. And now, of course, Diablo is brawlable. We drew into... I missed what the top deck was. But we have 2 Diablos in hand and the Smee. Nothing to put hand pressure on. We can develop the board a little bit more. But now, of course, we're getting closer and closer to Be Prepared range. Playing another Diablo, Luke getting a look at the hand, seeing what was drawn, noticing both the Be Prepared and the Sisu in hand. That doesn't feel good to see.
So I think knowing that the Sisu is there is really, really important for Luke, because now he knows that he needs to challenge into the smaller Sisu. What he can do is he can start with Diablo here, put a damage on it from here, and then maybe finish it off with the Calhoun. And when I say the Diablo, I mean the small Diablo as well.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. It makes moving that Emboldened Warrior critical to prevent that shift for 6.
Yeah, with him playing the second big Diablo, I think you have to make sure that the big Sisu can't happen this turn. It does look like we're going to get that line. So Diablo's going to challenge in. Calhoun's going to challenge in. The Diablo does have a damage on it here.
Yeah, and we'll note Calhoun getting 2 lore off the banish there. So that delays the board wipe another turn. We do have the Be Prepared available on turn 7. Of course, better to lose all the characters than just your own.
So it looks like we're going to pass back over a card drawn finally off the Diablo here. So Luke can maybe possibly get something going here. Probably have at least 2 cards for next turn for him. Let's see if Daniel wants to give him any more. We're going to start out with a Brawl on the Diablo. There's a second one waiting, though, for Daniel.
But crucially cuts out that card draw. Now we can play an item, leverage Flavisham.
Yep, great play from Daniel. It's going to allow him to do that if he wants to. It looks like, here we go. Kamatoa is going to go into the ink. Popsicle's going to draw another card. Looks like it's a Maui. We're going to draw 2 more here. Looks like another Brawl and a Madam. He's going to be able to interact with this board every turn for the rest of the game, it looks like, for Daniel.
Yep, and this is where these control decks shine. We're now going into turn 7 next turn where Be Prepared is available. A lot of the high-end cards are available, and there's so much removal at Daniel's disposal here.
Oh, that's a Pete off the top for Luke here, though. That's pretty good.
Wow.
You can kind of play into the Be Prepared a little bit here.
Wow.
So Pete off the top.
Chopping that at the perfect time. You know, oftentimes if you have a Pete in steel and you're playing against a deck with Be Prepared, you are playing that, you're saving it all game until turn 6 or your turn 7, depending if you play or the draw, to prevent your opponent from hitting it. He top decked that at the perfect time to shut down that Be Prepared. There are still removal answers available. Daniel will be able to deal with 1 or 2 of these characters, but the board wipe unavailable here, thanks to Pete coming down, blowing his whistle and saying, no action, sir.
Luke went ahead and challenged into the Haversam with 3 different characters here, including the Calhoun, finishing it off. So it gets a little bit of extra lore from here. We're back over to Daniel. And Daniel with a couple options here. He's got a Maui, he's got a Brawl, he's got a Madam. All access this turn that can start interacting with this board. And then next turn, he could possibly be prepared here, barring another top deck of a Pete from Luke here. I think that's pretty much one of his only ways to victory for this turn. So for this game.
I do like seeing the Maui Friend to All in this deck, by the way. I did mention earlier that some decks have started to work them out of their list. I've seen many Ruby Sapphire decks performing well in tournaments who don't use any. But seeing him here is great. It's a great card, and it'll provide some value here potentially. I do like when these are included in lists myself.
It does look like we're going to go ahead and Brawl, but you can't do that because of Pete. Daniel here, good catch by Luke here. The whistle, like you said, the whistle has been blown. It's really funny. Whenever we get this late in the game and someone Petes, they're always like, oh yeah, I can't be prepared. And then they'll try to play one of the other actions because their brain just hasn't, connected with it. But it does look like the Madam's going to go ahead and take care of that Diablo. Maui's going to make it into the ink here. We're going to be passing back over to Luke.
All right, so Luke has bought himself a turn from that Be Prepared. It is available next turn, so now you have to think about not overextending. But the other problem is Luke wants that Be Prepared to be played at some point. He wants to play it on his terms.
And yeah, you may be wondering, why is he going to go ahead and use a card to take care of the Madam here? Use Streak of the Raging Fire, because he wants the Be Prepared to happen. If he doesn't do that, Daniel might have a turn where, oh, okay, my Madam gets a challenge into something, and then I just play Sisu, or I play something else, and it's still really bad for Luke, and then the Madam is still in play. Luke finding some value for his card. Also, not going to have characters in play, most likely, for the rest of the game. He's going to have probably 1 or 2, and that Streak of the Raging Fire is not going to be a good card later. 2 Prince John's followed up by Muse is not what Luke wants here.
No, Muse is not a great card. Now, usually Prince John is a wonderful card to play after a Be Prepared to kind of rebuild your board because it has ward, and a lot of the targeted removal options won't be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, we know, and Luke also knows, that Sisu Empowered Sibling is there, able to remove it and sweep it from the board. So Daniel having the perfect answer for that.
Going to be a lot of dragon-like characters coming out of Daniel Holt's hand for the rest of the game here. The Maleficent, Brawl, and a Pirate's Life left over for Daniel. This is going to be a real uphill battle for Luke from here.
Oh, yes. 3 cards. I mean, you have the Maleficent, who can take care of any character that doesn't have ward. So Prince John there will be safe for a bit. But then you also have, Brawl able to answer targeted characters. And then that Pirate's Life, which is just, honestly, I find it devastating in these matchups.
Exactly. Look, Visions is going to go ahead and take a look at the top 5. See a Queen of Hearts there, too, a card that's generally in there for the aggro matchups that we've been seeing the blue-red decks having a problem with. Tons of 2-drops in Daniel's deck here.
Yeah, Queen of Hearts, I actually love to see in here. I'm willing to bet it's probably a 2 of. It is in there for those aggro matchups. It was popular early on, I think 2 sets ago. Disappeared for a little while. It's worked its way back in here because aggressive decks are very popular right now, actually, including that Amber Steel deck that we've seen several times and some of the faster Emerald Amethyst decks.
Looks like a second Maleficent added to hand here, and then just a full retail Pirates life here to get 2 more lore points for Daniel. So 5 for the turn for him, and then 2 taken away from Luke here. We'll get an update on that lore for you if we can. Back over to Luke here. We get a Prince John. I was going to say a Muses left over and an Ursula Deceiver. Well, cards have not come in the right order for Luke here in this game.
Well, it's just unfortunate. You know, Deceiver of All is not a terrible card that for Luke to want to stick here. Able to draw a card next turn, get some really good value off that Deceiver of All. But unfortunately, Daniel has the answers. There's multiple targeted removal options there that he can use to get rid of that Deceiver of All. With 2 Maleficents in hand and a Brawl, it's going to be a bit of a challenge.
Popsicle off the top for Daniel here, but I think all of his ink is kind of lined up here. He's got 8. Maybe even keep that Brawl if you want, but he's going to be able to use this Maleficent to great value here, take care of that Ursula Deceiver of All. That's one of those cards you don't want to let it going away just too much. It looks like we're going to go ahead, use the Popsicle, draw an Ice Block off the top, allow him to Brawl the Ursula down. Doesn't deploy the dragons just yet. It's got 2 left over. Can't really target this Prince John. Can't target the Muse that's in Luke's hand as well. That's at least something going for Luke here. He's got 2 characters with Ward.
Here we have I'm Still Here off the top deck. That 3-cost song giving something resist 2, but crucially at this point able to draw Luke a card. We'll see if he wants to play to his out here.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and use ink to do this as well to draw a card. Don't really want to sing it at this point. Card off the top looks like...
It's a Go-Go Tamago.
Interesting. Looking to quest here. Looks like Luke is considering it. It does look like he thought better of it. He's going to pass back over to Daniel.
We do have a Sisu Daring Visitor off the top deck here. No good targets for it because, of course, Prince John has Ward. So at this point, we'll see if Daniel wants to establish one of those dragons as some board presence. Just to keep it note, we're going to quest with the Sisu. Another Sisu in play.
Back over to here. Still got that Prince Johnson sitting around, that Ward carrying quite a bit here. Another Calhoun added to his hand here as well. It's something he's going to eat up by a dragon if he plays, though. He knows they're there.
You do have to draw them out at some point. Muse is being played to the board here, establishing a bit of board presence. Probably not a lot of good targets for it, but definitely want to get some lore on the board. Here comes the Sisu off the top deck, sweeping Luke's board. Oh dear. And then leaving 7 lore on the board. Sisu, such an impactful card upon entering play, but then you're left with a 3 lore character able to close things out pretty quickly.
Another Pete off the top for Luke here. It's a little too little, a little too late. He's going to extend the hand. Daniel Holt is going to 2-0 this match, and that means that he's gotten the maximum number of points through the first 3 rounds today. And I haven't done exactly all the math, but from what I've known, I'm pretty positive Daniel Holt has just locked himself into day 2 already of this event.
Perhaps I am not a math major, but definitely standing a very good chance at making day 2. But one thing will note is that seeding is incredibly important going into day 2. So still plenty left to play it out for. A really interesting matchup there. We're getting to see 2 actually pretty popular decks. A lot of players, I know very good players came into Emerald Steel. It's a deck that has a chance in this matchup, but what we saw there is Daniel just hitting the cards that he needed to when he needed to. Can't emphasize the importance of Popsicle, getting that Flapsham going on turn 2 off the top deck, and just a great game. Luke demonstrating a bit of what Emerald Steel wants to do, but once you get into that end game and all of those end game sweepers become available, it's just a real challenge for Emerald Steel to close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like we're going to be done for this round, but the other casters are going to be jumping in here. We're going to be getting into the next round as quickly as we possibly can. So very small break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Lorcana.
Hi, Lumineers. I am here with Daniel, who just won his round 3 games 2-0 against an Emerald Steel discard deck. Man, that top deck Sisu there at the end of game 2. Talk about that moment in particular.
Yeah, I was struggling to get rid of that Prince John, so it was always threatening to draw more cards. And I might have held on to the Maleficent Dragons too long in my hand, but I just didn't want him to set up any characters. So that was a really nice top deck to clear that out. Right after he shot called that, oh man, if you top deck your next Sisu, and it was immediately next card.
And there it was.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, Emerald Steel is a deck that we've seen in the past, but it hasn't really been around much. Were you prepared to play against an Emerald Steel discard deck here today?
Absolutely not. I actually didn't test against it. I have the deck proxied at home, or sorry, built at home, but I didn't play test against it. I just didn't expect a lot of people to be on it. And it actually knocked me out of in Vegas. That's how I did not get into the top 8, as I lost my final round to Emerald Steel, where it really showcased in Vegas.
Absolutely, it did, and it is showing up here today. But you have the keys to unlocking that discard deck matchup. So congrats on your 2-0 win. I know that you're a big Disney fan.
I am.
And you were telling me that you're actually Magic key holders here at Disneyland. So I have to know, what are some of your favorite things to do in the park here?
Oh my gosh. So I worked at Disney World before. So here it's so different, it's so chill. Everyone's like, it is the happiest place on earth, truly. You just feel like you're home here. My fiance's out there watching. Me and him are going to go out in the parks later. Incredicoaster is my favorite ride here. It's just so fun. I love the Guardians of the Galaxy overlay too.
Favorite snack?
Favorite snack, the classic Mickey ice cream shaped bar.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
I mean, if it's Mickey shaped.
Everything's better Mickey shaped.
Everything's better that way. Yeah. Well, thanks for talking with me, Daniel, and best of luck to you the rest of this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, Lumineers, to the North American Championship for Disney Lorcana here in Anaheim. I'm very excited to continue on for this day. We're about halfway through the day, just finished round 3. Players just had a quick lunch break, and they're getting ready for round 4. Players are starting to figure out in this Swiss format, how much further they have to go if they want to make it to day 2.
Yep, over halfway through the tournament, you're entering round 4. I'm not sure exactly what the breakpoints look like, because obviously they're going to be a lot different from our previous Disney Lorcana challenges, which were 2,000 players cut to top 64, and now we're cutting to top 16 with significantly less players. Needless to say, if you are going 2-0 up until now, you're probably feeling pretty good. Got a couple more rounds to go. Can maybe go 1-1, but I think in traditional fashion, you're going to be searching for those 2-0s in this tournament.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's kind of interesting. We just saw Daniel there winning again on Sapphire Ruby, a deck that is taking up a lot of the meta share today. When the game that we casted, we saw Sapphire Ruby win again as well. I think it'd be interesting for us to look at that metadata again and see what is going on with this first day.
Yeah, I do think that Daniel probably got one of his better matchups there in the form of Emerald Steel. That was kind of a blast from the past, brought me back to Seattle, I'm not going to lie. Where Emerald Steel did do pretty well, but Ruby Sapphire traditionally pretty good in Emerald Steel, and Emerald Steel also underrepresented today. Probably for a good reason, but that being said, the people that have brought that deck have they have a lot of conviction in it, and I think we're about to see one of those in our next match.
I think we are. I think we're about to see one of the best players for this deck, so I'm excited to get into this round 4.
All right, and we have previous Disney Lorcana Challenge champion Zan Syed here.
I have to highlight real quick Zan Syed's achievements because he just might be one of the most accomplished Disney Lorcana players, at least in North America so far. He took 4th in Atlanta, 39th in Toronto, took 1st in Vegas, and then 30th in Seattle. Notably, in Vegas and Seattle, he was playing Emerald Steel for both of those, the 2 most recent DLCs, so I'm eager to see if that's what he's on today. And then, of course, we have Kurt, and Kurt took 4th in Chicago, so 2 very talented players here today. I mean, all the players here are talented. They're in the national, the NA championship, so they have to be. But Zan I feel like has been workshopping this Emerald Steel deck for a couple months now.
Yeah, and you said Zan might be one of the best players. I would push back and say that he is, and I would say it's quantitative at this point. He has put up the results. The numbers are there. I was actually listening to Zan speak on his channel earlier about this tournament in particular. He talked about sort of the meta dynamics, his worry about Ruby Amethyst, and his conviction in Emerald Steel. Seemed like might have been coming off of Emerald Steel a bit, but seems to have made a way back to that in combination today. And is on a bit of a interesting list from what I heard or what he said. He said that it's, they got to shake it up a bit. I mean, if we're looking at sort of like the 4th, 5th, even 6th most played deck, they brought it for a reason, and they've had something up their sleeve that they've been saving for this tournament specifically.
Yeah, something up their sleeve. I noticed in the opening hand of Zan there's a card from the new set, I'm Still Here, which is kind of an interesting song in this list. It gives a character resist +2, lets you draw a card. I know that Muses has been a really powerful card in the list before. I didn't catch if there were any in his opening hand or not, but I imagine a card like that is pretty good if you're playing cards like Ursula, Deceiver of All, or even if you usually don't want to exert your Muses if you have to sing with them, but if you can give them resist +2, maybe you can have them last a little bit longer.
Yeah, that is a new card on my radar for sure. Looks like Kurt is on Amber Steel. How do you feel about the dynamic of Amber Steel versus Emerald Steel? Let's particularly look at the Amber Steel archetype in the form of the Dwarven Mine package.
Yeah, so the Dwarven Mine package is pretty different from the song package that we've typically seen for the past many sets leading back to set 1, and that you're just not relying on as many of those singers. You're more trying to play out really aggressive early turns with cards like Daisy Duck. If you can get like a triple 1-drop opening, a 1-drop on turn 1, 2 1-drops on turn 2, that can give you a really, really far lead. And then, of course, as you build your board wider and you start playing your 3-cost cards, you can start singing cards like Strength of Raging Fire to sort of get you further into the game. These decks sometimes only need about 6 turns to win the game, how fast they go. And, of course, you have the Dwarven Mine that's in there. It can damage something for 2 if it's a knight, 1 if it isn't. If you move it there for the turn, of course, it has a lore. So utilized there. Of course, we see the Happy being played here by Kurt, opening as a knight. One of those cards that you might want to move to the mines if you can get it in play.
So my suspicion is likely that Amber Steel is probably favored into this matchup. It seems like it would, not only because you can kind of insulate against a discard, I guess you have Dock in your deck, but just having access to that Dwarven Mine and sort of being able to create these Fire the Cannons value throughout the game seems really strong against a deck that tends to kind of blow you out by playing this Diablo line.
Yeah, we see Zan playing the Diablo here, getting a good look at Kurt's hand just to see if there's anything he needs to watch or avoid. And something kind of interesting about this Amber Steel matchup, in previous metas where we've seen Emerald Steel being really popular, you kind of have to worry about like the turn 1 Cinderella, banishing your Diablo if you decide to shift it early with a card like Let the Storm Rage On, which we see in Kurt's hand. But because if Kurt's playing the Storvin's Mind deck, which it definitely looks that way with the Docks and the Happies that we see right now, that's something you kind of don't have to worry about as much. If you're Zan with Diablo, he's probably not going to be able to use that Let the Storm Rage On until turn 3, and then even then, you'd have to just pay the 3 ink to play it to get rid of the Diablo. The Diablo would get a card draw off of that as well. So
does Zan have the Ursula here on turn 2 to snag that Let the Storm Rage On? There's only one in hand, so I think it would be quite impactful. I don't see it currently in Zan's hand. Zan does go ahead and draw one of those hidden coves. Saw the power of that in the previous game. And Zan, I think, was one of the first players to sort of showcase the power of Hidden Cove and actually put that in the Emerald Steel list.
I mean, Disney Lorcana, the numbers are so tight when it comes to a lot of these trades, right? 3 willpower versus 4 willpower can really make the difference. And in this case, the Diablo moving from 2 willpower to 3 can stop a card like Let the Storm Rage On from getting a lot of value. And of course, here we see Zan play that Hidden Cove, move the Diablo, shift it as well into a Diablo Devoted Herald. We're going to go ahead and quest with Diablo there, gaining Zan the first lore of the game, and also turning that Diablo on so that now when Kurt draws any card on his turn, Zan gets to draw a card as well.
I have seen Zan do this exact thing so many times at this point that he definitely has a way with the cards when it comes to Emerald Steel. We have our Shift Diablo line on the Hidden Cove, sort of bricking the Let the Storm Rage On the other side of Kurt. Now, what can Kurt do to answer this?
I don't think he can do very much with the hand he has right now. We did see him draw Dwarven Mind there, as we were talking about earlier. Dwarven Mind, you can play it for 2, but it costs 2 to move a character there, and so theoretically, it would be a decent play against the Diablo, but of course, this Hidden Cove messes those numbers up, like we were talking about, giving that Diablo an extra willpower and extra strength, so the 2 damage by itself is not going to banish the Diablo. It does look like Kurt is deciding to just play the Let the Storm Rage On straight onto the Diablo, drawing Kurt a card and Zan a card in the process.
Yeah, and that Happy should have Evasive as well.
Oh, yes, you're right. The Happy does have Evasive on Kurt's turn, so we can use the Happy to banish the Diablo.
Yeah, it's that little bit of extra text. Usually we're playing Happy, just sort of this value 1 drop that combos with the Mind in order to do 2 damage, but it does actually have Evasive as well, so it can deal with that Diablo. All in all, I would say Zan, probably came out quite okay in that exchange, drawing all those extra cards as well.
We do see Kurt deciding to challenge the Hidden Cove with Smee, trying to get it out of play as quickly as possible in case Zan has Diablo to follow up.
Yeah, I have to imagine that Hidden Cove is just going to be super impactful in this matchup. Seems very strong against a deck like Emerald Steel. Some of Emerald Steel's deck does have access to Ward, which is going to turn that off.
I think Kurt is in an interesting position here as well. Having gone first, especially, I think the Dwarven's Mind deck is trying to be a lot faster than this. He's drawn most of his steel cards and not really seen a lot of the amber cards, which can be a little bit more aggressive. And I think playing more aggressively into an Emerald Steel discard can actually be a little bit better for you. A lot of their Emerald characters their strength just isn't really up there, which is where a Hidden Cove can really come in and help boosting those strength. If you're playing cards like 2-drop Ursula, even the Diablos, they just don't have the fighting power to stop cards like Daisy with 4 willpower or Rapunzel with 5. And
do you think that Kurt's deck can sort of pull out into the mid to late game and outvalue Zan's deck, or do you think that Emerald Steel has a fundamental advantage there?
Honestly, so long as Zan doesn't hit too many discard pieces, I think Kurt is going to be pretty okay, especially if we see this Calhoun being played here. That's going to allow Kurt to sort of keep tempo and keep initiative. It makes it a little difficult for Zan if Zan wants to sing or quest with any of his cards on board, because Calhoun can gain the lore there, but also the Dwarven Mind deck utilizes cards like Docks, so it's kind of advantageous for you to have an empty hand if you can hold on to a Docks that you don't have to discard any cards. You can draw 2 cards and sort of keep that cycle going.
Yeah, I almost feel like discard in and of itself wouldn't be enough. It's most likely discard in combination with those ward characters that are going to press that advantage even more in this kind of scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at that Muses in Zan's hand, and that's probably the scariest card in this matchup, to be honest with you, because a lot of those more aggressive cards in Kurt's deck are going to have lower willpower, and if Zan is able to keep some actions in hand that he can use with the Muses, Muses has wards, so Kurt's not going to be able to interact with it at all unless Zan exerts the Muses. Of course, Zan's not going to do that unless he absolutely has to. It can make it very difficult for Kurt to create a lead and then keep the lead long enough to finish out the game.
Looks like on the following turn, we'll likely see that dock line from Kurt, able to probably ink a card in hand and then play 2 cards, the second of which being that dock, drawing up.
We are going to see the Muses being played by Zan here. I think we had a Strength of a Raging Fire in hand, if I remember correctly. So we do have a song that we can sing with Pete if we wanted. Well, there's no characters to bounce on board, actually.
Yeah, so there's going to be 2 strength or less or trigger that Muse's ability. Back over to Kurt. We'll see who comes off the top. See if we see that dock play. Ooh, there's going to be a Rapunzel with 2 damage counters sitting on the Smee here.
This is a pretty juicy Rapunzel. Kind of exactly where you want Smee to be if you have one.
So Rapunzel draws 2 here off the Smee. It's going to be 4 cards in hand here for Kurt. Does find the Piglet plus the Pete. Pete seems like it could be pretty impactful against a board like this. Now sitting with the Muses is the most threatening part of Zan's board.
Yeah, we don't have enough ink to play the Pete this turn, but I definitely agree.
If you're able to keep it in hand, seems like it could be something that could really turn turn the tides here.
And I'm not entirely sure if Zan wants to bounce a card like Rapunzel back to Kurt's hand either.
Yeah, especially with that Smee being able to sort of potentially recur those counters. But I guess if you exert the Smee, you do offer up a trade here to Zan.
Looks like that's what Kurt is going to do here. Quest for 2 with the Smee. It'll take a damage as the turn passes back over to Zan. All right, we're moving back over to Zan's turn. He's going to draw for turn. I think that was a Prince John that he just drew. Part of that discard package in this deck, another character with Ward, very difficult to interact with. Kind of turns off what the 7 Dwarves Mind, really allows you to do in this deck, which is sort of ping those characters and banish them, finish them off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about that advantage potentially that Amber Steel has over Emerald Steel. And I think that extends to most of the deck, except the Ward characters in particular.
Looks like Kurt only has 2 cards in hand, I think. Wonder if Zan has enough discard available to empty his hand. If we can get rid of that Pete, might be pretty good for Zan with the Muses on board. Something else that I find interesting is this Calhoun. It's a new card from Azurite Sea. Gains 2 lore when you can when you challenge and banish something with it. Has resist 2, so it can be a little bit difficult to get rid of unless you have a character with 3 strength that you're willing to sort of sacrifice by exerting. You don't want to give your opponent that extra lore, but as long as it sits there, it's going to cause problems. And we do see Zan is going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire after playing the Prince John.
Yeah, so targets the Calhoun, bounces the Rapunzel back.
Then we're going to use the Muses to finish off the Smee there, taking 3 damage for the Muses.
And just like that, we can see sort of the tide of the game change, and we have 2 Ward characters sitting on board for Zan as well. The Dwarven Mind's not going to have too much of an impact.
No, the only thing Dwarven Mind is really doing right now is gaining a lore every turn. And again, Emerald Steel typically struggles when it comes to dealing with high willpower cards or characters, just because a lot of their characters can't challenge for very much. So you'd have to challenge with everything on board right now if you were Zan, if you wanted to straight up get rid of the mines right now. But I don't think that's super scary for Zan right now. Kurt has a pretty full hand of cards going into a discard deck. We are going to play the Pete so that Zan can't play any more songs, get any value out of that Muses on board. Follow that up with a Calhoun.
How are you feeling if you're in Kurt's position right now, facing down the Muses and the Prince John?
I think the Princess and Muse John, I don't feel good. I think Ward in pretty much every Amber Steel matchup, sort of regardless of deck, has historically been difficult for those players. And Amber Steel is just not one of those decks, especially if you're not playing the singing package where you can sing Whole New World, refill your hand very quickly. If Zan can get your hand down to 0, then it can be pretty scary. Even if you do have the dock in hand, your dock might refill 1 or 2 cards, but there's so many cards in Zan's deck that's going to allow him to discard things still. Eventually you get to a point where you don't have cards in hand and he's able to bounce cards back to your hand with muses and then force you to discard them. You know, you're essentially banishing those cards. Kurt also, well, Dwarven Mind stacks rarely play board wipes like Grab Your Sword either, and so long as these characters stayed readied, especially with the ward ones not being able to be interacted with, Zan's going to build up quite a wide board, I would imagine.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think. Kurt, I'm assuming, is hoping that Zan just does not draw cards to trigger Muses and Prince John, and in the meantime is able to, potentially ink a card, play 2 cards, one of those being Dock, refuel, move to the mines, deal damage to the characters that don't have ward, and sort of pull away in that sense. All the while, game plan being Zan, don't draw something that can trigger both Prince John and the Muses.
Zan only has the Pete exerted from last turn, which makes this Rapunzel hand a little awkward because there's nothing we can use to get value out of the Rapunzel. We do have a Strength of Raging Fire, but again, with the ward characters, those are really the characters you're most scared about. I think the Calhoun is doing a lot in this position as well for both players, just because of that resist. You don't want to give your opponent any lore through challenging. So we can get another character on board. We can potentially banish the Calhoun if we wanted to with strength.
It looks like we're going to play out the Rapunzel here.
Like we're thinking about singing. Yep, we're going to sing strength with Pete here, taking out the Calhoun so that Zan can't challenge back with it on the next turn. Going to go ahead and ink another Mines and then play that Dock, discarding our hand, which is 0, drawing 2 more cards.
There you go. We're going to trigger Calhoun on Kurt's side.
Going to gain 2 lore from banishing that Pete with the Calhoun. Of course, the Calhoun will be banished. It has resist, but 3 damage from the Pete is going to be enough to banish it.
Very interested to see what Zan has found off the top deck here. Here's the card we knew about, which was Hypnotize. That was the last card in hand prior to the top deck. Get rid of that Lilo.
Love this Lilo for that reason. Lilo, when it's in the discard at the start of your turn, you can choose to bring it back. You pay for it exerted. So having to discard a Lilo, it's a card out of your hand, but you can play the card whenever you want to, basically, after this. It's not much of a discard.
And a Calhoun here for Zan. Dwarven Mind looks pretty threatening on this board.
I mean, you have to be careful of these locations, especially the ones with lore. If you let them go on for too long, they just tick up and up and up.
I'm more worried about moving the Dock over there.
We move the Dock, we can deal 2 damage to the Ursula or the Calhoun. The Calhoun would only take 1 damage, I believe. This is an awkward position for Zan as well. If he finds a song that he can use to bounce, I don't think you want to bounce the Rapunzel or the Dock. Give Kurt options to draw more cards. Do you see a Daisy that's in hand for Kurt? I think Lawrence was the other card. I think we're considering moving the Dock here to the Dwarven Mine. With that 2 ink exerted, just how much it costs to move a character to the Dwarven Mine.
We're going to have a trigger here. Dock is a knight. Do 2 damage onto that Ursula.
Kurt's going to go ahead and quest with the Rapunzel and Pete here, gaining 3 lore, pushing his lead a little bit further, and then we're going to play a Daisy and the Lawrence to follow. Daisy, one of the most powerful 1-drop cards in the game, honestly. A 1/4, 2 lore. When it quests, your opponent takes a look at the top card of their deck and they can put it in their hand if it's a character card. If not, it goes to the bottom. Then Lawrence being a 4/4 with 2 lore, unless it has damage on it, in which case it becomes a 0/4. Kurt starting to build up a pretty decent board here with a lot of lore, honestly. 3 characters with 2 lore on them, the location that needs to be answered because it's gaining lore every turn. Kurt's already at 12. Zan's going to have to find ways to answer this and slow Kurt down because Zan only being at 1 lore, he's pretty far from winning this game.
Kurt is asking the question. All information is available. Kurt, no cards in hand. Zan, just 2.
Things stay exactly as they are. Kurt actually takes this game, the amount of lore that's on board.
Seeing sort of the age-old power level of locations against Emerald Steel.
And trying to find a line that keeps him in this game, gets rid of enough characters to progress it for another turn.
Okay, we do see Diablo and Pete there for Zan, so does not have an action. Diablo and Pete probably not too effective against this this board state here from Kurt.
I don't think so, especially when Zan is in the position where he needs to answer Kurt's board. I don't think you're too worried of songs being played. And we've highlighted how strong Ward can be, especially for against Amber Steel and their songs, since it can't be chosen. You know, I don't think there's anything Kurt would be able to play action-wise that would like immediately win him the game or anything. So Pete isn't particularly strong in that sense, other than just being a character that can challenge for 3.
You said Lilo moved to the top. It can be played out of the discard.
Lilo can be a absolute menace when in the discard, especially in these late game scenarios. If Kurt can get close enough to 20 where every single turn you just throw the Lilo out there and force Zan to challenge it and deal with it. Of course, it's a little bit different with the Calhoun in play. If Calhoun's in play, then you can challenge the Lilo without taking any damage, and Zan would just gain 2 lore from banishing it. But Lilo definitely does a great job at putting on the pressure.
All right, 1 card for turn here for Kurt. See what he picks up. I think 7 lore. You're already sitting at 12. Go up to 19. It can. What does Zan have to find to be able to come back from that? If Kurt just quests out and then plays whatever's in his hand here?
I mean, right now, Zan has both Pete and Calhoun, which are pretty good attackers. The issue is we have really weird stat lines like this. Daisy having 4 willpower is going to make it really tough for Zan to banish. We do see the Daisy quest. Zan finds a Pete off the top, so it's going to go into Zan's hand. And then the Lawrence as well, being a 4/4. You know, like none of the characters on Zan's side of the board cleanly banish any of those characters. Kind of the same thing with the Rapunzel, though. The Rapunzel and the Daisy both have low enough strength that if we can find a song or 2, we can bounce them back to hand with muses, which means we don't have to actually challenge and banish them. Something like maybe a I'm Still Here wouldn't be too bad. You could give one of your characters resist, use it to challenge, bounce a character. It lets you draw another card, hopefully draw into another song that you can use again to bounce another character.
So I do believe Kurt is up to 18 here. Gets rid of those muses and...
Oh, this is an interesting location.
Rapunzel's Tower. Characters get +3 willpower while here.
This is pretty new to the Dwarven Mines deck. It's a location we really don't see played at all in the meta so far, but gives all characters +3 willpower. Is going to make it exceedingly difficult for Zan in this position to banish some of these characters. Kurt's going to move the Lawrence over there, making Lawrence a 4/7. And the Lilo as well.
Yeah, and without the muses, what can Zan do about this? I mean, even with the muses, it would have been a tall order, but it feels like almost nothing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Kurt has more characters on board than Zan does, so even if we could challenge and banish everything, we can't. But Kurt's going to take game 1 after Zan scoops.
Yeah, feeling good. 1-0, already sitting at 21 points. We see the power of that Dwarven Mind deck. I mean, we were worried about Prince John and the Muses, and we saw the power of that. I mean, that was the scariest it looked for Kurt throughout the entire game. Once we got rid of the Muses, I mean, it just feels like Amber Steel having access to so much removal is in a really good position against Emerald Steel.
Yeah, there's all the removal and the Calhoun sitting there on both sides, making it a little bit difficult for each person to interact with the other. I think Calhoun's a great card to stop your opponent from singing songs if that's something that their deck's trying to do, and stop them from sort of trading back with you or trading into a location that needs to be banished, like that Dwarven Mine. The Calhoun can kind of sit there and be like, all right, look, you can make this trade if you want to. You can challenge this if you want to and get rid of it, but it's going to cost you 2 lore at least.
Yeah, and that resist one is actually very impactful, especially against the Dwarven Mind deck. It still can take the 1 damage if you are able to move a knight, but you have to do that twice. You have to sort of sacrifice 2 damage of opportunity cost in order to get rid of that Calhoun through something like the Dwarven Mind.
Something that's so interesting to me as well is what this Emerald Steel deck looks like when you can effectively take care of Diablo. The Diablo into Hidden Cove into Shift Diablo is one of the strongest openings that we'd seen in previous sets, and Dan had it that game, but Kurt was still able to take it.
Yeah, and that was able to clean it up pretty easily as well. I mean, would have been interesting to see if Zan had the Ursula on Tune 2 to snag that song. But yeah, I do think that the Amber Steel looks like it's in a pretty good position against Emerald Steel, so maybe Zan showing up to this tournament was planning for more Ruby Amethyst and potentially Sapphire Ruby as well, because I know that they felt pretty favored into that.
Yeah, it could be. So with that being said, I believe we have a game coming up for this next game going into game 2. All right, so I believe Kurt went first last game.
See if Zan can find the Shift Diablo line again here to start it off. You think at this point in the metagame, is that still what Emerald Steel is trying to do every single game?
I don't really know. I mean, it's tough. There's so many answers. Or it feels like the meta has shifted in a way that makes it more difficult for the Diablo line to really be as good as it was before. I mean, we even saw just a turn 1 Happy was pretty good. We see the turn 1 Cinderella sitting in Kurt's hand. So without something like that turn 2 Ursula,
so
it's difficult to do.
Zan just sent back 7.
Yeah.
Okay, so very important to note there. Zan sends back 7. Looks like Kurt is sending back 4 here. So Zan very unhappy with the opening hand. I have heard Zan speak in the past that he is comfortable. I believe, I could be misquoted, but I do think that he is comfortable sending back 7 with this deck, but not something you usually want to see.
No, definitely not. It means that Zan didn't have anything in his hand that he felt like was going to help him in this opening. I feel like Lorcana is an interesting game where you have to play a bit differently on the play versus the draw. And if Zan being on the play this time, he's probably looking for a very optimal opening, an explosive opening, or one that he can get an early advantage with for Kurt. I imagine, knowing what deck that Kurt is playing now, you might know that there could be some high willpower, pretty aggressive cards coming out in the early game you may need to answer, so potentially looking for cards that can help you answer that.
I did see that Kurt had access to that turn 1 Cinderella, which you mentioned last game.
Finishing up these altars here, players cutting each other's decks. We're going to move straight into this next game.
It's like 2 Let the Storm Rage on as well. And Ursula, Deceiver in hand for Zan.
Trying to see if Zan has a 1-drop. We're going to ink with Smee. We do see the Diablo coming down on 1, so going to get a good look at Kurt's hand here.
Does have the Shift Diablo as well. I'm not sure if he has the song.
He does have an Ursula as well, but as he is getting a good look here, there's 2 Let the Storm Rage ons in hand, so Ursula can get rid of one of them, but not the other, and we do have the Cinderella to follow it up with. Zan has a Hidden Cove here. It might make the difference, though.
And you mentioned that 1-drop into 1-drop, which is actually an option here for Kurt. Dwarven Mine will be the ink. We do see Cinderella. 2 Daisy Ducks in hand.
2 Daisies, also another Cinderella there. 2 Daisies are so tough to deal with early in the game with that 4 willpower and 2 lore, especially with a deck that notoriously has a difficult time when it comes to actually challenging and banishing characters. If Kurt can get these 2 daisies down and keep them in play for a little while, he could gain a very big lead.
Go ahead and grab one of those, let the Storm Rage on. Gonna quest here for Zan.
It's going to pass back to Kurt. So we draw for turn. I think that was a Mr. Smee that was drawn. We have the option of banishing the Diablo here if we want to. Zan deciding not to shift if he had it in hand. I do really like this double daisy opener, though. Maybe Kurt trying to decide what to ink for turn.
Looks like it's going to be the Cinderella. And I do believe it's going to be the double Daisy Duck here on turn 2.
Daisy is going to be so hard to deal with if Kurt does it. Thinking about singing, let the Storm Rage on potentially here, drawing a card before we commit to anything. We are going to see Kurt do that. He's going to deal 2 damage to the Diablo, banish it, and draw a card. We find another Mr. Smee. Kurt thinking about maybe playing a Smee out versus double daisies. Another option we have.
Definitely an option, especially with the Rapunzel in hand.
Rapunzel in hand. Ursula has 3 willpower on the other side of the board, so Zan quests with it and challenge it back, putting that extra damage on Smee for Rapunzel. Looks like Zan
is Diablo, Pete, Sudden Chill, Doc. 3 and we're going to go ahead and ink him Mr. Smee here. There we go. There's the Diablo, but now without the shift.
Kind of Chien Po for Kurt here. That could be a pretty big card if we make it to 5 ink. A huge bodyguard target.
Yeah, I don't know what Zan's going to do against the Chien Po.
I mean, in old versions of Emerald Steel, we have cards like, we don't talk about Bruno. I'm not sure if Zan's playing those this set, though. I don't think I've seen any so far.
I have seen them, but not in Emerald Steel.
Chien Po is going to go into the Inkwell, though. I mean, we could just come out swinging here with a Smee and a Daisy, or even double daisies. Build a very wide board with lots of lore.
Yeah, it feels like this Smee plus Daisy coming in on the Rapunzel turn is going to be pretty strong here for Kurt.
Going to go ahead and quest with Smee here, gaining 2 lore. Then Smee's going to take a damage since there's no captain in play as he passes it over to Zan. Zan needs something pretty good here to start gaining a little bit of control over this board before Kurt runs away with it.
So if you're on Zan's side here, what are you looking for to sort of come back into this game? Do you have to answer these threats immediately?
I feel like I'm looking for Muses. Like, Muses is just so powerful in this matchup. We have the Diablo that we can use to sing songs, and if we had a Muses that we could play and start bouncing characters, we can start removing Kurt's board pretty efficiently, pretty quickly. I imagine we don't have a Muses, or if we did, we didn't have an inkable card for it, but I think we definitely have inkable cards. We at least had a Pete in there, I remember. Instead, we're going to play Let the Storm Rage on first by singing it with Diablo, banishing that Mr. Smee, following it up with that Pete that was in hand, so no actions for Kurt on the next turn.
Does it feel like Kurt needs to find an answer to that Diablo before deploying the Rapunzel and getting value out of that?
It's a good question. I'm honestly not sure, because we have such an aggressive board here that I wonder, it's one of those things where it's like, Dan could have 1,000,000 cards in hand, right? But if Kurt reaches 20 lore before he can do anything about it, you can have all the cards in the world and it won't matter.
This feels like a tall order, only sitting at 2 lore here for Kurt so far.
Yeah.
Feels like Zan has kind of started to stabilize a bit early. You know, we haven't gotten enough of advantage to potentially employ a strategy like that.
Could be looking at a Lawrence Daisy turn if we want to ink this Rapunzel, but that feels... Not sure you want to be putting your Rapunzel with ink. It's your only form of draw for Kurt right now. I don't think we have a way to put any damage on anything this turn or Rapunzel value either.
And that being said, Zan does have decent stats on the board on the other side, you know, having access to the Pete.
Yeah, I mean, if we exert this Daisy quest, you could easily clean it up with the Pete and Ursula on the next turn.
Yeah, I think we'd almost certainly see that happen as well. Then probably watch the Pete, go ahead and trade into the Smee after that.
It's like Smee is going to quest for 2.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I almost feel like Kurt needs to find something off the top of the deck to deal with this Diablo.
Yeah, I mean, like something like a Dwarven Mine would be great right now if you
Feels
can
like
find.
feels like it's got to be a Dwarven Mine if we're going Pete and the Pete.
We are going to put the Rapunzel into the Inkwell, and we're going to play out the Lawrence and the Daisy here. Just building up the board as wide as we can with as many high questing characters as we can.
Kurt fully playing off the top of the deck here now. 4 ink available.
Also gets around any of the discard shenanigans Zan might try to play. You know, if we decide to keep the Rapunzel in hand, might make it really easy for Zan to just force us to discard that card, and then the Rapunzel didn't do anything, versus at least putting it into the Inkwell now means that we can use it for ink. All we need is 1 dock, you know, to find and play, and we can start refilling our hand a little bit.
Absolutely. Kurt does unfortunately have 1 absolute brick in the deck, though, in the form of Chen Po, if we assume he has more.
Yeah. Yeah, we've already seen 1 that's in the Inkwell, so I can't imagine you're playing, you know, 4 Chin Pos or anything, but would be pretty bad to see. Zan's going to play a Pete out this turn again, so songs would not be great on the next turn either, followed up by a Diablo inking the Sudden Chill here.
Go ahead and get rid of that Daisy, I assume. Zan starting to take control of this board.
And now we're in an interesting position where even if we find the mine, we don't have a knight to move to it to banish this Diablo.
Yeah, what are Kurt's outs? Because I think I'm comfortable enough saying that Kurt is in a tough position here.
It definitely is looking worse for Kurt here. He can't play any actions, so like I'm not sure that there's a way you can get rid of the Diablo this turn at all. With the amount of ink that we have and what we drew, we have a Rapunzel here, so could play the Rapunzel, drawing 1 card off of Smee. I think we would have needed a, well, no, because we wouldn't have had the ink for it. I was gonna say you could find potentially a mine and a happy or something, but you'd need an extra ink. You need 5 total ink to make that whole play of playing the happy and then moving it. I think we're looking to challenge the Pete here with Lawrence, putting 3 damage onto Lawrence and then playing the Rapunzel, healing all the damage back off of Lawrence, drawing 3 cards.
Yeah, so could he have top decked Doc and then found 2 cards, one of which being mine plus inkable? Played mine, moved Doc.
I don't think so, because Doc costs 2.
Oh, mine costs 2.
Mine costs 2 and
so
2
be
to
one
move.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so didn't have any outs to get rid of this Diablo, unfortunately.
You find a happy Calhoun and let the Storm Rage on from that Rapunzel, though. Means we can't play the happy. It's our only inkable in our hand. But not anything terrible to follow the next turn up with, honestly. The Calhoun being in play, of course, can make things a little weird for Zan. If there's no other Pete that Zan has to play, we can finally let the Storm Reach on this Diablo, so long as a Hidden Cove isn't found.
Yeah, Kurt just could keep asking the question and make Zan have it in terms of being able to answer. Not really represented on stream right now because Zan's hand is a bit held back, but Zan has a ton of cards in hand.
It's going to find a Hypnotize from the draw for turn. I think I saw Prince John in there too. Difficult to say what Zan might be.
I mean, definitely going to be spoiled for choice after all these Diablo draws. One thing that this Emerald Steel deck does well, once it sort of assembles these card draw engines, draws so many cards.
What can honestly make the difference in some of these matches? You know, Kurt found 2 Rapunzels so far, gotten full value out of one of them, refill the hand. I don't think we found any docks yet either, so there's still plenty of ways for him to draw cards and keep up. But so long as that Diablo's on board, it's not really going to be much of an advantage for Kurt, I don't think.
Sitting at 8 lore, representing a lot of quests. I mean, Zan does have to answer this board.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at 9 lore on board for Kurt. Push Kurt up to 17. Of course, something's going to get banished this turn, so looks like we're thinking of challenging with Pete and Diablo potentially.
Yeah, I don't see a world where we see this. Oh, another
Pete. Oh my goodness. That's I think that's the 3rd Pete in a row for Zan.
It is a 3rd Pete in a row.
It's going to turn the Let the Storm Rage on off in Kurt's hand right now on getting rid of this Diablo.
Well, certainly, I think we'll see this Daisy Duck go. Oh, and there's the Cove you talked about.
There's the Cove, yeah. So now even if we could play the Let the Storm Rage on the Diablo, I imagine we're moving the Diablo there. Yeah, it looks like that's what we're doing. Diablo's now a 3/3, which means the 2 damage from Storm won't quite do it. Use the Diablo to banish the Daisy. Now Diablo back to 2 willpower. We're going to use the Pete to go ahead and banish the Lawrence. We're cleaning up Kurt's board quite efficiently here.
Now, instead of 9, only representing 4 here on the side of Kurt. And Zan sitting with, I believe, 4 cards in hand as well. Kurt, 4 as well after this draw.
Oh, we found a John Silver. That could be interesting. John Silver is a 3-cost character. When you play him, you can choose an opposing character and they can't challenge on the next turn. Going to be particularly good in these Amber Steel bind decks that play characters with such high willpower, making it even more difficult for your opponent to deal with those big numbers. Shuffling through the Calhoun and the Happy here, it looks like. Maybe think about playing the Happy to put an evasive threat on board with this Diablo in play. Calhoun for a similar reason, just something that can challenge your characters when they exert.
Strategically, what do you think is Kurt's path to victory here?
I think you got to regain control of the board in some way. You know, Zan did a great job of cleaning up last turn. Also has a very powerful draw engine in play, plenty of cards in hand. So removing this Diablo seems pretty important, but 3 Petes in a row makes that pretty difficult to do. I feel like the longer this Diablo gets value, the better it is for Zan.
So John Silver's going to target that Pete.
Also going to play the Happy, so now we do have an evasive character that can challenge and banish the Diablo, and Smee's not going to take any damage this turn because John Silver is a captain. So Smee's just going to sit at 2 damage there.
All right, so Zan, 5 cards in hand. Look like he has 5 or 6 ink available. Hard to tell from here.
What are the chances Zan has another Pete?
Highly unlikely.
Maybe Kurt can eventually play the Storm that he's been holding on to. I want to say I saw a dock in Zan's hand earlier. Obviously, not a particularly great card. You have a bunch of cards in hand.
It's a good problem to have for Zan. Just been enjoying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we do see a Muses in play. Okay, this could be a particularly strong card here. We have a song to sing. We can bounce the Happy. Looks like we are going to sing Storm, banish the John, use the Muses trigger to bounce the Happy back to hand so that we can't challenge the Diablo with it on the next turn.
Yep, I see a Prince John in Zan's hand as well. It's another ward character that Kurt's not really going to be able to deal with in this mid to late game.
Do you find another Rapunzel, though?
Yeah?
We can storm the Diablo first, banishing it, then play the Rapunzel and healing the Smee, drawing a couple cards. I think the issue is the majority of your turn is spent playing that Rapunzel, and you're just not putting a ton on board. Like when I look at Zan's board with Muses, Calhoun, and Pete, along with the Hidden Cove, 2 characters with 1 strength, it's not particularly great.
I mean, I think it's good, actually. I think it's really good.
I think it helps Kurt stay in the game in regards of keeping cards in hand. I guess Kurt has some lore to play with, right? There's an 8 lore difference here, so he can take a turn or 2 off to rebuild.
The main thing I'm concerned about here on Kurt's side is just the ward characters, the value out of Muses and Prince John once that ultimately comes down, because that's where Zan can start assembling a sort of lock, where your card advantage is going to matter, but, less and less so.
Looks like Kurt is going to use Mr. Smee to banish the Pete on the other side of the board and then pass the turn. Going to move the Calhoun to the Hidden Cove here. It's going to get 4 strength to banish that Rapunzel with 1 strength on it. Zan's going to gain 2 lore from Calhoun, banishing another character. And of course, Calhoun having that resist means it doesn't take any damage. Following it up with a Prince John singing a Sudden Chill, forcing Kurt to discard a card. Zan's going to get a card draw off of that from Prince John. There's also going to be a Muses trigger and send Rapunzel back to the hand.
And
oh my goodness.
Double 1 drop off the back of that.
Double 1 drop. Also, Curse Merfolk, just 2 lore character to quest with. Zan building up a pretty big board here.
It just is the engine, right? So it feels like, Kurt can get as much value as he wants out of those Rapunzels, but just doesn't have a way to compete with this Muses plus Prince John engine that exists on the side of the board of Zan.
And Kurt is just going to play a Calhoun and Pete and pass the turn. So no actions for Zan here. Kurt kind of setting up a way to respond with challenging with the Calhoun, but Zan has just built up too much of a board.
So Zan knows. So lore totals are not quite updated yet. Does look like Zan quested with everything. We'll get that quite soon here. How much is he threatening?
I think it puts him up to 9 or 10 lore, somewhere around there.
And
Gets
then threatening
10 lore
10
on board, yeah.
Yeah, so a threatening game here.
You have a strength in Kurt's hand. We have 2 characters that probably some of the better characters in Kurt's deck to challenge an opposing board.
I actually think that Zan might be a 12 lore. You can kind of see it in the overlay. I don't know if you see that.
The Muses having 4 willpower here makes it just so difficult. That one willpower of a difference. Kurt would have to challenge with both characters to banish it. Don't really have any other way in hand to deal that extra damage we would need, and it's a card that's kind of crippling for Kurt here.
Yeah, it feels like you'd have to answer it with a single card because you have to stop the cost value of the other cards as well that are on the board right now. You can't just run both characters into the Muses. Does have access to Strength of Raging Fire in hand.
can get rid of one Prince John. The other 2 lore quests are exerted is the Curse of Merfolk, but if we want to challenge and banish that, we have to discard a card, which really don't want to do when there's 2 Prince John in play. I think Kurt is trying to figure out the most optimal line here. Very, very difficult board state. Trying to find how he can get back into this game. We're going to start by playing a Lawrence here after inking a Rapunzel. Card that could challenge and banish the Muses in one go if we find the Muses exerted. Also puts another character on board so that we can sing Strength for 3 damage.
Strength of the Raging Fire here. Target's going to be Diablo, it looks like. Is Diablo on a cove as well?
Yeah, we couldn't banish the Calhoun there because the Calhoun would have 3 willpower, but with an resist +1. Use Calhoun to banish the Prince John, gaining 2 lore from banishing the card in a challenge, taking no damage. The resist, and then we're going to use Pete, it looks like, to challenge the dock. Cleaning up a little bit. Does open up Zan's Calhoun, though, to be able to challenge into one of the characters, gaining 2 lore in the process.
Going up to 19. Ursula Deceiver off the top here for Zan. So if you're on Zan's side of the board here, is there any way that you lose this game? What do you have to think about here in order to not let this one slip away?
We're going to see an Ursula being played. Just going to see the dock in hand. The only thing I can think about, honestly, is if you make your board characters vulnerable and then Kurt's able to find enough songs to banish the rest of the board. But even then, all you need is another ward character that you can play behind it, and that would be game. And seeing that Kurt only has 1 card in hand, and that card being a dock, only 6 ink available, would be, I think it's going to be difficult for Kurt to make anything happen.
So Calhoun into Calhoun, but Zan's Calhoun is on the cove. Gonna get that 2 lore up to 14.
He has the high ground.
He does have the high ground.
Yeah, even if we exert everything this turn and go up to 19, Kurt can challenge the Muses, banish it with the Lawrence. We can challenge and banish something else with the Pete. And we have everything else to deal with after that. It's only a dock in hand.
Yeah. So I assume Zan's just going to quest out here.
I think so. I don't think there's any reason not to be honest. If it pushes us up to 19. Okay, we're gonna use 3 ink instead of singing to put some damage on the Lawrence. Kurt's gonna show he only has the dock. Shake hands with Zan, giving Zan the victory, taking game 2 for round 4.
Yeah, so 1-1. I mean, that was a nice comeback for Zan. I mean, Kurt's deck looked really powerful into Emerald Steel there, but we saw particularly, just the level of impact those ward characters can have on a deck that's sort of based around removal.
Yeah, the ward characters as well as seeing what happens when the Diablo actually survives, right? If we take a look at game 1 versus game 2, Kurt was able to banish the Diablo pretty quickly. And so being able to get rid of that Diablo, keep the Diablo from gaining any value throughout the game, I think really made the difference because, I mean, for that entire game, Zan just had a grip of cards, right? He was able to answer pretty much everything that Kurt kept throwing at him.
Yeah, that was a long technical game, but if I could point back to one, or not one moment, but three moments that sort of was the story of that match, it was Pete into Pete into Pete. That was particularly rough as that Diablo was able to survive and just accrue Zan so much value.
Pete and repeat, as some might say. Yeah, so we see Zan, playing the deck that he's been playing the past 2 DLCs. See that he's altered it a little bit from the previous set. So obviously made some changes for predictions in this meta. Did pretty good into this Mines deck, which we also expected a lot of this weekend. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, if I was him, I'd be pretty happy to split 1-1. I know Zan is looking for the 2-0s, but I think in regards to the metagame that showed up, maybe preying on Ruby Amethyst with that list and feeling comfortable into the Ruby Sapphires, maybe because the addition of the Cursed Merfolk, which we saw Zan play. I assume that maybe that deck is not as comfortable into Amber Steel, so coming into the later rounds, being able to go 1-1, not ideal, but also not a disaster scenario, I think, for Zan.
Yeah. With that being said, we do have another round coming up, so make sure to not go anywhere, and we'll be back for round 5 soon. Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. We just got done with our first match of round 4, an interesting match between an Amber Steel and Emerald Steel list between Zan and Kurt, but we do have another match to get to for round 4. We are going to skip the first game. We are going to go in to the second game, and we'll catch you up once we get inside.
All right, so it looks like Scott is a game ahead here. With Scott and Daniel sitting on 21 points, which is a great place to be. We did see Daniel in the previous round, so Ruby Sapphire player.
Yeah, notably, those 21 points show us that both players are 3-0-0 going into this round 4. So if they can, if Scott can lock up a 2-0, that would be great for Scott. At this point, I'm sure Daniel's looking to just get a couple extra points as well to get the split. But I think Daniel here, looking at his hand, being Ruby Sapphire, I do see the Sail the Azurite Sea and a Tipo. We know how important it is for these Ruby Sapphire players to find that turn 2 ramp. They can lead into something like a Hiram or Grammatala on turn 4, maybe even a How Far I'll Go. I do catch a Lucky Dime for Daniel as well. Card that has been cut from these Ruby Sapphire lists. I feel like if I said that sentence, 2 or 3 months ago, that would have sounded like blasphemy for these Ruby Sapphire decks.
You say that, but I don't think it would. I think most Ruby Sapphire players knew that that was a very, very bad card and it was a bad win condition. It was just almost a necessity in the deck, right? So Lucky Dime was, in my opinion, a bad card that existed in a fantastic shell, right? So it was surrounded by the best cards in the game. It just happened like 7 cost uninkable item. Like, why would you ever play that? That one tripped me up in the set review. I'm not gonna lie.
Because it wins you the game, Brendan. That's what it does. You just slam the Lucky Dime and gain 7 lore off of a Tamatoa.
Yeah, there's a lot of 9 ink win the game cards. They're usually unplayable, but it turns out when you ramp throughout the entire game and you have the best control deck in the game, you can play cards like that. I think that the newer edition in set 6 of the new win condition is much, much better. That being said, you can play both, right? You just don't play 2 dimes anymore. We saw like the issues of 2 dimes. People were playing cards that would put those dimes into your inkwell and sort of take away your win condition, and they were definitely being targeted.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting thing we saw in Shimmering Skies, particularly in a mirror match, in a Ruby Sapphire mirror match. A Lucky Dime can sort of be a make or break, and so we see Scott here being on Ruby Sapphire as well, meaning that, seeing that Daniel has a Lucky Dime, I'm not sure if Scott will or not, but seeing Lucky Dime this early, it may not actually be that impactful, but could be impactful in the mirror match for sure. Of course, Daniel did find that turn 2 ramp. I don't think Scott did. We only see the Popsicle and the Ice Block here, but Daniel on his turn 3 is going to play out this Sisu Embolden Warrior. The gain strength based on the number of cards in your opponent's hand. Scott, of course, has a bunch of cards in hand with 4 willpower and 2 lore.
Daniel's hand is actually really, really rough in the forms of Lucky Dime and Tamatoa. So we have an interesting dynamic here. We have one player hitting the turn 2 ramp, but having no item that draws a card and no Hiram, while the other player has 2 Popsicles on board, doesn't have the Hiram, but is going to have the sort of resources to get a lot more card advantage through things like How Far I'll Go and Grammatala, and ultimately probably will find the Hiram. This is not a bad one to find, though. Sail into the Azurite Sea.
One of the better Sapphire cards out of Azurite Sea. See how the Azurite Sea lets you draw a card, and then you get to put another card in your inkwell for turn. It still has to be inkable, very similar to the Bellstrange special ability, but it does give you access to ramp, or another 2-drop access to ramp for Ruby Sapphire. Interesting thing here, Scott, for the past 3 turns, has just played a 1-cost item and then had to pass. We do see the Hiram in hand, which I'm sure we will see on the next turn, but missing that ramp, Daniel's going to be ahead on ink while Scott is ahead in hand.
Finds the Hiram off the top as well. So Scott's going to have a lot of card advantage, but I think that Daniel's about to slam down the Dime, which can be a very impactful card to get down early in the Ruby Sapphire mirror. Does opt to brawl that Hiram to stop him from drawing too many cards, but Dime is in hand here for Daniel.
Interesting thing here for Daniel as well. With so many cards in Scott's hand, even if we didn't have something like the Brawl, just exerting this Hiram on the next turn for Scott to draw some extra cards. With all those cards in hand, that Sisu was likely going to be able to banish the Hiram anyway, unless Scott had a way to deal with the Sisu. So I don't think it's going to be there for long. Scott is going to play How Far I'll Go, though, looking at the top 2 cards of the deck, putting one in hand, the other in the inkwell.
He kept the item removal card as well.
He kept the hideaway. So if we do see this Lucky Dime played, it could be thrown right into the inkwell from Scott here.
Oh, it would, I mean,
it would be detrimental.
I feel like Scott would be so far ahead if this turn is Lucky Dime.
There it is. Oh my gosh. We see the Lucky Dime from Daniel. We'll see if Scott follows it up with this hideaway play.
I mean, absolutely.
I mean, you have to, right? You have to get rid of this Lucky Dime.
You're going to be playing the Ruby Sapphire Mirror, and your opposing Ruby Sapphire player is going to have 0 cards in hand.
This is something that I love about Disney Lorcana. Like, the smallest decisions can be the biggest game changers. Keeping that hideaway for this Lucky Dime could be the game changer. We are going to see Scott go ahead and play a Be Prepared this turn. Scott doesn't have any characters on his side of the board, so it can be a pretty efficient. They're 2 for 1. They are getting the characters off of Daniel's side of the board. Daniel's going to follow that up with a Hiram, banishing an item of his and drawing 2 cards.
Yeah, I just didn't feel particularly pressured by the Lucky Dime in that turn. Just goes to the value play in terms of the 2 for 1. Ramatala is going to be a nice refill. I mean, those are 2 very good cards for Daniel to find off the top to find a way back into this game potentially.
And something Daniel needed to find as well. We talked about how Scott is the one that has the bigger hand this game. Daniel didn't exactly have ways to draw a bunch of cards. We are going to see the Sisu come down, banishing both the Gramatala and the Hiram because of that ice block, giving Gramatala 1 less strength. Scott just finding answers for everything at this point in the game. I think he's in such a good position right now.
I wonder, since we didn't get to see game 1, if Scott had potentially seen the Lucky Dime in game 1, so knew to keep the hideaway off the How Far I'll Go.
Definitely possible. Looks like we're just checking ink totals.
Looks like it's going to be a judge call.
Could be a judge call. Might have added some extra ink in the inkwell accidentally. I'm sure the judges are going to figure that out as we talk about this. But I wanted to go back to that play of just like playing the How Far I'll Go, seeing the hideaway. Maybe we saw the Lucky Dime in game 1. That was probably what ended up happening, knowing to take it that quickly. But it's the decisions like that in this game that I love. I feel like games can be won and lost off of micro decisions like that with Lorcana based on what you ink or just like which cards you take and put on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It was my shock and my surprise when we played that How Far I'll Go and we see probably what was a one of in terms of item destruction. And then also, yeah, the decision to keep it was very heads up.
Daniel even has a Tamatoa in hand. We also have the Sail the Azurite Sea. We wanted to draw a card, but we just don't have many cards in hand to ink. We're going to go ahead and play out this Tamatoa. Means we can get an item back from our discard. We don't have any popsicles, so we're going to opt for a Vitalosphere here. Tamatoa, of course, gains lore for every item in play.
Yep. 2 Maleficent Monstrous Dragons in hand for Scott, which I assume is going to be the answer to this Tamatoa.
Go ahead and ink that Vitalosphere and pass the turn to Scott. Scott having answers for everything here, whether it's characters or items. We are going to see that Maleficent Dragon being played, banishing the Shiny Crab to the discard. And Scott's just going to quest with the Sisu and pass the turn.
Nailed to the Azurite Sea here.
Finding a Visions of the Future. I think we're going to play that. Look at the top 5 cards of the deck. Try to find something to help us, but the rest on the bottom.
Got to be the Be
find
Prepared.
the Be Prepared. Yeah, I feel like that's the take here.
Threatening 5 lore, you just have to take it.
2 giant dragons on the other side of the board between Sisu and Maleficent. We are going to play the Sail the Azurite Sea to get another card draw. We could ink up to 3 cards this turn if we wanted to, but I don't think we'll be seeing that from Daniel.
Yeah, assume it's not going to ink. You know, unfortunately, Scott is going to gain 5 lore here. Outside of that, I guess it looks a little bit manageable off the back of the Be Prepared because I don't see any sort of refuel cards in Scott's hand.
And luckily, Scott doesn't have any lore, so he's just going to jump up to 5. Which seems like a long way from 20, but I feel like in these Ruby Sapphire games, isn't that much. And we do see the hideaway being played, getting rid of this Lucky Dime. So no Tamatoa shenanigans, Lucky Dime shenanigans for Daniel. Lucky Dime's going to go straight into the inkwell.
Let's find his own 8-cost Sisu, but have to be the Be Prepared, the 2 for 1. And now we're into a little bit of a grind. I mean, Scott is much, much, much better set up to get out of this grind because he's going to eventually probably draw the Hiram and then he's going to be on a roll. Scott has no items deployed.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel is in a tough position here. Maui, Brawl, and Sisu, none of these are really doing anything for you right now. We're just going to play the Sisu for no value. There's a Maleficent Dragon in Scott's hand as well to follow that up if we want to. We also have 2 Ice Blocks. I mean, if we don't have a Meta Medusa in hand. Also, Maui Shark, interesting inclusion. Recurring some of those actions back from the discard if you can challenge and banish a character. Also evasive. We've seen the power of Maui Half Shark today already. Previous matches.
It's actually an interesting line here from Scott. Are you just playing at the Maui Shark here, or are you playing the Monstrous Dragon?
It's interesting, especially having the Be Prepared in hand. I don't want to commit too much to the board personally if I feel like I need to rely on the Be Prepared to banish anything, but knowing that Daniel is low on cards, I mean, he's going to be searching for, he needs to find something like a Hiram and a draw engine. I wouldn't be too upset with the Maleficent Dragon, to be honest.
So, like, can Daniel even quest here? I would argue no.
Oh, right. You're right, because you have the Ice Blocks and the Maui Shark could just challenge it.
Even without the Ice Blocks, just recurring the how far I'll go here, it just seems too good, right?
We do find a Grimmatal off the top and a Pirate's Life and a Meta Medusa. Both pretty good cards. Opts to take the Pirate's Life, putting the Medusa on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, so can play the, has the 3-cost Sisu with the Ice Blocks available. I don't feel like Daniel can really quest here because that Maui Shark is threatening so much value.
Yeah, Maui Shark having that evasive keyword makes it so difficult to deal with unless you have cards like Meta Medusa. If you can push the strength down, basically Ruby cards that can outright banish it, like Maleficent Dragon. Of course, Daniel does not have any of those in hand. Scott finds another. Is that another Maleficent Dragon?
It is. Maleficent Dragon, ×2, Be Prepared, and 3-cost Sisu in hand for Scott. We're going to see both of these Ice Blocks activated.
Yeah, the exact reason you mentioned earlier, Brendan, why we maybe did want to quest with that Sisu. Maui Shark's going to challenge and banish the Sisu after reducing the strength with the Ice Blocks. We're going to grab that How Far I'll Go back from the discard.
Sisu 3/4.
Scott is going to find the Hiram here, playing it out, drawing 2 cards.
Feels like Scott is firmly ahead, but Popsicle is going to be, if there's a way out of it, is going to be that Popsicle draw engine here. Probably wanted to find it here on the top side of the Vitalosphere.
Are going to brawl that Hiram away so that Scott can't continue to use him to draw extra cards. There's so much ink on the table right now. It is the Azurite Sea, and we are drowning in ink.
Let's find a Pirate's Life here for Scott.
Using those Ice Blocks to get value out of the Sisu, banishing a character with 1 strength or less, so we can drop that Grimmatala down to 1 strength and play out the Sisu. Another evasive character we can use to quest with. Going to play a Pirate's Life, a big card comboed with Maui here, forcing Daniel to lose 2 lore. You gain 2 lore, and then you gain an extra lore from Maui Half Shark's other ability.
The Be Prepared is going to do something, but I don't think it's going to be enough in the grand scheme of this game.
Daniel not able to find and keep a way to draw cards. It's feeling like it's really starting to affect him. Scott has just been able to refill his hand over and over, finding those Popsicles and Hirams when he needs to. You're going to see another Grimmatala.
Maui Shark.
Another Maui Shark and a Sisu. We already have a Maui Shark in hand. We have plenty of removal in hand. Not sure we even need the Sisu, but with the Ice Blocks.
I think you grab the Sisu. I mean, of course you have the Ice Blocks, but maybe you just grab it for the 3 quest value.
Going to play a Half Shark here. Daniel finds another Grimmatala. Looking at the top 2, we have a Queen of Hearts and
like an
Ice Block. neither of those are going to be very helpful for us.
Yeah, Daniel's deck is very interesting in regards to like the way that Ruby Sapphire is traditionally built. The Vitalospheres, the Queen of Hearts, like those are not cards we usually see in this deck list. I mean, they are tech cards that we have seen in the list in the past, but I assume that if we looked at the rest of the Ruby Sapphire list in the room, that they would look a bit different.
Yeah, it's interesting with the inclusions of Maui Half Shark. I've seen cards like Vitalosphere and Shield of Virtue see more play in these Ruby Sapphire decks for the ability to just give something rush or re-ready something. That something being usually Maui Half Shark, so that you can recur actions more than once in a turn, or give Maui Shark rush the turn that you play him, so that you can challenge and get that action back.
This Tamatoa kind of looks like a nail in the coffin.
I think so. If Daniel can't find a way to deal with this board, Tamatoa is going to have 5 lore on it currently, 6 lore now with the Popsicle. Scott is going to be pushing a game win here after questing this turn for 2 on the next turn. Daniel can't get rid of anything.
Daniel's still in top deck mode. It's going to be a
The
TPO.
TPO's not going to do it. Scott is going to take game 2 in round 4, taking the 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting. I love to see the Ruby Sapphire mirrors. I know I'm not in the majority on that one. But I'm interested on the diversity of win conditions that they're running. If a lot of them are running the single dime, if they're still running 2 dimes, or if a lot of them are rotated off of dimes completely.
I've seen a lot of variance between the two. As you mentioned earlier, I think a lot of Ruby Sapphire players understood that dime is a bit of it. It's not a great card. It's an expensive, unequal card that kind of does nothing until it does a lot of something. And so I think a lot of players have cut back. I've seen players typically play 1, and then if they're not doing that, then they're going all in on the Maui Half Shark Pirates Live package that we saw Scott use there. So I think it's sort of a toss-up right now, especially if players are concerned about the mirror match. A lot of players want to play the Lucky Dime sort of for the mirror, but I mean, in that, we saw Daniel had the Lucky Dime and Scott didn't. You mentioned cards like Hideaway and Cusco from last set make that mirror match even more difficult and weird to navigate, because you can't just slam a Lucky Dime and it's there for the rest of the game. You have to sort of play it the turn you plan on using it.
Yeah, that Hideaway was probably a one of. Happens that the Lucky Dime was also probably a one of. So, yeah, great answer there. And I mean, we see on display that the Ruby Sapphire is going to be the most played deck in the room by a significant margin. But there is going to be a lot of differences in the list that we'll see. So I'm interested to see what kind of percolates to the top as we head into day 2 tomorrow.
I agree. And we're getting closer and closer to day 2 as the day goes on. So with that being said, we're going to be back up with round 5 shortly. Don't go anywhere.
with Scott, who just won his round 4 match, a Ruby Sapphire mirror match 2-0. How are you feeling right now, Scott?
I'm feeling great. Top of the world, top of the standings.
How did you feel about the mirror match? You know, I don't know if you faced mirrors yet today. This is round 4. Was that your first one today?
I did. I played the mirror round 2, and I'm really, really comfortable in the mirror. So it's probably my second best matchup, I think.
Okay.
So feed me the mirrors as long as the clock isn't an issue.
Okay. And is Ruby Sapphire something that you've been playing for quite a while, or is that something that you picked up new coming into this weekend?
Picked it up for this.
Okay.
This is the first tournament I've ever played Ruby in. I finally dipped my toes into it. I was against it the whole time. I bite the bullet. I'm playing the good red cards.
And here you are.
Yeah.
So you qualified in Vegas. So what deck were you playing there?
I played green-purple.
Green-purple.
Green-purple bounce deck.
And how's that transition been to the Ruby Sapphire deck for you? Because those are quite vastly different.
Right, and that one was kind of more of a choice of, I felt like it was a good call for that tournament specifically. I'm a blue-steel kind of guy at heart,
okay.
really at the end of it. I think it's just a peg below where it needs to be right now. The Ruby Sapphire is superior blue deck, I think.
Yeah. How do you feel going in the rest of the day?
Good. From what I saw from the tables around me, a lot of Ruby Sapphire mirrors, a lot of Amber Steel decks floating around. So we'll just kind of take the punches and see if I come out on top.
Yes. Well, I hope you do. Good luck with the rest of your games, and thanks so much for chatting with me.
Appreciate it.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the booth here in the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. I'm Liam, this is Tannen. We are through round 4, going into round 5. There's a lot of energy out there, but this is more than halfway through this long day. Tannen, I wanted to ask you, you have a lot of experience playing in these high-level TCG tournaments. What are the players starting to feel now, having gone through the first 4 rounds and getting into the back half?
So it's one way or the other. Either the butterflies are out, and you're kind of comfortable and you're taking it one game at a time. That's the biggest piece of advice I can give you, is treat it like any other tournament that you've played, focus on what you're doing. Or when you're doing well in one of these things, or when you've got a bad start off, you can kind of like snowball, right? You can get a little too nervous or you get a little too down on yourself, and you just got to approach everything. I know it's anecdotal. You got to approach all of it as a single match. Try to get it out of your head. Look, if you had a bad match, vent about it for a second or two. Get over it. Get focused. Get into the next one. I wish I had known this myself when I was younger, and I could have talked to myself. It might have helped out a lot, but it's a difficult day. Everyone you're playing against is some of the best players in the world, so you kind of just got to take it as it comes and do the best you can.
Remain focused, remain sharp. Well, speaking of remaining focused, the next players we're going to watch in this round are well positioned. They've been doing well, accumulated enough points that they're still in the running to make the top cut. I'm actually really excited about this next match. It is a deck pairing that I love against one of the biggest, or actually the most represented deck in the format here today.
Yeah, so we got Ruby Sapphire playing against
Emerald Amethyst.
Emerald Amethyst, yeah. And this is going to be a sweet one. I'm very interested to see how this match is going to play out with the way that the Ruby Sapphire decks have kind of gone. You know, we've seen them kind of change a little bit set, right? Like a new card will come out, right? Like they get a new ramp spell, and that's cool. But like, I feel like the deck has actually started to change finally. You know, we've got different ways to win. It's got a more robust mid game now. You've got a Pirate's Life as a better piece of reach, and then as a huge threat with Maui Half Shark going on. So how do you feel from the other side that this matchup's going to go?
Oh dear, I playing this deck feel fairly confident on the play into this matchup, and I think a lot of Ruby Sapphire players will tell you that they think on the play, when the Emerald Amethyst deck is on the play, it's very strong, especially if people are choosing to take an aggressive line with 2 Lore Questers on turn 2. But on the draw, most of these decks feel pretty confident, and so I think the prediction for a lot of these people would be that these decks will split. But I do know that Mo, one of the players here, is running a very aggressive deck, trying to run underneath a lot of these Ruby Sapphire decks. So I also wanted to mention storylines real quick. One of our competitors here has played in maybe the most Disney Lorcana challenges. It's DKP, or Din Kang Pham, the only player I think to qualify in both North America and in Europe for the championships, against Mo Shamblin, a player who I believe only played in 1 challenge. He bought the tickets to Las Vegas last minute, thought he would go have some fun for his anniversary, ended up qualifying for this, and here he is. So it's a challenge veteran against somebody who only played in 1, made that shot count, and here they are. So it's a great storyline.
Speaking of here they are, I think the players are ready down in the feature match area. We can head on down there, get the match started as we talk a little bit more as this goes. And yeah, I think the big burden is going to be how impactful turns 1 and 2 are versus this red-blue deck. You know, if you get something like some of the questing 2 characters on 1 and 2, then that can be something that's very, very impactful here. So I love that you brought that up.
Yeah, so the key to victory here for the Emerald Amethyst deck is to be fast. It has the ability to have a very effective one drop with a Cursed Merfolk. That's a card that Mo is going to want to see very early. He's going to want to go, I think, wide. Mo's game plan, actually, I talked to him a little before this. It's to go wide, it's to be aggressive, it's to get early, it's to go underneath this. And so he's going to want to get a lot of characters on the board very early. On the other side, I don't know who's on the player draw here yet, but let's say that Din is on the play. Card advantage is something that he's got to think about. So he's going to want to get to that Hiram as early as possible, going to want to set that up on turn 4. But the ramp is so important in this game. At some point, Mo is going to hit, and ideally he's going to hit the Genie on turn 4. It's going to be very important that Din finds an answer to that Genie as soon as possible. Ideally, a Maui Half Shark, which can shut down all of the aggression. That Maui sitting there as a threat to challenge into your characters and pull back actions really slows down anybody trying to run under this deck. So getting to that Maui as soon as possible is going to be important.
Speaking of important, we have a 1-drop here from Mo, and it is one of the best ones. It's Cursed Merfolk on turn 1. And like you said, super important here in this matchup. Tipo is going to lead to a Develop Your Brain, a card I haven't seen in quite a while, but this we know from Thin King Fam. He'll every now and then play a card or two that other people might not be, loving as much or might not be as into as much, but he does really well with them, so it's hard to argue with the results.
And this is the turn 1 Mo wants right off the bat. It's turn 1 Merfolk, turn 2 Quest with it. We'll get a couple other characters on the board here, I think. Oh, we do see a Pegasus Shift go into the Inkwell. That's a card that not everybody plays in these decks. It was really popular previous sets with the 1-drop Pegasus followed by the Shift. So we know now that Mo is running that. That's a fun card to see. And going wide here with 2 characters on the board, 4 lore on the board on turn 2.
Yeah, Magic Broom and Diablo added for Mo Shumblin here. Back over to Din. Let's see. I see a Sail the Azure at Sea. So he does have that ramp for turn 2. Is that a Tipo or...
It is. And in this matchup, the Tipo is usually the better play because you want to have an answer for those Merfolk. Those Merfolk, if left unchecked for 2, 3, 4 turns, will be very impactful. So you want to get that Tipo on the board, ramp that way, and then you have a way to answer that Merfolk next turn.
Interesting card into the Inkwell as well. A little goofy showing up here. Interesting.
This is a super goof. An interesting card to see in this build. Not often played in this deck. This is a 2/4 that can gain 2 lore on the challenge when it rushes as soon as it comes into play. So it gives you a little bit of reach in this deck, and it's a fun card to see.
Looks like I get that extra ink from Din as well. Does have does have a couple songs to sing as well in turn 4. So doing the thing he's supposed to be doing here. Now we're going to go ahead and quest up completely for Mo Shumblin here. That's 4 that's going to go over. Love starting the way your turn out this way because this Magic Broom, I've got to believe, might be getting translated into a card here. Maybe you keep it around because there's only a 1/2 on the other side. You can maybe get another lore out of it.
We'll see. I do think you want to gather as much lore as possible early. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd stick around. Here we have a fun card. This is a 2 lore Prince Philip quest for 2 lore, and I believe it has ward as well, making it difficult to get around.
Yeah, and I love keeping that Magic Broom around for at least 1 more turn. There's no challenge set up for you here that makes it worrisome that you're not going to get the card off of it. I think you can be a little extra greedy in this spot with it. Now I see another ramp spell from Din here. Sail the Azure at Sea, another card off the top. He gets to put 2 cards into his Inkwell this turn if he wants.
We do see the Maui Half Shark there, which will be an impactful card in this matchup. We also have, importantly, the Rush Maui, friend to all, which can answer one of the threats on the board. But again, ramping into that Be Prepared, I think, is where Din wants to be.
Also, the fact that it is Sail the Azure at Sea this turn means that these inks are going to be unexerted. So if he wants, he can utilize this Brawl here, which I think he's going to pick off one of these characters. I wonder if it's just going to be this. Let's see. It can't be the Prince Philip. So yeah, it's going to be that Cursed Merfolk.
Yeah, definitely not wanting to discard a card to that Cursed Merfolk. Tipo there banishing the Diablo, and of course Mo will draw a card off of that. That card replaces itself, and I think it's back over to Mo with 3 lore on the board, and that Prince Philip, which is a fun card, I think, in this build sitting there.
Yeah, quite a bit of a lore advantage here as well. 6-0 in the favor of Mo Shumblin. Picked up a Fox for his turn. Let's see how he wants to play this. It's been a while since Prince Philip and play. Baby Pegasus is going to go ahead and make its way into the Inkwell. There we go. We're going to go ahead and quest up for 1 here, go up to 7. Got to believe maybe that Magic Broom is going to get turn into a card here. Let's see. Draw from the rabbit. Consult the hand. See, do we need to draw another card here? We're going to be going into the 6 ink turn. So maybe you can get another quest out of this magic broom.
So let's take a look at the hand here. We do have Ursula Deceiver here. One of the things we mentioned is Din does have a Be Prepared sitting over there, which could clear the board on turn 7. But Ursula Deceiver is the answer there. So if Mo feels like he wants to prevent that for a few turns, unless he wants to draw it out, that Deceiver can pick that card. It's a fun note.
Definitely a really good note there that Prince Philip is going to quest, moving Mo up to 9-0 lead. Now the Maui's going to come into play, take care of that Prince Philip really well. So that's a good spot for Din to find a way to take care of some of these questers over on Mo. It's done a really good job these last 2 turns making inroads on Mo's side of the board. As we pass it back over, he's got just that Merlin Rabbit left over, picked up another Cursed Mofolk. You got to believe that Ursula's probably going to come into play somehow this turn.
Yeah, so one of the things one of the things that when playing Emerald Amethyst that I like to describe this game as is kind of a 2-phase game. When you're playing a control deck, once you get into the late game, oftentimes those decks are just going to gain control of the board. They just have too many control answers, especially the wipes. By the way, speaking of Deceiver there, it comes down, taking out that board wipe I was just talking about, that Be Prepared going to the discard pile. So once you gather as much lore as you can in the early game, ideally you want to get to 10, 11, 12 lore, kind of in the range that Mo is right now. Phase 2 kicks in where you're looking to get some of your reach cards, your goats, your white roses, or perhaps Go-Go Tamago in this meta to close things out. So getting up into this range while not being able to close it out is not terrible because you do have those cards which can get you there as the game stretches on.
This looks like that Maui's going to go ahead and trade into the rabbit. So a card draw here for Mo. Another card drawn. Kipo's going to go ahead and quest up here as well. It looks like it's going to be just a pass back over to Mo here, setting up for possibly that big Sisu next turn.
And let's just look at how impactful getting rid of that Be Prepared was this turn, because I think Din would have loved to play that. Have all that ink there, ready to go, and nothing to use it on, having timed that Deceiver perfectly.
Oh, absolutely. Now that Magic Broom is going to go ahead and quest up to 11. The Merlin goes to go up to 12. Since the character's played, the Broom is allowed to be put into to put away for another card. Another 3 lore coming up for Mo here. He knows he's probably going to get swept up here, but I like getting the goat into play as quickly as possible. It's going to bypass that Sisu sweep here and leave him with something in play that can quest. We already see that there's a fox in hand as well, so possibly getting to pick up that goat as well sometime soon.
Sending a Cloud Kicker into the Inkwell here, getting a little extra resources. One of the things that you want to consider in these Emerald Amethyst decks, you don't want to overextend your Inkwell too much, but at the same time, at some point in the game, you want to be able to play a goat and bounce a goat, and you want to be close enough to do that. And so getting a little extra ink when you can is helpful.
And Tipo's going to sit around. Let's see, they'll go ahead and quest with it yet again. I believe Din is at 2. Yeah, there we go. We got it updated. Card off the top for Mo here. It looks like a white rose.
It's a white rose, another card that's going to get you 1 closer. Not a terrible top deck, because now we are in the single digits. Every single lore matters. The fox coming down, bouncing the goat. 1 more lore for Mo.
Yeah, that goes up to 18, and this actually pairs up pretty well. He's going to be able to ink 1 more card here, play the white rose, and possibly go up to 18 or 19, whatever it is here, and that's going to be
That's going to be the game. Wow.
Quick game 1 over to Mo. And I can see why you were saying that as the purple deck here, you actually kind of like this matchup sometimes in the blue-red.
Yeah, I mean, there's several key things that worked out for Mo. Mo did get a great opening. He wants to, in this matchup, go wide as early as possible. He's doing the 1-drop on turn 1, 2 1-drops on turn 2, putting him in a position to get around those single removals that the Ruby Sapphire is going to play, and then force that board wipe later on. But if you have the answer for the board wipe, which is that Ursula Deceiver that you can pick on turn 6, you leave yourself in a great position. And just a masterful performance there, well executed on the play. On the draw, it's a little more challenging, though.
We'll have to see if that works out as we head back down to the feature match area, get that second game. I think it's great that you pointed out that the Ursula play of just being patient with it, waiting till the exact right moment, because here's the best part about waiting for it. Not only do you only need to do it the turn before they play it, it gives them the most possible time to draw the card as well. Because, like, what if he just doesn't have it on turn 3, and then they draw it the turn before they're going to play it, then you can snag it from them.
Well, that's true. The other thing that it does, though, is Din is going all of those turns thinking turn 7 is my board wipe. And so he's playing on turns 4, 5, and 6 as if that's the plan.
Yeah, you allow him to keep the card and play for it. Yeah,
exactly. And so then you mess it all up. And perhaps he plays other things if he knows that board wipe is not available on the previous turns.
Really good point. Let's go and head back down to the feature match area and see how this match finishes up. Maybe Din can even it up, or maybe Mo just gets a repeat of game 1. I think he'd be pretty happy with that opener again here in game 2.
So one of the things I mentioned here, we didn't see much Hiram popsicle action going on there that first game, but on the play, Din being behind a card, will want to get to that card draw earlier, a lot sooner. That one card can make a big difference, the card that you get for being on the draw.
Is Mo keeping 1 and get rid of 6 here? I think that's a possibility. Or is he keeping 6 and get rid of 1? Let's see. Yeah, it looks like we're going fully deep for Mo here. This makes me wonder, does he not have a 1-drop in his opener, or is that the only card that he kept? Usually when I see a lot of cards like this, you're looking for something specific, and you didn't have that in the opening 7, so you want to get the most cards possible to get deep into it.
Yeah, Mo wants a lot of 1-drops. He runs a lot of them in this list, and so he's looking for a lot of early game cards, and he's also looking for some key cards. Having that Deceiver in hand is a nice insurance policy early. You can ink it if you don't need it, but if you can hang on to it to prevent that board wipe, that's great. In previous metas, you could use it to pick 1 jump ahead, but we don't see that run quite as much anymore.
Surprisingly, seen it a little bit today. We saw it in one of our early matches.
That's true.
I was watching one earlier from the feature match viewing area. I saw a Tipo sing a 1 jump ahead. I was like, okay, that seems really good to me.
So let's look at Din's opening here. We do have the popsicle. I see Sail to Azurite Sea on turn 2, so we do have that ramp. And is that a Maui Half Shark I see there? I think it is.
I think that is, yeah.
Which would be a very important card if we can get it online.
If a popsicle on 1 from Din, like you said, super important. Let's see, is there that 1-drop from Mo? If not, Din's got to be feeling pretty good.
I think we do have some 1-drops, but we don't have the one we want, I think, which is the Merfolk, unless I missed it. It will probably be, I want to say the Pegasus.
Yeah, I see a Followers for sure.
It
does look like it is the Pegasus on turn 1.
It is the Pegasus. You do want those Merfolk if you can get them, so Pegasus is fine. It'll quest for a little bit. It is a shift target for later on, but we do have plenty of other 1-drops to drop on turn 2, though, so Mo is going to be able to go wide a bit again.
Yep, Sail the Azurite Sea here, turn 2 for Din. That allows him to play another popsicle as well. This is a great start for Din here.
Yeah, fantastic start. We have the popsicle set up for Hiram there. We have that shark sitting, waiting to come out on turn 6. This is going to be a little bit more of a battle, but let's see how Mo responds.
Yeah, not the 1-drop that Mo wanted, but it is one of the 1-drops in the deck, so that's a good start for him here. Does he have the 2 more 1-drops again this turn? Is he going to go with a 2-drop? It does look like he has multiple 1-drops here now as well. Curse Merfolk into Eternal Box Followers.
So we did top deck the Merfolk there, which is a great card to draw in this position. We know we're dropping 2 1-drops. We get that high lore character on. Grandma Tala coming down here to ramp a little bit more and find another card. Or to find another card, rather.
Yep, back over to Mo here. Din added a card to his hands here. So we're going to start out with the Eternal Box Followers because we're most likely to cash this one in. So I like to start this way. Got to quest up, get a free card here. Rabbit added to the hand here for Mo. Another 3 lore added here as well for Mo. Way behind in ink. Way ahead in lore. Typically how this matchup's going to go very, very early.
That is exactly how this matchup's going to go.
Yeah. I think I see a Sir Hiss. But it's just going to be a snake that picks up the Merfolk and redeploys it where it is not exerted anymore, meaning that Din cannot challenge anything in play right now for Mo. No free value off this Grandma Talia.
I really like that play. This gets you almost a guaranteed extra 2 lore out of that Merfolk, getting you a little bit closer. These Emerald Amethyst decks are usually going to win kind of by inches. Every single lore matters, so if you can squeeze out 4 lore out of a Merfolk in the early game, it's fantastic.
Take a look at Din's hand. I think I see Maui, 2 Pirates' Lives, and I think that's another Maui as well.
Yeah, this is a rough hand.
It's 2 Half Sharks and then the Reckless Maui.
Yeah, so we do have a Maui play here, and then eventually those Pirate's Lives are going to be online. I mean, Maui, Pirate's Life is a song you can sing for 6. Great character to sing that is Maui Half Shark, and you can start getting a cycle here going with the Maui Half Sharks in play, singing Pirate's Life, bringing them back when they challenge any openings, and it's just going to be tough to overcome. As an Emerald Amethyst enthusiast, Pirate's Life is one of my least favorite cards because, as I said, it's usually a game of inches, and losing that 2 lore is brutal and can make all the difference in these games.
Absolutely. So a little bit of an inefficient turn, but it's just what Din has. A brawl here to take care of that Cursed Merfolk. Leaving some ink unused this turn, but back over to Mo. Picked up an Olaf. That's going to go ahead and go right into the Inkwell. Going to get followed up by this Rabbit, which is going to draw him another card. Help him elongate this game just a little bit. 2 lore added the total here. It's going to be 7-0. But as we said, this is just the way this game plays out. He's going to get out to a big lead, and then it's on Din to stem the bleeding. And, oh, a Be Prepared picked up for Din here. That's going to be a good target for that Ursula that was just picked up by Mo. We talked about this. The timing of those 2 cards together can be very impactful in these matches. But that Maui Half Shark has come into play, and it's going to get really, really impactful over these next few turns. We saw some Pirates' Lives in the hands. If Din can play those and then also challenge of Maui Shark in 1 turn, that could be a huge turning point in this game.
Maui Half Shark is such a frustrating card to see on the opposite side of the board because not only does it give your opponent's lore every time you play an action, but it really makes you think twice about questing. Mo is somebody who wants to push the lore a little bit higher every single game. You don't want to build a wide board because then you're playing into the board wipes, but having that Maui Half Shark there is so threatening. Giving your opponent back in action is, it feels terrible.
Yeah, it can never feel good. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and go with another Merlin Rabbit here, get another card deeper into our deck. I wonder if Mo is going to be questing here. It's a very, very dangerous play to make with that Maui Half Shark sitting across the board. As you said, lots of ways this can go really, really wrong for you if you're Mo.
Yeah, and so Mo thinking about here, he's looking at the actions down there. He's like, how much do I mind if one of those actions is pulled back? Perhaps the Brawl, but not knowing, I don't think we've seen the hand recently, not knowing that Pirate's Life is there. So that's a song that could be sung this turn. Maui Half Shark could then challenge and pull that right back.
It does look like the White Rose is going to get added to the ink, allowing a Cursed Merfolk to follow this up. It's going to push the lower total up to 10-0. We're back over to Din, and Din does have a Be Prepared here this turn if he wants to do this. Will cost him all of his ink, so it doesn't look like it's going to be a Be Prepared turn, since we saw a Popsicle start here.
Yeah, and it's not a bad play here to try to draw out that Be Prepared or that board wipe. I mean, Mo is staring at a Maui Half Shark. That's a brutal card which can close out the game on its own. So perhaps, saying, hey, if you have the board wipe, I don't love it because I've got a lot on the board, but if I have to rebuild my board with the 2 cards I got off the Rabbit, my other cards in hand, while you lose your Maui Half Shark, that's not terrible.
Does look like the Brawl is going to go back to hand here from Din as well. After picking off the Pegasus, he has a few other ways to do this as well. It looks like he's going to play another Maui Half Shark and then pick off this Rabbit with that Grandma Talia. It's going to get a card in for Mo, and then he's going to go ahead and heal up the Grandma Talia as well. So Popsicle into the discard pile. So 2 Mauis in play now. So any action is going to gain an extra 2 lore for Din here. And then if he gets to start challenging, I think this game is going to get way, way away from Mo here.
Yeah, it's a challenging position. At this point,
I see what you did there.
Yeah, a little Arcana pun. At this point, one of the things you may want to consider doing is trying to draw out that board wipe. Anything to get rid of those Maui Half Sharks. This is fun. Get some information here. Take a look at the hand. There are options available. Yeah. And to be quite honest, that's probably the right choice. You want to prevent losing that 2 lore is brutal, and the board wipe is not terrible.
You're actually kind of okay with it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're like, please play the Be Prepared. I think it's better for me than it is for you. These Mauis are representing so much lore gain. If you play 1 Pirate's Life, which they can sing, you'd gain 4 lore and your opponent would lose 2. That is a huge swing.
Now, it's a card we can pull back here, but again, I think that board wipe is something you're not unhappy to see. So 2 more characters to the board. Here we're going wide.
Yeah, Sir Hiss and Diablo added for Mo here, almost daring Din to play this Be Prepared. I wonder if he's going to quest this turn. And here's the thing, he did add 2 more characters to the board, but I kind of like this because one of them will replace itself if it gets Be Prepared. The Diablo will draw an extra card, and then you'd feel kind of okay because you would draw 2 cards off this board.
So will 2 cards. So I think this is the right move here. Leave everything up. Don't allow that Pirate's Life to come back. At some point, Din is perfectly happy. Din's perfectly happy right now to start playing that Pirate's Life. Brawl coming down here. We will gain 2 lore off those Half Sharks.
And removes that Cursed Merfolk as well. Din. Let's look, we're going to start questing as well. With the Sharks, they're pretty safe. They have evasive. There is a Sir Hiss, but those will be able to pick off a Shark by themselves. Maybe if there's a Crab somewhere in Mo's deck, we might be able to get a nice trade in. Also, this way, taking the Pirate's Life from Din, I think this is good because it puts Din in a spot where hey, you might not be able to use your ink next turn.
And that's true. You know, that be prepared is kind of a brick in your hand. You can't ink it.
A super
unless you
goof
wanna play it.
added here for Din. One of my local players is absolutely in love with this card, by the way. Plays it in every deck that he possibly can.
I love this card. And I love this enchanted card too. I think this might be Sam Nielsen's only credited card. At the very least, he's one of a few. A brilliant concept artist who does most of the concept work.
I'm not saying that it's better, but this is one of the few cards that where I prefer the original art to the enchanted art. I love the original art on this card. Like him flying around in what look like pajamas and stuff. I just absolutely adore this. This is the Goofy I remember as a child.
Yeah, this board state is so fascinating and fun. Din is slowly pushing the lore higher. Every action that he draws and plays will get him 2 lore. Mo doesn't want to present anything that'll allow him to pull back actions. 2 exerted characters represent 2 actions pulled back. I think the game plan here again is to just build up your board until you represent nearly lethal, not lethal, but end game. Enough lore to close out the game, and then force that board wipe, and then rebuild.
So a kit's going to get played here for Mo. He's going to put the super goof back into Din's hand. Now he's going to do some accounting here. How much do I have? We've made a big investment this game. Can I cash in just yet? Nope. The stock hasn't matured fully yet, so we don't want to cash it in just yet.
And this is so good. So that's 7 lore on the board. We know we have goats. We know we have bounces. We know we have white rose. We know we have go-go tamagos. So there's ways that Mo can close it out with cards that are not on the board and not questing. At some point...
Mo is just daring him, right? He's just daring him to be prepared.
Yep.
He's like, look, you're going to have to be prepared at some point in time. It's going to take up pretty much all, if not all, of Din's turn when it happens. So we do have a brawl to kind of break this up just a little bit. And then Mo would still draw a few extra cards with this. I kind of like going after the Ursula as well. It's something you don't want to get bounced later and then take the be prepared out of your hand. So good targeting by Din there. And Din senses this. He's like, look, I've got to start doing this stuff. So this is 4 more lore for him this turn. He's up to 7.
That's true. One thing I want to point out, a line that's fun here. Surhis represents 1 lore on the board. With a Go-Go Tamago, if the Surhis challenges into the Maui, putting 4 damage on it, that's a 4 lore swing with the Go-Go.
Without leaving something that can be challenged back as well. That's a really tight play.
Right, so that's a line that's available. A Go-Go is such a powerful card in this deck. I think it was in Game 3 of the European Championship where we saw a Go-Go gain 8 lore, 4 upon play, bounced back, and then 4 again. So a very powerful card, and we have a board state here which would allow a significant lore gain off it if it's drawn.
Getting 8 in 1 turn of a Go-Go is kind of crazy. I don't think I've ever seen it get more than like 2.
It might have taken 2 turns for that one, but it was definitely the same
Okay,
Go-Go.
you might be right. This might be the play. Surhis just attacked into this Maui. There it is.
There it is.
The Go-Go Tamago is going to get 4 more lore added from more Shamblin here. That's up to 14, and I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He is threatening 20 next turn.
Yes.
What a call.
Wow.
Hey, do you have the lottery numbers?
I don't know.
He's going to go up to what, I think 19 here?
Yeah.
I like this too because it's be prepared or bust a lot for Din here as well. Was that a Pirate's Life off the top?
Yeah,
I think I saw a red card.
The problem is the Pirate's Life, so we're going to slow this down a little bit. At this point, he can pull back a Pirate's Life, sing a Pirate's Life, play the Be Prepared, knocking it back 3. But it really does invite the board wipe here.
So this is a really complicated turn from Din, and it's probably going to start out with challenging with one of the Maui Sharks to get back something like a Pirate's Life.
Yes.
And kind of go that way. You can challenge with both of them, possibly. But I don't think you can do that without playing the Be Prepared this turn.
That's the challenge. You need to be able to play the Be Prepared, but you also need to be able to sing a Pirate's Life because a Goat or a White Rose off the top deck and the Emerald Amethyst player wins this game.
Yeah, that's a really good call. I think you have to challenge with the Maui Half Shark that has no damage on it, so it sticks around so you get the extra lore off the Pirate's Life as well. Din, a player who usually plays very deliberately, very quickly, taking his time here, and you can't blame him. This is a super complicated turn. Oh, it was a Pirate's Life off the top.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, so he could possibly sing both, but I'm not sure if it's better just to get one. Yeah, it might be better just to get one out of your discard pile.
That is true. I think it's important to pull one back because this deck can close things really quickly.
He can't win here, can he? So if he sings Pirate's Life, that's 8. He's only got 9, so he'd be at 19. He almost can win the game here. Does he have another action? Wait, so if you sing Pirate's Life, but you can't get the second one and sing that one as well, I apologize, because then you could play Be Prepared and win here, but you can't do that because you have to challenge one of them to get the second Pirate's Life. Okay. I got ahead of myself there a little. I apologize.
I'm mathing as well.
Yeah.
Certainly you can get close. And of course, I forget what it is in his hand. I'm not going to lie, but Super Goof is another card which could come down to get 2 lore instantly. So you can get pretty close.
Yeah, I think he's actually super close of just winning the game this turn, but he's going to be a little bit short, I think. And that's what's giving him pause, I believe.
What a game state.
All right, so many different lines that you could take here. So it is going to start with Din challenging. He's going to challenge the Diablo. You can draw an extra card, Mo. He's going to get back a Pirate's Life. A card that he's not, it's not embarrassing to play over and over again as this game goes on. So he's going to go ahead and sing this one. That's going to gain him 4, lose 2 for Mo. So Mo's going down to 17. Up to 14 is Din. All right, he's going to quest a 15 here. Here comes the B prep, I believe. Yeah, be prepared. It's going to gain 2 more lore and it equals 17 for both of the players. Another card for Mo here as well, though, as the rabbit goes away.
Wow.
Din couldn't get to 18 here to make sure the Pirate's Life was good enough to win. Oh, is that a...
It's a deceiver. It's a deceiver.
That's huge.
We'd love to have more high lore characters here, but that deceiver is a big draw. We're going to take a look at the hand. We're going to pick the Pirate's Life. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
He was going to have a Pirate's Life and Super Goof. He was going to possibly be able to win this very quickly.
Yeah, and then we have a kit, and then we have, oh, here it is. It's like you have the answer or you don't.
Din hasn't picked his cards up just yet.
There
What
are
did he
outs.
draw?
There are plenty
Is
of
this
outs.
a Sail the Azure at Sea? Okay.
Visions of the future. We're gonna take a look. We're gonna dig. We're gonna find. We're gonna play to our outs. There's brawls. There's plenty of things we could remove one of those characters.
Big Sisu, but I don't think we have enough ink. Your Hiram, a Tipo. I don't think we have enough ink for the Big Sisu. I think I see a 5-drop Maui as well.
I think we need a brawl.
Yeah, I think we need something that interacts with the board, and it looks like this might be a miss for Din.
Oh man.
Yeah, card added to hand for Din here. Didn't seem excited about it.
Let's see. I mean, I think we got a Hiram maybe. We're gonna dig a little bit more. We're gonna eat that popsicle. Draw 2 cards.
I don't know if there's a card that gets him out of this. He drew a B prep. That's not good enough.
Play the Tebow, pass the turn, quest for 3. Woo! Oh man. What a finish. What a game. What a game state.
What a match from these two. We've seen some incredible Lorcana back and forth today, and that was really impressive. A deck that, look, I'm going to be completely honest. Green Purple is a deck that I usually have a lower opinion on than most people. I'll say, that I say this a lot. Like, whenever I play the deck, it always feels underpowered to me. I don't win with it very much, so that's probably a user error with the deck as long. It looked really good in this match.
This deck is built to be fast. This deck is built with a lot more 1-drops than the average Amethyst Emerald deck, and it's made to go wide early. And it's actually teched very specifically for this matchup. And both players, though, this was a knife's edge. Some brilliant plays, including the Sir Hiss in to get that 4 lure off the go-go. That made all the difference. Top deck and Deceiver at the right time to play that was huge. But then, as you pointed out, Din was 1 or 2 actions away from winning the game with the 2 Mauis on the board and those Pirates' Lives. There were very close, numerous lines that he could have had to win that game in that position. So what a fantastic game. 2 amazing players. That was some incredible Lorcana.
Yeah, one of my favorite matches of the day. It looks like we're going to be taking a quick break, but we'll be right back with more Lorcana. We have another match out here. Hey everybody, and welcome back to the North American Championship. We're still in round 5, and we're actually going to be jumping back into our feature match area. We've got a game 2 that's in progress. We're going to go right in live to these players and see how they're going to finish up this round 5. So let's head on down to the feature match area. And it looks like we're going to be having a mirror match, but these decks are quite different from each other.
Right. You remember how at the beginning of the day we talked about these amber steel decks, and there's really 2 flavors right now. There's the aggressive variant, which is running really low to the ground, trying to win quickly, and then you have the traditional Steel Song build. On the left here, we have Sean playing the traditional Steel Song build with slight variations, and then on the right, we have this aggressive variant. Looking at the lore totals, it's exactly what you'd expect in this matchup, where David has managed to race ahead to 9 lore with this aggressive variant, and then Sean's over there lagging a little bit behind, but it looks like the better board state.
Yeah, we see a queen here that's been shifted. We've got an aerial. And as we say, let's just clean this up. David is up in this match already 1 game. And it looks like he's way ahead in the lore total here as well. He's got 9 while Sean has 3. But we're passing back over to Sean. He's got a little bit of a board presence here against this Daisy Duck.
Right. So back over to the traditional Steel Song build, we do have Spectacular Singer. We have Gaston, Baritone Bully. These are traditional Steel Song cards. We have a Whole New World in hand. One card we have there is Ariel's Sonic Warrior, is a fun card I see in Sean's hand. Not a card we see in all Steel Song decks, but sprinkled in here for a bit of control. And I want to point out another fun card on the other side. In David's deck, these aggressive decks, there's some cards which filter in and out, but one card I haven't seen in these aggressive Amber Steel decks is Perdita, Devoted Mother. It's a card David has in hand. It's a 6-drop card, the Mother of the Dalmatians, which will bring a 2-cost card from your discard pile back into play upon play.
Yeah, really could call with some of these docks that have been floating around, some of the other valuable 2-drops that have been in these decks. It's a real sweet one. I have seen a Perdita bring back a dock before, and it looked really powerful late in the game. So we are getting a little singing here. We have a Let the Storm Rage on, deal 2 damage, sit over here on this Daisy Duck. Doesn't want to use a Whole New World just yet. They get a little more value out of the hand, Sean is here. Looks like a Daisy Duck of their own. They're going to go ahead and put that aerial that has been shifted into play and take this out. Back over to David with no board presence from here. A little bit of a Lord lead, but nothing left in play.
Yeah, so we have I'm Still Here, I think, in there, and then a Whole New World. One of the things, I'll talk about the Whole New World for a second, because one of the things that these Steel Songs decks thrive off of is building a big board state of singers and then using Whole New World to refund their hand, and then using those singers to play multiple cards in a turn and eliminating the characters that your opponent plays. One of the dangers, though, in this matchup is David's playing a deck with a lot of very low-to-the-ground, high lore characters. You have 2-drop Smees, you have 1-drop Daisy Ducks. And sometimes the last thing you want to do, especially when David's sitting at 6 ink, is to refill his hand with 6 cards that are potentially 1- and 2-drops. It can go wide very quickly. So a Whole New World is a risky card to play.
Perdita getting into play here and bringing back a Calhoun. That is a really good target as well to bring back with the Mother of Dalmatians.
And Calhoun is also a potentially impactful card in this game. Calhoun, of course, gives you 2 lore upon the challenge. And when you're 9 lore away from winning the game, that 2 lore can be incredibly impactful. So Sean wants to get maximum value out of his singers by singing, which makes them vulnerable to challenges, making them vulnerable to Calhoun.
Activation of Daisy Duke here. That is going to... Daisy Duck here, I apologize. That is going to add a Rapunzel into David's hand.
I think Daisy Duke now is a card that I want to see.
I am very upset with myself for saying that. I'm not going to lie. All right, go ahead and sing a Strength of a Raging Fire. Put 3 damage over on Perdita, then challenge over into it as well. Take care of the pesky Dalmatian from David.
Yeah, so that wasn't a challenge. I think that was singing Strength of Raging Fire for 3 damage, and then Aerial Sonic Warrior, upon playing a song, you can pay 2 to deal 3 damage to chosen character for 6 total there, making use of that aerial that, again, we don't see in many of these decks.
Yeah, but then after that, we're going to sing a Whole New World, get 7 new cards for Sean and David here. Sean's still left over a little bit of ink. He's got 4, so he's going to go ahead and pay 2, deal 3 damage to that Calhoun from the Sonic Warrior. Sean in a really, really good spot to even up this match here.
Really getting maximum value out of the Sonic Warrior here. 3 damage, the perfect amount to overcome that resist 1. Ariel doing some work here.
Absolutely, Ariel's going to get played. Find another song here. It looks like Along Came Zeus, and if I'm David, I'm seeing the writing on the wall here. I don't know if he's going to get to quest with another character this game. This Sonic Warrior doing so much work. Plus, there's another removal spell. Looks like we got 2 more, 3 more,
multiple.
4 more.
There's 3 Along Came Zeus and a Strength of a Raging Fire in hand, and plenty of characters to sing them.
All right, Zeus is officially here.
Lightning bolts galore. We have 3 characters which can sing that. That's like so much damage you can distribute next turn. Now, David can go wide here. And so one of the things is David could go wide. I haven't quite seen his hand, but I do see a couple of 2-drops, some 1-drops. So if he does force Sean to use, 3, 4 removal cards, it does feel bad to lose your board, but Sean's going to go through his hand rather quickly.
And yeah, that's the thing I'm a little worried about is the fact that David could probably play, 3, 4 characters here this turn. The problem is that Sean's got multiple singers, like you said, and then he's going to be able to activate Ariel every single time as well. I don't know if David's going to be able to quest again this game.
Yeah, there's that Ariel is such a threat over there. As you pointed out, you sing Along Came Zeus with one of your 4 or 5 singers. Along Came Zeus comes down, does 5 damage. Then you get 3 more off the Ariel by paying 2. You can sing again, get 3 more damage. That Ariel is a menace.
Yeah, you see David really taking his time here. He's like, he knows there's at least one song, right? There's 7 new cards that came into Sean's hand. You have to at least assume that one song, which is generally going to take out one of your characters, then Ariel's activation is going to take out a second one. So you're going to be trying to play at least 3 characters here this turn if you can. If you can get 4, that's great. We know that Sean's up to the challenge of that many characters as well.
That's true. It's a bit of a spot for David. That just so much removal available for Sean here.
Yeah, Doc, Strength. Saw Piglet earlier. Another, I believe that's another Doc. It could be a Happy.
It's a dwarf.
Some dwarf knight thing. All right, so we go ahead and 1-drop Robin Hood. Follow it up with Cinderella. Okay. That one's a Happy because that's the 1-drop. Okay, so there we go. We've got 3. I think we need at least 4 characters played this turn. It might be 5 though. Calhoun into Piglet. And so this is what you were talking about, right? Like when you do the A Whole New World into a deck like this that has a bunch of 1 and 2s, this is the danger of doing that. But Sean is up to this challenge. I think a lot of this board is not going to be left over. He might not take care of everything because he doesn't necessarily need to take care of everything, but he's going to get all the best ones.
Yeah, and this, man, that Ariel Sonic, I'm going to keep talking about her because
it's so good.
It's just really good in this matchup and in this particular situation. It allows you to get so much value out of your songs. You don't even need to pay ink to play your songs, leaving all of that ink available for Ariel. It's just so good.
All right, so we're going to start out with Ariel singing Strength of a Raging Fire, then that's going to take out Calhoun. The Ariel Sonic Singer is going to activate. That's going to take care of the Piglet. We got multiple Ariels, multiple Robin. I'm going to have to clear this up. All right, Gaston is now going to sing Along Came Zeus onto the mini Robin Hood, making sure that shift line isn't there. 2 more ink he's going to get used to take care of the Cinderella. So all we've got left is the 1-drop Happy in play. If Sean wants to, he could take care of it. I don't know if he even needs to at this point. All right, we got an activation of Daisy Duck.
Let's see what we got off the top. Oh,
that's an actual miss for David.
Bummer. It's such a very few misses in this deck, and that is one of them.
Generally, only about 10 to 12 cards that can miss from David here in these builds. Generally. I got it right that time, by the way. I don't know if you noticed.
I did.
Okay. Just making sure we're going to put that one on the scoreboard. It's like rounds since the last incident, days since the last accident, rounds since the last time I've mispronounced the card.
Mispronunciated something.
We should get a ticker behind us for that.
I'm sure people watching will get that going for us.
Yeah. With me around, it wouldn't get very high too often. All right, Ariel's going to go ahead and get 2 more points of lore here.
It's just...
And we're going to pass back over to David. He played 5 characters last turn. He's got 1 left.
Now there's... this is a great, very impactful card in this particular matchup. A turn too late. Had you gotten that off the Whole New World, then, man...
That's the problem with Pete, man. You invite him to the party, and he's always just a little bit too late. He likes to make an entrance, but we needed a better one this turn. In this game for David. If Pete were one of the characters last turn, David might have had a really good shot at winning this game.
That's true. Pete, an impactful card, and anytime you're playing Steel Song, that deck runs about 18 average songs.
Sure.
Frank Carson has said numerous times that's about his sweet spot, is 18 songs. So Pete Games Referee shutting down a third of your opponent's deck for a turn is particularly impactful. So here
I
it
was,
comes
just, I
down.
was just gonna say, if you're gonna quote Frank Carson and say about a number, you should probably try to be precise.
Very specific. It was
Yeah.
18 exactly.
That man loves his math.
On the nose. So here you have Pete, games referee, coming down. Again, a turn kind of too late, but going wide again, forcing Sean to have some answers. We are sitting at 11 lore, and I will say there are outs in this deck. One of the outs people love to talk about in this deck are docks, because dock is a card that allows you to discard your hand, draw 2 cards. You can string that together and sometimes go very wide out of nowhere. So there are outs here. Sean is only sitting at 7 lore, but you're going to have to get lucky to hit everything you need.
It does look like a dock gets added here along with the Cinderella, along with that Pete. But the Storm Rage on the last card left over in David's hand. As we go back over to Sean, let's see how bad this turn is going to be for David, because don't forget, there is a Pete activation for him here. He might have a chance from this. All right, Smi added from Sean. A lot of the cards in his hand have been locked out. These 2 Zeus, Along Came Zeus, are no longer allowed to be played this turn. So not only would they not be able to take care of some of these characters, Aerial Sonic Singer is not going to be able to get activated this turn, and that is at least a big win for David this turn. Sonic Warrior, I'm sorry. All right, Hansel's going to go ahead and move that damage away from the Sonic Warrior, drawing a card for Sean here. Going to allow him to play a Queen with his last ink.
We have 11 lore on the board on Sean's side. That is significant.
Another miss
Oh, dear.
from the Daisy here. David putting another song to the bottom of his deck, which might not have been too bad here. Let's see. 4 lore going to be added to Sean here. That's going to even the game up at 11, I believe, between the 2 players. But David's going to get to actually come back to his turn here, ready up his characters and his ink with some stuff in play here. Is that another Pete off the top?
I missed the draw. I was doing math on the other side of the board there.
I think I'm wrong.
But Sean, within
Robin Hood? It is Robin Hood, sorry.
No, it's okay. Sean, within a turn of closing this out here, just not enough. David forced into the control role with Sean threatening game, and that's going to do it. I think this was a really fun matchup to watch. It was the 2 versions of Steel Song we see at this tournament going at it, and we saw a lot of things that we predicted, a whole new world going into a wide board, but the really impactful card in that matchup was Aerial Sonic Warrior, who I'd have to call Frank Carson to figure out the amount of damage that she did in that match. I think it must have been 15, 18. Yeah, keep track of it. But doing absolute work in that matchup, built for matchups like this, and a great tech call by Sean here.
Yeah, and you saw the importance of Pete in the matchup as well. 1 turn off of having Pete correctly would have given David a better shot in that game. And, I've played a lot of the mirror when it comes to this deck, and generally it's not who Pete's first, it's not who Pete's second, it's who Pete's last. Usually wins the game, and it didn't happen there because Aerial Sonic Warrior had just done way too much. That's the best I've ever seen that card be, by the way.
Honestly, me too.
Yeah.
And in the biggest stakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Big stakes. Like we said, I think that's going to do it for round 5 here, but we're going to have the other guys come in. They're going to be doing round 6. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Lorcana.
Lumineers. We are here, round 5, and I'm sitting here with Mo, who just went 2-0 against a Ruby Sapphire deck, and that game, too, was a nail-biter. Tell me a little bit about what you were thinking there when that Be Prepared came down.
You're telling me. To be honest with you, I was more scared of the Sharks than anything because I knew he would just be able to combo me out of the game if they stayed on the board, so I just had to find a way to force the prep, and luckily, I had some help from my friend Go-Go.
Go-Go,
That was
yes,
nice.
yes. Yeah, Go-Go came down, you quested, and you were sitting at 19. And then that Pirate's Life, those Sharks are a menace for sure. But you pulled it out here. Now, Emerald Amethyst is a deck that you have played before. It took you to top 8 in Vegas. But you strayed a little bit from Emerald Amethyst, you were telling me.
It was hard to play it in the green steel meta. So for Seattle, I played green steel with Clarabelle over Prince John. So I was like, it's honest green steel. I'm not discarding anyone.
Yes.
But yeah, it didn't quite get me there, but that's okay.
But then your heart came back to Emerald Amethyst. And how do you feel that's been working for you today?
Have you read the card Go-Go Tamago?
Yes.
I saw that and I'm like, this is the best card in the game. It might be a little overhyped, but I'm like, it just reignited the fire in me, and that's all I've been playing all set. I'll practice other decks so I know how they function, but that's all I've been playing.
Yeah, well, it's doing really well for you today. 27 points so far. Congrats. And I know that you are also a huge Disney fan, and you were here with your family in the parks, and you had a little bit of a special moment. I was wondering if you could share about that.
So my baby girl, Phaedra, she turned 2 on Thursday this week. And she's been a big Mickey fan. Oddly enough, her aunt got her into it when we were at DLC Vegas. We come back, she's a great Mickey fan, and I had that golden Mickey for her. So I'm like, you're not going to believe this kid. But we went to the parks, and she got to meet Mickey Mouse, and she gave him a hug, and there wasn't a single tear shed. I am just such a proud dad. She's 2 and already killing it.
I love it. I love that so much. It's just this game and Disney, it's so wonderful being here for the championships. And how are you feeling about the rest of the weekend?
I can't say I'm not nervous. There's a lot on the line. There's still plenty of rounds to be played, but this is a great start. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like I'm supposed to be here. And I really just want to show out. I want to show out for the deck. I want to show out for my baby girl out watching, my fiance, everyone who's helped me practice, all my friends.
Yes.
I want to do well. I want to do well.
Well, I hope you do well. Thanks so much for chatting with me, Mo.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Yes.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the North American Championships. Of Disney Lorcana. I love to hear stories like that from the community, you know, ones that are really endearing. It's really awesome to see how the community comes together for this game, the love for Disney, the love for this game. I love to see it.
Yeah, great interview. Mo's quite the character. It's pretty funny. I was giggling the whole time back behind on the behind the scenes here. But yeah, we got a great, interesting match to get into. Looks like it's going to be a Ruby Sapphire versus a Sapphire Amethyst, which is an interesting matchup. What do you think about Sapphire Amethyst and its position in this metagame? I know that it's the idea behind it is that it does amethyst things better than amethyst decks, right? You know, you're playing Genie early, you're ramping. But how does it face into the hyper control deck of the format and the most popular deck?
So I might get in trouble for saying this because I am not an Amethyst Sapphire fan personally. A matchup like this one against a super control deck, it might struggle a little bit, to be honest. It has access to some removal cards, usually through cards like Hades from the first chapter, and cards like Let It Go to put things into your inkwell. But against a Ruby Sapphire player, like, that's not really a good thing to be putting cards into their ink, because that's something that they already want to do. The fortunate thing that Amethyst Sapphire can do is that, like you mentioned, they can ramp pretty quickly into those Amethyst cards and some of those more aggressive cards. So you can ramp pretty quickly, and like Scrooge McDuck is a card that we've seen people play in these Blurple lists as well. That's just like a huge 5/5 character with 2 lore on it. So if you can get some early pressure down with Blurple, I feel like you can maybe squeak out a win against Ruby Sapphire. But Ruby Sapphire is just, it's a menace when it comes to controlling the game, especially if you can't end the game quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle for sure. I mean, Ruby having access to Be Prepared is going to be critical in that matchup. Without further ado, let's get down to our feature match and check it out.
And one thing that I want to note before we get into this feature match for everybody watching at home, we do have a special announcement coming at the end of this round. So you'll have to stick it out for this round before we get there, but don't go anywhere. Tell your friends about it because it's going to be super fun. But with that being said, we are going to look at TNU and Joseph here going through their alterations of their hand. Looks like TNU might be putting back 4 cards.
Does have access to the turn 2 ramp, which I was able to see. Sending 4 back, 4 fresh ones off the top. Like the same for Joseph here.
Yeah, I imagine both of these players playing Sapphire means they're each looking for that turn 2 ramp, either through Tipo or through Sail the Azurite Sea. Both could be looking for something like a turn 4 Hiram play. You know, I feel like whoever gets Hiram down first and can keep it in play is probably the advantaged one, but Ruby Sapphire having access to cards like Brawl and Sisu, it's probably a little bit easier for them to keep something like Hiram in play than it would be for Joseph here.
Definitely, but Amethyst also having access to other forms of card draw to potentially find it, more easily in that early game. So yeah, I would say it's a bit of back and forth. I'd probably rather be on the side of that has the Brawl and can actually answer it than my opponent maybe going crazy. TNU here could be on a mono Sapphire deck looking at the opening hand here.
Yeah, not really a great thing to not see any Ruby in your hand, primarily because, when you combine ink colors and Lorcana, they both usually serve a purpose, right? Like Sapphire's the ink that you're using to ramp, and for card draw, Ruby's the ink that you're using to keep control of the board. So without some of those early board control cards like Brawl, like Sisu, even potentially that you could combo with an Ice Block to potentially take out something like a Genie that Joseph may be looking to ramp into. Could be interesting, but TNU does have the Popsicle that you can play on turn 1 and the turn 2 ramp. But we're starting with Joseph here, inking a card and playing a Magic Broom Illuminary Keeper.
Yeah, and this deck is, this Amethyst Sapphire deck is going to have a bit more of an aggressive early curve than Ruby Sapphire. These decks don't really exist at that early curve range for too long because they are hyper ramp decks. But something to note as we potentially play Genie on 3 here.
Yeah, we do have the Genie and the turn 2 ramp with a card like Tipo in hand. One thing that I've mentioned earlier, both these players looking for Hiram. I don't think Joseph may not even be playing Hiram. When you have all of these Amethyst cards like Rabbit and Genie at your disposal, you're probably less dependent on something like Hiram Popsicle. So probably more looking for those Genie lines instead of the Hiram lines to ramp into early. We do see the Elsa 5th Spirit being inked.
Yeah, so we do see that TNU has the answer to the Genie in the form of the Brawl as well, which I assume will be the target. But that is probably... Do you think that Genie on 3 is the most powerful thing that Sapphire Amethyst does?
Probably, if I'm being honest. Genie is such a powerhouse. If you can get Genie out on 3, one of the things that makes Blurple such a strong deck, especially in a format that before this weekend, honestly, has been so heavy leaning towards Amethyst, is that you can always guarantee you're the first person to play Genie, right? It doesn't matter if you're on the play or on the draw. If you can hit that turn 2 ramp, you're playing the Genie first. And in Amethyst mirror matches, whoever keeps the Genies out, is usually the one that ends up winning. So I think it can be a super powerful turn 3 turn. I also think things like Scrooge McDuck are pretty powerful, but I've seen Blurple players play and not play that card for various reasons. It can be a little bit slow.
The Sapphire Amethyst usually have access to item destruction in the deck list because we do see 1 Lucky Dime in the hand of TNU here, which at least traditionally in the past, obviously depends on the makeups of the deck and what tech cards exist, but in the Ruby Sapphire mirror, getting that done early has previously been somewhat impactful. So I can see that being a similar case here.
Yeah, Shimmering Skies really changed the way that Sapphire decks have to play into each other, right? Because of cards like Hideaway and Cusco. That I don't know how much they're played in Blurple, to be transparent with you, but they are options. If Joseph thought that the Ruby Sapphire matchup would be difficult for them for Lucky Dimes, you could always tech a couple Hideaways into the deck for that specifically. And we've already seen this weekend, how impactful something like using a Hideaway on a Lucky Dime, putting it into the Inkwell could be.
3 Popsicles is really scary in and of itself. I feel like already, if I'm on the side of Joseph, I feel like I need to sort of press the advantage and be the aggressor here. My opponent already has access to so much potential card draw on board.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be especially difficult for Joseph to really get much going because the fact that TNU is playing Ruby, right? We see the Brawl being played on the Genie, taking out what's arguably one of the more powerful cards in Joseph's deck. It's one of the most powerful cards in Amethyst, period. And when you're able to answer that card so easily through your 3-cost action, you're not developing a character, but Ruby Sapphire is sacrificing their board control in most early games so that they can take over in the late game.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you actually look back a couple sets ago, Ruby Amethyst used to play a 3-cost evasive character, the Quest for 2, that was very, very good against Ruby Sapphire. And that's effectively the kind of role that Genie's filling in this match. That being said, with the addition of some of the new cards that enter the game in the form of Brawl and the Sisu package, we now have an answer to that, so it's not nearly as scary as it used to be.
Speaking of things that are pretty scary, you mentioned the 3 popsicles that are in play. We're a couple turns out from it, but that is 2 Tamatoas that we see TNU's hand. A card that I think would be a bit difficult for Joseph to get rid of. Most of the removal in Amethyst is primarily through exerting characters, and then like Crab and Fox is usually what people use to challenge and banish things. Of course, you have access to cards like Hades and Let It Go, put things in the Inkwell as well, but I feel like if too many of those Tamatoas make it onto the board later in the game, it's going to be difficult for Joseph to deal with.
So not only is that 2 Tamatoas, but it's 2 Tamatoas in hand with and How Far I'll Go, which is going to help him ramp to that. So, like you said, I mean, that's going to be very scary for Joseph to face down. That being said, TNU does have 3 Uninkables in hand, so I wouldn't be surprised to see one of those Tamatoas inked. Merlin Rabbit here on the play for Joseph. Does find a Tipo straight into the Inkwell. I'm going to say Diablo.
There is a Hades in hand as well for Joseph. So if one of those Tamatoas goes into the Inkwell and another one goes into play, we can use the Hades to put the other one into the Inkwell as well, joining his friend in there.
I was expecting you to have a pun for that one.
Another thing to note here, I'm noticing Joseph has built a very wide board here with the Diablo, Tipo, Goat, and Rabbit, which is usually pretty good, if you're trying to be a little aggressive. Obviously a little less good against Ruby when they get up to that 7 and 8 ink mark where you can play cards like Be Prepared and Sisu. On the contrary, though, if TNU is able to build up a wide board, sort of and control this, Blurple doesn't have anything to deal with wide boards. So I think it's just a matter of time for TNU to basically just take control of the board if he can, build up a wide enough board with a couple threats to keep Joseph from being able to take care of everything, and then it's going to be very difficult for Joseph.
I think we're going to see one of those Tamatoas inked here, but I wouldn't shed a tear if I was TNU because I think I saw some of the best cards in his deck come off in the past 3. That sequence was crazy.
Yeah, we're inking the Tamatoa so that we can play the Hiram, banish Popsicle, and draw 2 cards.
Double Felicia, 1 cost, 3/1 with Reckless.
And we see that Maui Half Shark. We've seen it do tons of work today in this day 1 of the NA Championship.
Close to that Tamatoa range soon. We do know that Joseph has the answer, but Tamatoa in combination with the Hiram is going to be a lot to deal with.
Going to see the Elsa, the 5th Spirit, being played, exerting the Hiram here so that we can challenge it and banish it. With so many Popsicles in play, Hiram could have a feast, draw bunches and bunches of cards.
Yeah, that is definitely a timely Elsa.
I think Joseph figuring out how he wants to clean up this board. But
So if you're on the side of TNDU, what are you really looking for outside of what you already have in your hand? Assuming that Joseph's able to deal with it, gets rid of the Hiram, is able to play the Hades off the back, and remove the Tamatoa. You looking for something like a board wipe, like a Be Prepared, just to kind of have in your back pocket in case this gets out of range? Because right now it feels like TNU is significantly ahead on card advantage, also has the tools in the form of the 3 Popsicles sitting on board to kind of keep pulling ahead in the form of just drawing more cards than the opponent. On the other side, we see Joseph with which I believe is a McDuck Banner and a Hades.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think TNU is just wanting to find cards to help him keep board advantage once he finds it. Something like a Sisu would be pretty detrimental here. It would take out pretty much everything except for the Goat, and historically, a lot of the Amethyst cards, especially the ones being played now, have lower willpower. The more impactful cards like Rabbit Genie, only having 2 strength, and then some of the 1-drops like Shrinderbox Followers, Diablo, Broom, all of those would be banished by the big Sisu as well. So it would make for an effective board wipe without you really having to worry about banishing your own characters through something like a Be Prepared. But we do see the Maui Half Shark being played. We're also going to use Sail the Azurite Sea. It's going to draw a card. We can ink an extra card this turn. We will also gain a lore because that's an action that's played. And Maui Half Shark gains a lore for every action.
Wouldn't be surprised if we actually see the Hades used on this this Maui.
Could be playing, I mean, that could be a very intentional thing from TNU, right? Playing out the Maui, knowing that maybe this isn't a card that we necessarily have to win the game. And if Joseph has something like a Hades or a way to remove it, we can sort of bait that removal out with this Half Shark and then play a Tamatoa afterwards.
Yeah, so Joseph is significantly ahead on tempo right now in the game. That being said, I do think that TNU is setting up to have a much better card quality in the next few turns, but still needs to stop Joseph from sort of pressuring this lead and pulling ahead in this match in terms of getting too much lore, because as playing Amethyst does have access to things like Goat to help close out the game.
I feel like with most Ruby Sapphire matchups, one of the things if you're a Ruby Sapphire player, one of the things you have to learn when playing the deck is how far can you let your opponent go, right? Like how close to 20 can they get before you're a little bit uncomfortable, because you have to sacrifice usually part of the early to mid game just to build up your board, set up the cards, especially build up your Inkwell so that you can play those more expensive cards like Sisu, Be Prepared, etc. So you can take back over into the late game with cards like Tamatoa and Lucky Dime. It's a real balance act, especially against Amethyst for the reasons you mentioned. You can't let them get too close, otherwise they might steal the game away.
Yeah, for sure. If Joseph didn't have nearly as much tempo as he does, that Tamatoa plus Lucky Dime plus 3 popsicles on board would be very menacing. But I think the TNU needs to find a way to get control of this board. Can dig a little bit deeper into the deck with how far I'll go. It feels like he sort of needs to start to find an answer. I know it doesn't look too dangerous at 7 lore, but that can change quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Joseph has 3, 4, 5 lore on board effectively. The Goat sort of counting as an extra lore on top of that because it'll gain a lore when it's either brought back to hand or banished. You don't really want to leave a Goat out for too long, because if they can find bounce cards like Snake or Fox, then they can take that damage off, bouncing it back to hand, replay it, gain even more lore. You definitely can't let Joseph go on for too long in this state.
Yeah, TNU does, unfortunately for Joseph, finds another hero and is going to be able to draw 2 cards off that popsicle. Finds an Ice Block and a Tipo.
Not exactly what you want to find. The Ice Block might be a little helpful in getting this Sisu Daring Visitor out of hand. The evasive 3-drop can banish something with 1 strength. We are going to go ahead and play that on the Diablo. Banishing that, Joseph will draw a card when Diablo is banished, and it'll pass on over to Joseph.
Oh, wow. Finders Keepers.
Finders Keepers, a card I haven't seen for a little bit. It was a card that was tagged in mainly Ruby Amethyst when...
Yeah, that was the whispers as you entered the Seattle venue. It was like, there's this card.
There's this card that saves the matchup against Emerald Steel, but we see it here in Blurple. When we play it, we can just draw 3 cards. Of course, it's not a song, so you do have to pay the 5 ink for it every time, but building your hand back up substantially is definitely a good thing. We see another Hades found there for Joseph, another Friends on the other side, and a Snake.
Hades is actually a big draw, considering the Tamatoa is most likely coming down in the next 1 to 2 turns here for TNU.
Yeah, Hades could definitely help keep the tempo for TNU here. Also with the Friends, we could potentially, we're singing the Friends here with Elsa. We can use the Snake if we wanted to bounce this Goat back to hand, sort of keeping it safe.
I think this is going to be a really solid McDuck Manor.
Oh, there we go. McDuck Manor. That's going to be difficult to deal with for TNU here. Only Hiram and Sisu on the board, both with 1 strength.
I think that TNU has some of the best cards in the game in his hands and on board right now, and is probably behind.
Yeah, it's weird to see a Hiram and 2 popsicles on board.
I mean, that's just what Blurple can do. It's just, it can gain so much tempo, and you can have these super impactful cards, super swinging cards, and you can have a million more cards in hand than your opponent, but you just need to deploy on the board and stop them from being able to close this game out. And McDuck Manor is hard to deal with for Ruby Sapphire.
TNU does find a Vitalosphere, though, which might be what we need here. Looks like we might have just enough ink to play this Vitalosphere and the Tamatoa. We can play the Tamatoa. Or no, we may not be able to banish the Vitalosphere as well to actually use it. You have to pay 1 ink to banish it. But we can give a character rush and +2 strength, so that could be really helpful in getting rid of this McDuck Manor.
And TNU's going to need answers for some of the other cards that are in Joseph's hands, notably the Genie that's pushed to the front there. There is the Lucky Dime.
Go ahead and ink the tempo. Is the Pirate's Life coming out? It is. We're going to play the Pirate's Life. Slowing Joseph down a little bit, losing 2 lore. TNU gains 2 lore.
Yeah, I do think we're going to see that Vitalosphere play come in next turn to deal with that McDuck Manor. Really can't just let it tick up over and over again.
No, I mean, this is where locations tend to shine, right? When you have other characters on board that might be more threatening, you don't want to let Joseph, say, bounce this Hades back to hand for some of your larger cards that you want to play, like Tamatoa. So you really have to weigh, how important is it for me to banish this McDuck Manor versus all the other characters in play?
Joseph does have a crab in hand. Can definitely deal with this Hiram.
Looks like Joseph is challenging with both the Goat and the Elsa here to take out that Hiram Flaversham. Going to quest with the Hades before we do anything for the turn. Joseph very quickly moving closer to 20 as well with every passing turn.
Send that Goat back. Huh.
Gaining another lore. Setting 5 ink aside for
Is it an Elsa?
Elsa. Maybe, is there a Donald in hand? One that lets you take a card off the top of your deck, put it into your inkwell. Having difficult seeing what Joseph is considering playing here. I mean, theoretically, you could play the Elsa, exert the Sisu and challenge into it, but
I do think that is maybe a Donald, but it looks like it's going to be the Elsa anyway. Going to go ahead and rid of it. Interesting dynamic of juggling, sort of, being the beatdown, progressing the win condition of lore, and taking control of the board. Bouncing that Goat back does kind of signal like, okay, Joseph's going to be trying to close out this game sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I mean, he's very close to it too. 5 lore on board from characters, another 2 from the location. We're already at a point where I think he'll have win on the next turn.
We're going to see that Tamatoa. It's going to bring back Popsicle. Vitalosphere is available in hand.
And the Popsicle draw, we find a Visions of the Future.
Vitalosphere on the Tamatoa is not enough to itself.
Not enough to take out the Manor. We can take out the Hades this turn.
Manor is extremely threatening, though, considering that the Goat was bounced back to hand. So that Goat coming back to hand, obviously we're going to be probably bouncing it to win the game, but it also insulates it against something like a Be Prepared. So we're definitely going to get additional use cases out of it.
Looks like we are going to use this Vitalosphere to give Tamatoa a rush and an extra 2 strength so that we can challenge and banish this Hades, ensuring that Joseph can't bounce the Hades back to hand and replay it to put this Tamatoa in the inkwell, though we know there's another Hades in Joseph's hand waiting. Also going to use the Lucky Dime to gain 5 lore off the Tamatoa.
Yeah, so TNU's win condition sort of looks like control Joseph's board as much as possible, minimize lore gain, and progress the Ruby Sapphire win condition via this Lucky Dime.
Passes over to Joseph. We're going to gain 2 lore for that McDuck Manor. It's been ticking away for a couple turns now.
Up to 15, can quest for 3, goes up to 18, has Goat in hand.
We have a bounce. I think we have a snake in hand as well.
And I can tell by the way that Joseph is
exerting all the ink for it. See the Hades putting the Tamatoa into the inkwell. See the Goat being played.
I mean, so there's nothing you can do on the Ruby Sapphire end here.
No, TNU would need to gain 16 lore in the next turn.
And interesting to see Sapphire Amethyst kind of take it here, because we look at Ruby Sapphire and I think a lot of people would immediately jump to the conclusion that it's maybe the better control deck, but Joseph had just had so much tempo in that game.
Yeah, I mean, the tempo between being able to keep cards in hand right through the cards that replace themselves, like the early Diablos, even with the Genies, I mentioned earlier in the match how you play the Genie, it immediately gets sprawled, right? That's not the worst thing for Ruby Sapphire, but at least for the Blurple player, you drew the card, right? It already replaced itself. It did its thing. At that point, you're sort of forcing your opponent to answer a card that's a threat there. The Hades were coming in clutch, getting rid of the threatening characters like Maui Half Shark that, if it had stuck around, may have caused issues as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a funny thing to say, but I do think that if the win condition or the win condition of Lorcana was 30 lore, I think TNU would have won that game. But because it is 20 and the game is balancing, like that just shows how much tempo Joseph had. Like TNU had the best cards in the game. Like he had an incredible setup. He had Lucky Dime, he had Tamatoa, he had a million items, but he just could not catch up and keep Joseph contained before Joseph hit 20 lore and won the game.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how TNU adapts to this. Let's move on into game 2.
I listened to multiple Lorcana players in lead up to this tournament, and I heard from multiple people that this Sapphire Amethyst deck, not a real deck.
That's what I was saying. The consensus across the community is pretty divided. There's some people that think that Blurple isn't a real deck. There's some people that think it is the deck of the format.
To be fair, I don't think it's very divided. I think it's 90-10, 90 against Purple.
I guess you're fair. I say very divided in the sense that the people who think it's a real deck are very loud about it.
AKA Blurple players.
But I mean, hey, Joseph is giving us a show here, already taking game 1. We'll see if he can take game 2. We do see the Seal of the Azurite Sea in hand. I also see an Elsa Spirit of Winter in hand. That's, of course, going to go back. It's an unequal 8-cost card, but an interesting thing to know that Joseph is holding on to, being able to shift onto that Elsa the 5th Spirit, exerting 2 characters and keeping them exerted for a turn can lock down your opponent just long enough for you to take the game.
I mean, if we could just speak theoretically and sort of accept some assumptions, which are probably not true, but let's say that your Sapphire Amethyst deck does do the Amethyst thing better than other Amethyst decks. I mean, you're covered against a significant portion of the meta, 3, 4, and 5. And then if you can split or occasionally 2-0 into the 32% deck, which is Ruby Sapphire, it's not that poorly positioned.
No. I think the thing that I would be most scared of as a Blurple player would be more aggression, more cards like Amber Steel Mines that can come out, throw 1 or 2 daisies out on board, and you just don't have the characters available to you that early in the game to deal with them before they outpace you. But it seems like the meta share is leaning so heavily towards control with all the Ruby Sapphire, being roughly 32% of the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Blurples making it into day 2.
Yeah, notably, this is Joseph on the play, so Joseph won on the draw, and I would say that I feel like TNU's draw sequence last game was pretty good. It wasn't sort of below average by any means. A very strong showing for Sapphire Amethyst here. Leaving on the Turner Box followers, back over to TNU, which does have the turn 2 ramp.
Yeah. Inks a Seal the Azurite Sea, plays Seal the Azurite Sea, but doesn't have a 1-drop to follow it. Still important to get the ramp, though. We'll see if...
That's 2 brawls for that potential turn 3 Genie.
I feel like Genie is a must answer as well. Just too good. An evasive character, replaces itself, quests for 2. Can't leave it on board for very long. Joseph does also have the turn 2 ramp through Tipo. He can take another card from his hand and ink it. It'll come in exerted. Doesn't have to be inkable either. Going to decide to quest with his Turner Box followers. Not using its ability.
Yep, and I think that's absolutely correct. When your Turner Box followers is not threatened to be removed by another character on board, I can't imagine a situation, unless you have no inkables in hand, where it is not incorrect to banish. Because you're basically just giving up the opportunity cost of 1 more.
And it's plays like that, prove why these players are here, right? Something as small as that might not be the decision that every person makes. Somebody might quest the Turnibogs and just use it for the extra card draw. But you're right, there's nothing to expect TNU to play to banish this Turnibogs outside of maybe like a Queen of Hearts. But even then, Queen of Hearts trades into the Turnibogs, so you're not even upset about that. But TNU did play Grimmatala last turn, grab some cards. Joseph is going to follow up with a turn 3 goat here.
It's a goat. It's not a Genie. A Genie would be... Oh, it's funny because TNU has 2 brawls in hand, so maybe a goat is better, but I think a Genie is the better sort of turn 3 curve in general.
Yeah, I think these higher strength characters are slightly better into these Ruby matchups for that reason. You know, we talk about how powerful Genie is, even when he does get banished by something like a Brawl immediately. But it is really nice to have a character in play like Goat that you can play. You know, you don't have to worry about a Brawl or a Medusa or a Sisu. You can trade with other characters if you need to with the Goat, potentially pump it up with a Crab, or you can bounce it back to hand and continue gaining that lore. We are going to go back to Joseph. I think we have a Donald Duck in hand that we could play here on 5 if we wanted to add even more ramp to our deck. Just drew another Goat.
I do think that TNU's draw this game is actually significantly worse than last game. The hand is looking pretty weak right now. Looks like we might have to actually Visions of the Future pretty soon here to try to find something to combo with that Hero. I mean, if we don't do that, if we don't find an item for Hero, it just feels like we're doing some very, very fair things on the side of TNU.
Joseph is going to play that Donald Duck, taking a card off the top of the deck into the Inkwell. So Joseph having ramped an extra time over TNU this game. Put a T-Po in the Inkwell. Are we going to see the Maui Half Shark come to play? We are.
Just threatening in and of itself because we do have that action in the discard. Notably trading with the Goat here, which I think is absolutely correct, but Joseph does have backup McDuck Manor in hand. Obviously, that is covered right now by the other Grammatala and the Maui Half Shark, but something to keep in mind as we progress maybe a few turns later, see if that McDuck Manor can be super impactful like it was last game.
I think Joseph also has access to one of those Hades again. We saw him use it last game on a Maui Half Shark, probably for those reasons. You know that as long as the Maui Half Shark is in play, your McDuck Banners are a lot worse.
I would absolutely I think use this because it's not just that. Just you also can't quest with anything else because there is a Sail to the Azure Sea in the discard, and it's just going to come back to hand. You cannot let that value be accrued.
We do see the Hades being played by Joseph, putting the Maui Half Shark into the Inkwell.
Fortunately, there's another one where that came from.
Can use hand.
This Ice Block is potentially not a bad draw. Stop the bounce Hades in combination with the Brawl.
Yep. Could use the Ice Block to reduce the strength of Hades so that we could use Brawl and banish it. Might be going that route.
I think we're going to see this turn probably. Oh, we're going to go ahead and Brawl it this turn. Yeah, that makes sense. While bounce Hades was not really in the cards for the next turn, I mean, you could still see the bounce.
Oh, no. Well, we're going to draw first. Draw first before we use the Brawl.
Makes sense.
Always important to resolve your unknowns before your knowns.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing that I've noticed more than anything coming to the North American Championship is that players are sequencing expertly. Like, I have not seen a single situation where I was like, oh, maybe they should have dropped. Nope, every single time. Like the level of play has just been so high so far on day one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to get to this level, especially in a game like Lorcana, where you can be really punished for the small misplays like that. You know, you don't draw before. If you don't draw before you ink a card, and then you draw after and find a card that would have been better to ink, you're out on this card. Maybe you needed 3 turns from now, but don't have anymore. You know, have 2 McDuck Manors in hand for Joseph here.
Looking pretty good.
How much ink do we have? We're going to opt to play the Genie.
Turn the box followers off the top. I think those McDuck Manors are looking nice.
Yeah, I won't lie. I was tempted to just play both on one turn. 2 9 willpower locations with 2 lore. Might be difficult for TNU to get rid of. We are going to see one of them come into play here after inking a turn box followers. We're going to pass it over to TNU. Not great draws for TMU here. Depot's not really going to be helpful at all.
I believe the last card in hand. So one of those is a Maui Half Shark, which is like the only kind of saving grace here.
We also have the Hideaway, though. We can play the Hideaway.
True. I forgot the Hideaway also hits locations.
Put the location of the Inkwell. We are going to go ahead and play this Maui Shark. Brawling the Genie.
TNU down to 1 card in hand as Ruby Sapphire. Hero is still on the board, though.
Use Hero to finish off this Donald.
All right. Both players down to 1, and I believe 3 cards in hand. Is that a Merlin? What's the
Merlin
left card?
crab on the right.
It's a
I don't know
goat.
We are going to play this other McDuck Manor here.
Yep, with the goat.
Play out the goat.
Which is good tempo because I mean you're forcing both of these characters to run into the McDuck Manor, and it doesn't even clear it, which is crazy.
Yeah, we're 1 strength short with the Maui and Hiram here. We do have the hideaway. If we can find a way to challenge and banish a character with the Maui Half Shark, we can get this hideaway back from the discard as well.
Grammatella was a really good draw. It's not the card you're looking for, but digging 2 more with 5 ink available, you're somewhat likely to find what you need. It's actually going to be a vision of the future, so we're going to be looking even deeper. Trigger on the Maui, they're going to go up a lore. Look at the top 5 cards here. Let's find the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, potentially. That's going to be what's going to hand.
Reorder the cards before we put them at the bottom of the deck, putting that Sisu empowered sibling at the very top.
Hideaway is just actually so clutch here.
Yes, it's insane. If you play the hideaway, get rid of the McDuck Manor, you already don't want to give your opponent the ability to challenge with Maui's, but now you especially don't, knowing that you could bring the hideaway back with the Maui.
This game was like probably over without the hideaway. Because if you look at it, it gains, she's not clearing it, right? So he goes up to 14, he quests to 15, he's threatening 16 with the goat. Then he's definitely 18 the next turn. Like the game would have been over. Like he absolutely had to have the hideaway there.
Yeah, and Maui Half Shark having evasive means we can still even just challenge this McDuck Manor. It won't banish it this turn, but it does set us up to banish it on the next turn.
Now the onus is on Joseph to draw himself out of this situation. I think his deck is much less likely to do it. He's got to find like friends on the other side, some sort of draw engine here. And it's going to be an Elsa. I mean, Elsa.
We can, if we still have Crab in hand, we can use Elsa and Crab to banish this Maui Shark, Half Shark. Play the Elsa, exerting the Hiram.
You gotta go for the shark. And then, just clear the Hiram here. So I think that it wasn't as exciting at first, but that was a great draw. That was a great draw. We see 2 almost hyper control decks just in absolute top deck mode.
TNU's going to be forced to challenge and banish this McDuck Manor as well with the Grammatala so that he doesn't continue gaining that 2 lore.
The Monstrous Dragon in hand.
Banishing that goat.
I do believe that's maybe How Far I'll Go that was drawn off the top this turn here for TNU. Could be Vision of the Future, I do believe. Which is great.
Great, yeah, phenomenal card.
And maybe a Snake. So Snake off the top. Oof. Snake is not great here. I think you still got to play it to protect your crab.
Yeah, here we go. Questing with the crab. Replaying it to have characters on board. I think Joseph is just trying to get as close to 20 as he can and close this game out fast.
Hoping to close it out with some goats, but How Far I'll Go does come off the top. Willed it into existence.
Start with the Visions of the Future here. See what we can find. What are we looking for in a situation like this? Is that 3 popsicles? 3 popsicles, a Lucky Dime, and Maleficent Monstrous Dragon.
I feel like I'm taking the dragon. Just 2 for 1, quest for 2, 7/5 on board.
Stops your opponent from being able to quest with anything they play.
You have enough ink this turn?
I don't think we have this turn. We're going to play with the hideaway.
How Far I'll Go.
Oh, sorry, yes. How Far I'll Go.
Tamatoa. So good.
Sail the Azurite Sea, going into the Inkwell. Tamatoa can help us if we have any popsicles in the discard, but we just threw 3 popsicles to the bottom of the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna go back to Joseph.
Joseph just can't deal with the Tamatoa. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Genie and Diablo here. Joseph just playing out his cards, forcing TNU to respond and have the answers.
My immediate thought is that Joseph just quests here. It looks like Joseph is considering the trade or considering a line.
I mean, you could challenge into the Tala, give the snake extra, or challenger +3, and then challenge into the dragon.
but it's just like, what is your role? How are you winning the game?
Right. I feel like Joseph has to close this game out soon.
Does he? So he's like, okay, Tianyu has 2 cards in hand, but they're 2 cards that were found via filtering, so they're probably higher quality cards.
Right.
Like, I think that I would assume that Joseph has to close the game out, but that a card for card, hand for hand, I don't think it's crystal clear, right?
I'm more afraid, if I'm Joseph, I think I'm more afraid of TNU finding some
the Maui.
form of draw engine. Because as soon as TNU can start to fill his hand, I think it's over for Joseph. We do see the Maleficent banishing the Genie here.
Still a tight game.
TNU controlling the board.
Merlin targets the Diablo. It's a must trigger.
The Felicia coming into play.
Yep. That is, well, funny enough, it's actually not that bad.
I didn't even catch what it was,
It's a
I'll be
snake.
honest. Okay, yeah,
So
not
your
too
initial
bad.
reaction's like, oh, it's so bad, but you're going to quest with the Diablo, you're going to bounce it back, and then you're going to play it with the snake so that it can't be challenged.
Yeah, that puts you up to 17.
Which will, you're likely threatening 19.
This is so close. If TNU doesn't have a way to get rid of both these characters and Joseph pulls something like a goat off the top, he could take this game away. Wouldn't be the first time.
Is there an item for Tamatoa to grab here?
It's hard for me to see. I don't think there's a popsicle that's in there.
There's an ice block.
Ice block.
Better than nothing.
Not going to help us get rid of these characters in play, though.
Imagine how different this game would be if Joseph had traded instead of quested there.
All right, we have the Tipo played. Let's see what Joseph takes off the top here.
Joseph doesn't even have to win this turn, though.
You find a magic broom.
Right, so we have 5, 7.
Yeah, TNU can't win this turn.
Yeah, so
Well, I guess you could quest and bring back the lucky. Is there a lucky dime in the discard? There might not be, actually.
I don't think so.
Oh no, I don't know where I got that from. There isn't one. Yeah, I don't think TNU can win on the next turn outside of something like a lucky dime.
I mean, he could, but we know he put 3 popsicles to the bottom.
Right.
It's just unlikely.
Yeah. So yeah, he could draw another popsicle and play the ice block popsicle. Then he would have enough.
Popsicle into an item. So
I guess Joseph doesn't know that. So
Joseph's like, oh, it's pretty likely.
yeah. There's still other outs too, right? Like if Joseph plays this broom and just doesn't quest, hopes that everything survives. I guess there's really no. Is there a point to just not quest with both of these characters?
I think so.
Just quest, hope the broom survives. There's a lot of outs to that though.
So like maybe Joseph's doing the math on you playing a popsicle and winning on the following turn. So he's like, okay, if I trade into this Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, I take him off of like any chance of winning the game, and we extend the game guaranteed 2 more turns or something like that.
Yeah, how important is getting rid of that 2 lore from the dragon?
I think that, well, we have full information. So
yeah,
I think they should risk it. I mean, just go for win. He's already turned the corner. He's already made that decision. Like he is the beatdown here.
It's like you said earlier, as I alluded to, as the game goes on, I think TNU is favored in the matchup.
So Joseph's also gonna draw another card off the Diablo. So TNU doesn't win this turn. Joseph draws 2 cards, 1 for turn, 1 off Diablo.
Hiram, I mean, we can draw some cards off of with Ice Block here.
We're gonna spend 5 ink to do that.
We also could find a Pirate's Life. Pirate's Life wouldn't be the worst.
That would be huge.
Yeah, that'd be pretty great.
that would be. That would definitely not be the worst.
Gonna go ahead and use the Ice Block before we banish it with Hiram. Drawing 2 cards. Let's see if TNU finds something to help him.
Wow, this is an absolute nail biter. Vitalosphere.
Vitalosphere and Maui. Not gonna help us in this scenario, really. We can play the Maui and banish a card instead of using one of our characters we can quest with, but
So 5 plus, it's just not
I
gonna.
think
It's not
Joseph
gonna
just
be enough.
has it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the fist bump. Joseph is going to take game 2.
Yeah, 2 O's Ruby Sapphire on Sapphire Amethyst. And I think like very, very close games. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like Joseph's strategy was sound, and the games were convincing in the sense that they weren't a landslide. But I feel like Joseph absolutely knew what he was doing, and that Sapphire Amethyst had legs against Ruby Sapphire, our most represented deck in the room. So, I mean, you can't say that Sapphire Amethyst is not a real deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely Joseph showed up for all the Blurple players out there. It's definitely a real deck. I wouldn't have predicted that outcome. I'm not going to lie. You know, I definitely thought Ruby Sapphire would have been the more favored deck in that scenario. But we just saw the value that Amethyst can churn, being able to keep your hand kind of full, even when you're down a little bit. I think those McDuck Manors were huge coming into play, even though TNU was able to get rid of some of them through cards like Hideaway and the Mauis. It just forced TNU to put focus on those cards, sort of distract a little bit. And like the 2 or 4 lore gained off of those McDuck Manors, you know, is just enough to sort of push them to that break point.
Yeah, McDuck Manor, super powerful card against Ruby Sapphire, has been for a while. I mean, the flexibility of Hideaway hitting both items and locations is tough to deal with, and I think that's why we've seen, you know, versions of Ruby Sapphire shift away from playing things like McDuck Manor, from playing things like Lucky Dime when not absolutely necessary, because the tech cards are so powerful now.
Yeah, I totally agree. But with that, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back for another match, so don't go anywhere.
Joseph, who just won his match 2-0 against a Ruby Sapphire deck, playing a Blurple deck, as the community loves to call it. Sapphire Amethyst, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling I'm feeling great, but like also just so exhausted.
Sure.
That was such a nail biter at the end, just praying that there was no answer, and I got there just barely.
You did. Yeah, I was watching the game back here, and your opponent had a full board, those Maleficents coming down, the big dragon, and you top-decked a magic broom.
What you want to see at the end there.
Tell me how you were feeling in that moment.
I was kind of like a little bit, I guess, cheesed. It was like, you know, you're looking for gas off the top, and, you know, my last 3 gods were like Snake, Diablo, and Broom. But, you know, sometimes the little guys just questing, chugging along can get you there.
Yeah. Now, you were telling me that you qualified for the championships. At the last chance qualifier yesterday, you had to go 5-0. How are you feeling coming off of that day yesterday and then coming into the championships today?
I'm just shocked. I never imagined that I could make this deep a run. I like playing amongst the very best of the best, winning that many in a row in such a talented field, and it's just amazing. I'm just living Disney magic.
You are. You really are. Disney Magic here at the Disneyland Resort. And you have one more round to play, though. You're sitting at, I think you said 31 points. How do you feel going into round 7?
Nervous. I can't help but not feel nervous going into any round in this tournament. But, I'll just try to center myself with what time I've got and play my hardest and see what happens.
Well, I hope that there's more Disney magic ahead for you and that you do well in round 7. Thanks so much for chatting with me, Joseph.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. My name is Brandon. I'm here with Brendan, and we're still in round 6. We have some interesting stuff coming up. We have another match for you guys. I want to remind you that there is a special announcement coming at the end of this round, so one more reminder for that. Go tell all your friends and family to tune in so that you can see the exciting things we have coming. But with that, I'm excited for this next match, Brendan.
Let's head down to the feature match table. Looks like it's going to be a Ruby Sapphire versus Emerald Amethyst. I almost put those together.
Emerald this. Yeah, an interesting matchup here between Mo and Hamza. We've seen Mo earlier in the day playing Emerald Amethyst as well. Typically, a deck that can play pretty quickly. I know that he was playing cards like Go-Go Tamago that ended up, I think it was that match that did pretty well, ended up gaining 4 lore off of a Maui Half Shark or something when it entered play. And so we see this same matchup here where Hamza is playing Ruby Sapphire. We've seen plenty of Ruby Sapphire this weekend, but in case you've missed all of that, a more control version of a deck looking to ramp on turn 2, playing towards the late game. But
yeah, we see Mo's up a game. I think this is a matchup that can be traditionally pretty tough for Ruby Sapphire. I mean, obviously depends how the Emerald Amethyst deck is built, but if it has a lot of those, cheap, more aggressive cards, I mean, it is a hard matchup. Generally, Ruby Sapphire does struggle towards most hyper aggressive or more aggressively oriented decks, but things like the Cursed Merfolk, they've been hard to deal with since they came out, and they still are today.
Yeah, all the Cursed Merfolk and even just the normal Amethyst 1-drops, anything that has 2 lore on it, essentially, that you can get away with questing for the first couple turns with Ruby Sapphire, because Ruby Sapphire typically doesn't ever play a 1-cost character, usually looking for cards like Popsicle, and then on turn 2, if you are playing a character, it's usually a card like Tipo that only has 1 strength, so maybe you can banish something like a Diablo or a Cursed Merfolk, but if Mo's able to find something like a 1-drop on turn 1, double 1-drop on turn 2, even if he's on the draw, can be too much pressure for something like Ruby Sapphire to come back from.
It does look like Mo's going to be on the play, so that means that
I think Hamza just missed a 1-drop.
Got it. I didn't see him put that card down. I thought he was still altering his hand. So that is in the favor of Ruby Sapphire. Maybe lost on the draw versus a more aggressive oriented deck, but now on the play, Ruby Sapphire is so much more powerful on the play against these more aggressive oriented strategies, because you're getting to your answers like a whole turn earlier, and it can be incredibly impactful.
And we do see Hamza does find that turn 2 ramp. See how he has right C, lets him ink an extra card for the turn. Now he's up at 3 ink. We come back to Mo. We do see he has multiple 1-drops in hand. Going to go ahead and ink the Chernobog's followers, and we're going to play out that Cursed Merfolk and a Diablo, choosing not to banish the Magic Broom here when we play characters.
Sometimes access to the Queen of Hearts, which is surely a tech card, is definitely not made into every Ruby Sapphire list, but is probably going to be impactful in this matchup. Finds a brawl at the top as well.
I think it's especially important for matchups like this, where you need to get characters out onto the board, banishing your opponent's characters. Hamza has the opportunity to play it here. We could rush into the Magic Broom, banishing it, and then the Queen of Hearts would still have, or would only take 1 damage, so we could use it to challenge and banish another card.
Yeah, so we could prevent the draw off the Broom and then maybe brawl on the next turn, or maybe we can brawl this turn.
They don't have many inkable cards in hand either. The only other inkable card looks like it might be a Hiram. It's definitely something you don't want to ink. So Hamza may be considering here, do we want to miss an ink on this turn and or ink the brawl, I guess, and play the Queen of Hearts, or use the brawl instead? It looks like we're going for the Queen of Heart play.
I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of happy to lose the Lucky Dime to the Cursed Merfolk here if you do end up drawing it, which it doesn't look like Hamza has in hand. Not happy, but I mean,
It's not the worst thing. Like if there's anything you're going to discard in your deck, I think Lucky Dime's one of the things you're not too upset to discard, just because you can get it back later with Tamatoa, right?
You're probably not slamming that as soon as you hit 7 ink.
Yeah. That's going to be quite a far ways off, but we are going to go back to Mo here, choosing to ink a Diablo. We have a Madam Fox we can play, picking up the Diablo, putting it back to hand. Fox is going to go ahead and banish this Queen of Hearts, so the Queen of Hearts can't banish this Cursed Merfolk. Just going to be gaining 2 lore every turn that it stays in play, essentially.
Going to go ahead and ink that Tamatoa, and assuming you're going to see the how far I'll go come down.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hamza's only goal right now is to, as quickly as possible, get to 7 or 8 ink. We know he has the big Sisu in hand, can be used to get himself back into this game, but he needs to find a way to stabilize. That's going to be through something like a board wipe.
So next turn is going to be Huron plus a Queen of Hearts, most likely. Still, we're going to see Mo gain a decent amount of lore here.
Yeah, with nothing in play, Mo can pretty safely quest for 2 and or 3, excuse me, with the Madam Fox. Take it back to Mo, draw for turn. We find a Pegasus, an evasive character we could play. We also have Goat in hand if we wanted to ink.
Yep. Also, I do believe have the Merlin Rabbit as well, in case you want to get a little bit more card advantage. Or get
the Genie also, that would be pretty good.
Forgot about the new Rabbit.
Yeah, something interesting too, you know, if you're playing against specifically a Ruby, or Rubies across the table, you know, do you play the Rabbit or the Genie expecting a brawl to come down? Would you rather the Rabbit be banished or the Genie?
Well, it's an interesting question, yeah. So we're also going into, but like Madame Medusa already has a target, kind of. Course, Merfolk. It's honestly a really interesting question. So I think we're going to run into that Merfolk here. We're going to discard a Tipo.
Don't really need to be inking extra cards from our hand anymore. Already up to 7 ink at the end of this turn for Hamza. So next turn, if Mo overextends with characters less than 2 strength, we should have that Sisu that we can play.
That is going to have the Lucky Dime. I know we were sort of talking that card down, but if it does hit the field, I mean, Mo's gotta do.
We gotta go fast. Is what he has to do.
I was gonna say gotta do something about it, but he can't.
Gonna have to just race Hamza at that point.
Which, I mean, that's congruent with Mo's sort of fundamental strategy here anyway.
Yeah, doesn't really change his game plan any, honestly. We are going to see the Goat interplay. Mo's going to gain a lore when it enters play. We'll find that Diablo being played as well. That was bounced back to the hand a little earlier. Mo just doing what Amethyst Emerald does, questing out, gaining extra lore, getting as close to 20 as he can.
It's just keeping the Genie back because of the ACOS Sisu?
I think so. I think we're predicting the Sisu to come down. Partially why we probably played the Diablo. You know, it's kind of a non-committal thing. If it survives on the next turn, you can quest with it. If it gets banished, you get to draw a card. You know, it just replaces itself. And of course, the Goat won't be banished if we see the Sisu come down, which we do here.
I mean, high-level play, we watched Mo sort of perfectly hedge against a ACOS Sisu coming down on curve here.
Yeah, I mean, both characters are banished, and then he just draws 2 cards. They just immediately replace themselves. So good for Hamza to at least get lore off of the board, but Mo's going to have plenty of gas in hand to follow this up. You see a Prince Philip being drawn as well, a card that you don't usually see in Amethyst Emerald, some that I've seen a little. I love this card, though. It's I think it's a 3-cost, 3/2 with Ward, though. Ward being the keyword there that is important, so it can't be targeted by anything.
That is exactly what it is, yep.
See the Crab come down, boosting the Goat enough to challenge the Hiram, getting it off the board. Prince Philip followed after that.
Pop's got a filter, big filter here, and quite find it. Of course, you know, 2 Sisus on board is pretty menacing. Both 5/4s, both questing for 3. But 2 items in the form of Popsicle and Ice Block. Not too exciting as you face down a lot of aggression here on the side of Mo.
No, Ice Block can potentially help the Sisu in hand get a little bit of value, but Prince Philip can't be chosen with the Ice Block because of Ward. Mo's also playing around the Sisu, right, by playing these higher strength characters like Crab, Goat, and Prince Philip.
Yeah, it's been really holding back that Genie. So is Hamza just thinking, that makes sense, right? Like, okay, you're going to have quest for 6 or whatever. if you leave it on, but you're not the beat down here. You got to keep Mo in control.
Yeah, the longer that Hamza can keep Mo from getting within, I'd say roughly 5 lore of 20 up to 15, the better for you, especially if you can find something like a Pirate's Life, which is typically run in these Ruby Sapphire decks now, sort of moving further away from 20. But we do find the snake here, so we can bounce back to hand and replay the Prince Philip, readying it so that it can't be banished in a challenge. Going to make it difficult to get rid of since it also has ward and can't be chosen.
Does find a brawl, has access to Ice Block. Fortunately, everything is 3 strength right now.
And even the stuff that's in play that you can brawl isn't great brawl targets. You know, there are only 1 lore characters, but at 14 lore, I guess that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Hamza does look very, very far behind here. I mean, that being said, if he was able to get control of this board, he could pivot quite quickly, having access to the Sisu as well as the Lucky Dime in hand.
We are going to see the Sisu played using the Ice Block to reduce the snake strength, banishing it when Sisu's played, using the other Sisu to challenge and banish the crab, just getting as much lore off the board as possible, trying to extend the game.
Mo knows the secret. See him rub those cards as they come off the top. That actually strictly makes them better.
Ursula is going to let Mo get a good look at Humza's hand, so he now knows about the brawl and the Lucky Dime. Can play around both of those. We see a Sir Hiss in hand, an evasive character that can quest for 2, I think.
I mean, when do you just have to play out the genie and draw the card?
1 for the Sir Hiss. Questing for 2 with the Philip here.
Up to 16. Threatening up to 18 on the next turn.
At that point, all we need is a goat. What comes to draw there? Oh, a Goofy. We see an unequal 6 cost Goofy with Rush that has evasive. We're going to use that to challenge and banish the Prince Philip here, getting it off the board, not having to use our Sisu.
Super impactful, but we are closing in on GOAT range. That being said, Hamza could pivot pretty quickly as access to Lucky Dime is questing for 4 at the very least every turn. Feels like it's actually not going to... I think it's not enough on the side of Hamza, actually.
Fox isn't that bad here.
Fox is pretty good.
Letting us bounce a card and replay it.
Absolutely, and make him have the board wipe.
Looks like Mo might be considering the Genie play. Yeah, we're going to play the Genie draw card, rubbing every single one of those things that come off the top of the deck.
I watched his previous match. He was doing the same thing. You got to save it for, when you need it.
Working out pretty well for Mo here.
Up to 18, threatening game here.
Hamza needs a board wipe either through Sisu or Be Prepared at this point, I think.
Feels like it's got to be.
Well, actually... Oh, yeah, we can only challenge 2 characters and we have to get rid of both Genie and Sisu. We have the Brawl, find an Ice Block. That's not going to help us.
I mean, we could have found like a Pirate's Life or something, I guess. I mean, I think we're once again seeing some of the weaknesses of this Ruby Sapphire deck.
Hamza playing out the turn, banishing the Sir Hiss with the Goofy, banishing the Ursula, leaving Mo with 1 lore.
Going to go up to 19 on this next turn.
Extending the turn by 1.
Just give me the goat.
Oh, he only finds the Pegasus, no goat here.
I mean, it's pretty good. Because now he's going to still just basically have to find the board wipe. Going to bounce that Hiss, play it again.
We have an evasive character in play that we could have challenged Sir Hiss with. Can't do that anymore now. Hamza, I think, has 1 last turn to find an answer.
Time for Hamza to rub the card.
Yeah, Hamza needs a little bit of the luck. He needs the luck for a couple turns, to be fair. Because even if we banish this board, you're going to have to essentially answer every single thing that comes into play for the next couple turns unless we can find a couple Pirates' Lives to get this lore count.
You have it. It's another Lucky Dime.
Another Lucky Dime is not going to do it. Hamza gives out the handshake, and Mo takes round 6, 2-0.
Yeah, looking very strong on the side of Amethyst, Emerald there, and Ruby Sapphire. I'm really, really interested to see the Ruby Sapphire Day 2 top 16 conversion rate because people chose to bring that deck. People, the people that showed up to this tournament made it the most popular deck. And I mean, this deck showed up to the European Championships and it got absolutely demolished.
Yeah, it didn't convert very well. I mean, we talked earlier in the stream about, how we would have predicted the meta coming into this. And I said I was so scared of, as a Ruby Sapphire player, of coming in and facing against more aggressive decks. And we see exactly the reason why something, and granted, Amethyst Emerald is an extremely aggressive deck, can be very aggressive, but when you can't find a way to stabilize from being that far behind on lore, there's just not a lot you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Keen to see day 2 results, but we've got one more round of Swiss before that. And of course, our announcement.
We do have a very special announcement, so I hope you guys are excited to see what we have. Don't go anywhere.
Hey Lumineers, it's Rebecca here, and we are taking a break from all the action, and I am joined here at the couches with our very own Brandon Bolen, who's been in the booth. How is it going, Brandon?
It's going awesome. I'm so excited to be here at the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. The venue's amazing. The people are amazing. It's a fun time. We're having a big party.
Mickey's here.
Mickey's here. I got to meet Mickey.
And we have some other exciting things to talk about, Brandon.
Yes, we do.
One of the things that we want to remind everyone about is the new upcoming sets that were announced at the European Championships. So let's go ahead and take a look.
Yes. Welcome to Arcasia's Island, where friendly pets abound. Beyond the cast of cuddly critters lies an ancient secret just waiting to be discovered. We're excited to learn new tricks when Arcasia's Island releases in March 2025.
Okay, Brandon, I think we need to get a little more specific, though, than just March. So let's let the Illumineers know that Arcasia's Island is coming to hobby stores, Disney parks, and stores on March 7th. And then the mass release is going to be on March 21st, and I just cannot wait for this new set.
I can't either. I'm so excited to see Bolt. Bolt is finally coming into the set.
Super fun. Can't wait to learn whatever new tricks that they have for us. And this art is just incredible.
It's phenomenal. Of course, the art was done by Nicholas Cole and John Lauren. You might recognize those two from previous Ursula cards, Enchanted cards that have done really well. I know that that's a fan of a lot of Illumineers.
Yeah, anytime that those two artists get together, I know it's a card that I'm going to love.
Totally. And of course, Arcasia's Island wasn't all that was announced. We also saw a bit into the future as well.
Yes, it's his crown, his realm. Reign of Jafar releases the second quarter of 2025. And my goodness, Jafar looking as villainous as ever in this art.
Yes, I love this art for Jafar. He's sitting on the throne. He looks like an evil villain. He looks like, actually, I'm a little scared, honestly. He looks like he maybe have succeeded.
He's been up to no good for a long time. I love all the little clues in the story of Lorcana that we've seen over the last couple of sets, and we finally found out that yes, it is Jafar that is behind all this shenanigans.
Yeah, first it was Ursula looking for that crown, and now we're hearing a little bit about Jafar searching for the crown as well. Ursula almost did some bad stuff. I can't wait to see what happens if Jafar finds
that Hexwell crown. I'm telling you, there's something going on with that crown.
But that's not all that we have to announce this weekend.
It's not, Brandon?
No, we have an announcement of another franchise that's coming in Arcasia's Island.
Yes, that's right, Brandon, because of course when we're talking about Disney pets, Bolt is not the only friendly furry friend who's going to be joining us. We have, for the first time, Glimmers from Lady and the Tramp making their first appearance in Disney Lorcana in Arcasia's Island.
Yes, I'm so excited for Lady. She looks so pretty and elegant. I'm very excited to see all of these pets entering Lorcana. First we have Bolt, now we have Lady here.
I love all the details of this art, Brandon. She looks so elegant. Her headband, the leash, the details that the artist put into this work is just incredible. This lady artwork was done by Jao Mora, and she is just such a beautiful addition to this game.
And I'm very excited to also see Jacques and Trusty there in the background.
Yes.
I'm kind of interested to see what they're up to. There seems to be a very big pet theme here for Arcasia's Island. So if there's one thing that I know about the Disney Lorcana community, it's that they love puppies.
We love puppies. Who doesn't love puppies, especially Disney puppies?
Yeah, so I'm very eager to see what happens there between Lady. Then we have Bolt. So who's to say what comes next?
Yes, well, I'm very excited about Arcasia's Island. What about you, Brandon?
I couldn't be more excited. So with that, we want to thank Ravensburger for allowing us to reveal Lady and Lady and the Tramp. We hope you're excited for the next set, and we're going to get back to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship here at Disneyland.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Brandon. Great announcement from those two. One, I absolutely love dogs. I'm a dog person, so I can't wait for that. Welcome back. Sorry about that. It looks like we were a little muted. That was my fault. I was going to say, great announcement. Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Brandon. I can't wait for those sets. I absolutely love dogs. I am a dog person too. I love villain sets. I'm kind of a villain, and I can't wait for this Jafar set. Aladdin, one of my favorite movies. Jafar, maybe not one of my favorite characters, but love the villains nonetheless.
Right, great film, great franchise. And I'm not going to lie, I love that art for Lady. It's so wonderful to see a classic franchise, Lady and the Tramp, enter the game. And that art of Lady is just delightful, showing her in her playful, happy form. I can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I can't wait for?
What's that?
The last round of today. We've got round 7, all the pressure on the players to see if they can make it into that day 2, give themselves a chance at Worlds, Golden Mickeys, and more. Tomorrow, I don't think I want to do any more before this game. Let's go ahead on down to the feature match area. Let's get this started because we've got 2 full matches coming for you here in round 7.
And as you said, these players are playing not only for entrance into day 2, the top cut, but there's seeding is very important to play for in this particular format because you get the choice in day 2 based on your seeding of the player of the draw each game, and that can be the difference between winning and losing. So there is plenty to play for, even if you're pretty sure you're going to make the top cut at this point.
Love the camaraderie here. Love the sportsmanship. Nice little fist bump between the two.
Right. So we're going to see a really interesting match here. We have another Steel Amber matchup here. I honestly, I thought this was going to be an aggressive Steel Amber Steel list, but I do see the whole new world there. So this looks perhaps more like a traditional Steel Song variant into a Blurple deck or blue purple, which is Sapphire Amethyst.
And this is one of the matchups where maybe you do want to be a little bit more on the Diggy Diggy Hole version because we've seen in the past generally some of the matchups that can be hard for this deck that has a whole new world in it can be the ramp decks. Something like blue-red. Anything that gets to a huge ink advantage on you can be problematic in the fact that if you let them draw 7 new cards and they have 2 or 3 more ink than you, they're going to start drawing some of those 7 and 8 drops and start playing some really powerful stuff on you really fast because you're refilling their hand that they've been putting into their inkwell.
Yeah, so in this deck, looking at the inevitability aspect of this deck, I do think inevitability is with the Blurple deck. It can has some very powerful cards on the top end and some card draw in the mid game, and it can build up so many resources that if the game goes long enough, it can. If it goes long enough, that deck is probably going to take it. So I do think the Steel Song deck here wants to be a little bit more aggressive. One of the things in this matchup to pay attention to is the resource base, and it's going to be reflected differently on either side. The Steel Song decks want to build up a big board of characters that they can sing songs, so when a whole new world is played, you can immediately play numerous songs and gain an advantage that way. On the other side, this ramp deck, anything with Sapphire is looking to build up an ink base, a lot bigger ink base than your opponent. And so in this matchup, if it goes long, Cody's going to be looking up to build up this giant inkwell so that if a whole new world is played, he can dump multiple big characters on the board and keep control.
Looks like a Tipo is going to go into the inkwell turn 1 for Cody here, meaning he's probably got at least another 2-drop ramp card behind that. I think I do see another Tipo in his hand. Cinderella into Cinderella here from Scott as well. And this is one of the more terrifying Cinderellas in the fact that this is the deck that has tons and tons of songs in it as well. So really scary turn 1 here from Scott.
Yeah, Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation, is low-key one of the best cards in the game, in my opinion, because it does set up, and in a lot of people's opinion, actually, it does set up this really powerful turn 2 play with these 3-cost songs, especially with the Storm Rage on, which we may see here.
I think we do.
Yeah.
Looks like Scott did have one in his hand. Didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Oh, no, that's okay. I got distracted by the play.
Yeah, Tipo going to put another card into the inkwell. So nice start here from Cody, doing what his deck does best and ramping out some stuff here. Back over to Scott. Looks like he's going to start off with that. Let the Storm Rage on. He's going to take care of that Tipo.
That's that 1-2 punch that is classic in Amber Steel.
And this is important for multiple reasons, too, in this matchup. You may think, oh, it's a Tipo. It's kind of a low-quality body, but there's Crabs, which we see one in Cody's hand that could have been able to take out this Cinderella next turn. We've seen stuff like that happen. Also, it slows down stuff like Fox. Any of the Madam Mim cards in the future as well from coming in and being able to bounce something for cheap and that might get some quality behind it as well. Nice start here for Scott. Cinderella into Smeeze, exactly what this deck wants. Back on over to the Blurple side. Let's see what he's got. Going into the 4-ink turn. This is where the deck really starts humming, really starts going.
Yeah, and looking over on Scott's side, this is a very aggressive deck. Not only do we have the turn 2 Smeeze with 2 lore, but I see a Piglet in there, and I think I saw, as the hand was shuffling, a Daisy Duck as well. So a lot of high lore characters, there it is, a lot of high lore characters able to gather lore early, and that's what this deck is going to want to do. But there is Genie on turn 4. It's what every Amethyst deck wants to do if they're given the space to do it. This is obviously a very dangerous card for a number of different reasons. But one of the reasons that people are choosing to run Steel into this particular meta with all the genies running around is it does give you some powerful song cards to answer it with cards like Along Came Zeus.
Also, the card drawn off the genie for Cody here was the 5-drop Elsa Spirit. So it might be able to take care of something like this Piglet or this Daisy Duck here this turn. Going to have really, his choice of how he wants to attack this board from Scott here. Scott's going to go ahead and quest up for 2 here with Esme. No damage at the end of the turn because don't forget, Piglet is a captain.
Is a captain. Captaining that raft there.
I was unaware of that, had to have that pointed out to me when I was playing this deck the first time.
He's an unassuming captain.
Really is. Back over to Cody. You see an Elsa, see a Fox. I think I see 2 Elsas actually in this hand.
Yeah, so I talked about the 1-2 punch of turn 1, turn 2 into the Let the Storm Rage on. A play that we've become very familiar with in this meta is the Genie on 4 into Elsa on turn 5. That 1-2 punch there, we're likely to see it here, and there she is.
Absolutely. It looks like Elsa on 5 here. What do you think you would take care of here? Do you think the Cinderella or do you think the Piglet?
I do think the key to victory for this Amber Steel deck here is racing ahead early and putting the game within reach before the Blurple deck can take over the game. So I do think that Piglet is a tempting target. It represents 3 lore on the board.
Yeah, I don't think I would be doing anything to the Daisy Duck here because I actually think the Daisy Duck's kind of on your side here at this point. You're getting a little low on resources in your hand, and you actually kind of, I think, want Scott to be questing with Daisy Duck here because you could draw extra cards off that. That's going to be huge with your ink advantage.
It also removes that captain from the board. It might not be relevant, but now Smee cannot exert with impunity.
Yeah, can't exert with impunity. It will put 1 damage on him, which means any of the attacks from the character stays in play would be able to pick off the Smee, and it gives Genie kind of a free trade into it as well, quote unquote free. Like it would stick around afterwards, so you can get a little value off that. Back over to Scott here with the 3 characters left over. A bunch of cards left over in his hand. I wonder if Scott's thinking along the same lines I am. I'm not sure I want to be questing with this Daisy Duck here, but you might be kind of priced in, both the players with 2 lore here.
Well, some interesting choices here. You do have that Long John Silver there, or that John Silver there, rather, which when he's played makes it so one of your opponent's characters can't challenge this turn. So that's something that he could play to then quest with a Daisy and keep it safe for a turn.
Yeah, just coming back to the booth here for a second, we're going to clean something up with the players down. Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the things I've talked about a little bit. Whenever you're playing the Steel Song deck, you want to get out ahead, you want to get out aggressive, but maybe this is one of the reasons people are playing Blurple into this tournament is, look, if they're going to be playing decks like this, they're giving me extra cards off of a whole new world. I want to be ramping a lot, and maybe they don't want to play blue-red, and that can kind of happen in this. Well, you still get to play the really strong Amethyst cards that we've been talking about, because you said this, the Blurple decks, it's kind of just an Amethyst deck with just a little sprinkling of Sapphire in it, just a little bit.
So when you look at the meta, you do have a few decks that are not Amethyst running around. You have the Ruby Sapphire decks, and you also have these Amber Steel decks. But other than that, you have a lot of Amethyst clones. A very good player I was talking to before this referred to this as the Clone Wars, where you have a lot of decks that look very similar, but they're just slightly different. And that's what these Amethyst decks are. Each one, though, is trying to figure out how to gain an advantage over the other Amethyst decks. And in the case of Blurple, you're splashing in just a little bit of blue, a little bit of Sapphire, in order to ramp yourself and get to your high-end cards faster than your opponent, to get to the Genie first, to get to the Elsa first.
All right, we're going to head right back down into this match. Here we go. Might have had a little bit of a judge call to clean up there, something to bring us back to the booth for just a moment, but it looks like we haven't missed anything. We're still in the fourth ink turn for Scott here.
Yeah, so as you pointed out, we have, Daisy Duck is something you could quest with this turn. Of course, it's vulnerable to a double challenge there, but that John Silver is something that we could use to protect Daisy Duck if that's something you want to do.
Another Elsa left over in Cody's hand here, too, to kind of play around that. I was going to mention that earlier. This is something that could really put a wrench to the plans of Scott.
So questing the Daisy Duck here, I like this. I do want to point out that if you're going to quest with the Daisy Duck in a turn, we often talk about card draw is something you want to do first. In this instance, getting the information about what your opponent is putting into their hand first helps you make some decisions and might change your lines of play. So questing with the Daisy Duck first is usually the right call. And here we are, another Daisy Duck into that John Silver. And we're going to choose the Genie, it looks like, that won't be able to challenge this turn.
Yeah, so it looks like that Genie is going to get locked down. Another card put into the Inkwell. 1 card left over for Scott. Back over to Cody. We did see a rabbit come off the top. A snake now as well, so starting to get that engine going. Got the extra card draw now. He's got the bounce. He's got a crab. He's got a spirit. He's got pretty much everything you'd want at this point in the game. Let's see if he can take those resources and turn them into a win. He's a little bit under the gun here. He's a little behind on board. 5 characters for Scott here, and a little bit of a Lord lead, 6-2.
Yeah, definitely needs to start thinking about some board control here. I want to point out another benefit to playing John Silver there. We talked about Piglet is a captain and prevented that damage on Smee, keeping it out of reach of either of those 2 strength characters. John Silver also a captain, so playing him there made it so not only could the Genie not challenge, but Smee now is still at 3 willpower, having not damaged himself at the end of the turn.
Oh, and it looks like this crab is going to come into play. Give Elsa an extra 3 challenger. It looks like Elsa is going to be challenging into, looks like the Daisy Duck. Nice pick off there. This is going to be a Metagame Fox. This is going to pick up that Elsa. Going to kind of reset that damage that's been on there. And that's going to take care of the Smee as well. And clean up this board quite a bit on Scott's side. Good for Cody here. Nice solid turn for him here.
4 lore removed there. 4 lore remaining on the board.
Back over to Scott here. I think he just picked up a Robin Hood.
We did have that shift available earlier. I think that other Robin Hood went into the Inkwell. So we can ink this. We can play this turn. We ink the Sven. We play the Robin Hood. Let's see if that's the line we take.
Glad to see the Robin Hood making its way back in. Really powerful card that's been around since the beginning of Lorcana. Used to have a lot of play, especially in these Steel Amber decks, but kind of falling out of favor here lately with set 6.
It did fall out of favor. There were some other options available, and then you don't see the Robin Hood shift run in the aggressive Amber Steel variants, but it is a card that can shift on turn 3 to allow you to sing Whole New World on turn 3 as early as possible, and that's a line that you always like available to you in these Steel Song decks.
Is Scott taking his time? Does he want to get some value off this Sven? Does he want to get this Robin Hood into play? Does he want to quest for this Daisy Duck again here? That's a good question.
What do you think about? There goes Sven into the Inkwell for the Robin Hood, champion of Sherwood.
Looks like he's just going to pass on back over to Cody, so no lore gained for Scott here this turn. Cody with a full hand. I think it's another crab just got added. He's got that rabbit. Still got that snake. So he's got a lot of the good bounce targets. He's got a bouncer. He's got that Elsa left over that we know from last turn that got picked up by the Metagame Fox.
Yeah, a lot of options here to clean things up.
Yeah, I think he's got double Elsa, Fox, Rabbit as his hand here for Cody. What a great hand. Let's see how he wants to approach this. A lot of interesting things he can do here, too.
Yes, we will have to play the Elsa to exert something. The question is, what are we going to choose? That Daisy Duck is a tempting target with 2 lore. It can take it off without much damage back. However, it does give you a character every turn.
Yeah, I think you kind of want to be careful here, though. You don't want to leave anything that can be picked off by the Robin Hood here on challenging back. So maybe this is going to be to tap down like Cinderella and then just go ahead and pick off Cinderella of one of the evasive, probably the Elsa. So you can quest with Genie as well. So it does look, all right, it is going to be the Robin Hood. So it's going to be, Fox is going to challenge into, put 3 damage. That's going to bump up the Elsa. Elsa's going to go ahead and finish this off. Okay. A lot of resources put into that, but it does get rid of the very, very good character. A card gets drawn by Scott here, though, since Robin Hood got banished in a challenge. So it is going to replace itself, but the problematic character has been dealt with. Genie's going to go ahead, grab 2 lore here as well. Both of these evasive characters still left over. No snake play from Cody. Can get a little more value off it with that rabbit later, possibly. Draw for Scott here. Is that a double Naveen hand of no songs?
A double Naveen.
A bad spot to be in. I've been in that spot before. It doesn't feel great, but at least you do get a 3/3 that quests for 2 here.
That's true. That lore is potentially valuable. That's what he wants to do is get closer to 20 as fast as possible, close out this game.
John Silver's going to go ahead and quest up. These players, that's going to break the tie. Scott's going to pull ahead 7-6 here. But Cody's about to start having some really strong turns here. I think he's going to not run out of gas for almost the rest of the game here with these rabbits. Is that another crab? So is that crab, rabbit now that's left over?
Crab, rabbit. But no Elsa left in hand to exert anything on that side of the board. So those 2 lure characters for the moment will be safe.
Does have the perfect amount of ink right now to be able to do both of those. I love starting the turn off with the rabbit, though. Let's get all the information. Let's draw the card. Looks like a magic broom. So if he wants, he could use these crabs to... He could use one of these crabs to possibly pick off this John Silver with the genie, but that means he's not questing with it. So we'll have to see if that's a trade-off that he wants to make here.
Yeah. When you're in these matchups, especially when you're on the draw as a control deck against an aggressive deck, there's some point in the game where you have to figure out how to take the momentum, how to turn the corner and become the beatdown, as they say, or become the aggressive deck. And so this is kind of the point of the game with Genie on the board where Cody's trying to figure out when do I start questing myself.
It does look like the crab's going to come in. It's going to go ahead and pump up the Elsa, and that's going to trade off here with the John Silver. Leave that Genie with the full amount of toughness, and that magic broom is going to get put into play as well, possibly representing another card after questing next turn as well. So Cody going to be keeping the gas coming.
A Genie doing Genie things, questing for 2 lore.
Definitely like that. Keeping the Genie healthy. It's a 2-quester. Another Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, added to Scott's hand.
Not a terrible card off the top deck. A card that will replace itself. It's 2 lore. And better than drawing a Cinderella or something. But
I wonder if we're going to be questing with Naveen here. Seems like one of the only ones that might be able to quest for you if you're Scott. So it does let Randall's Rabbit kind of run into it if you want to draw an extra card, but I think you'd be fine with that.
Yeah, Cody's going to keep questing here, keep pushing his lore title and lore higher, and eventually force Scott into the control role if he's not careful. So kind of has to match Cody's lore here. Questing with that Naveen, inviting the crackback, but I do think that's the way to go.
Yeah, Scott taking the lead here in lore. Most like I believe he's at 9 while Cody's at 2. And one of the misses here for Cody, that is not a character to draw a card off the broom here. That's a McDuck's Manor. Very powerful card. 9 willpower on a location that's going to be gaining 2 lore a turn, and your opponent doesn't really want to be challenging that too much and putting their characters at risk, though. Could be very powerful in this spot.
Yeah, it's not a card that will allow you to control much on the board, but man, what a menace that card is out there. It's Scott doesn't have a ton to deal with it. I'm just going to have to spend a turn devoting multiple characters, sending them into that McDuck Manor with its 9 willpower.
So it is going to be some questing from Cody here. I was going to say, it does look like they're both going to challenge down Naveen here. No card drawn at the broom, but he does found some value off of it, and does get the McDuck's Manor to play too. I was wondering if there was a chance that the rabbit was going to do that to get you the extra card, but he doesn't seem necessary for Cody here. He's playing the long game to get a little more out of that, because if he draws any of its bounce cards, any of his bad MM cards, he kind of gets to go nuts with this much ink.
Yeah, and this McDuck Manor here is a ticking clock. Unless you're running Along Came Zeus, which I haven't seen yet in Scott's deck, it's going to be very difficult to take care of that McDuck Manor. And it sets up, what, a 5-turn clock, basically. This is a card that was pretty popular when it first came out. It kind of fell away from the meta a little bit, but we saw a lot of them in Europe, a lot of Ruby Sapphire players bringing it in, especially for the mirror. And so I'm not surprised to see it in this Blurble deck here, especially if you were anticipating a heavy Ruby Sapphire meta.
Does look like Scott is going to quest of Robin Hood here, going to go up to 11. Looks like he's perfectly secure in doing this in a race mode. The Naveen, for no value yet again, played out, but again, it is a 3/3 that can quest for 2. All right, back over to Cody. Gets 2 lore from his location. What did he draw for his turn here? Any of the bounce cards would be huge here. I think start to pull him away in this matchup.
We do have, a couple lines that allow us to remove the Robin Hood here, but again, it will replace itself. And Scott has drawn into 2 lore characters almost every turn here, representing consistent threats on the board.
Yeah, Scott doing a good job of just staying in this game, chipping away, forcing Cody to have to make a couple trades here.
Now, there's some great control-y outs that Cody could draw into in the endgame here. An Elsa Spirit of Winter would be fantastic, or even a Hades, if this deck is running it, would allow him to banish that Robin Hood, or send that Robin Hood to the Inkwell without Scott drawing a card. So hoping to draw one of those high-end options. Right now, though, just trying to figure out how to keep Scott from running away with things to allow his McDuck Manor to do the work.
Right. I wonder if this is a bounce effect. We're leading off with questing with Rabbit here. Looks like this might be a snake. Yep, it is a Metagame snake. It's going to pick up the Rabbit. That's going to draw an extra card here for Cody. That is a big top deck for him here. Scott can't be happy about that top deck.
Oh, what did he get? I missed it.
I didn't get it either. I think he's hiding it a little bit. So one of the cards is a Rabbit. What's the last one? What is a 6 ink up for Cody so he can play some of his most impactful cards here as well.
Well, it's
looks like he's going to go ahead and just redeploy that Rabbit, draw another card.
Amethyst doing Amethyst things.
Unique quest for 2 here. Breaks up that tie and moves Cody to 13. Might be the most methodical game I've seen in a while. Just a little bit of back and forth every turn.
Well, look at this position, though. Cody representing 7 lore on the board. Cody sitting at 13. That's game on the board. That Genie is evasive, so unable to be challenged. Scott has to draw some sort of removal option to get rid of it. So now the only way out of this at this point is that's readily available is removing that McDuck Manor. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strength on the board.
That's a really good point. So he's going to start out by using Daisy Duck. Get 2 lore here and even it up, but that's a Hades off the top that's going to get added to Cody's hand. Very impactful character here. 2 ink. What is this going to be? Looks like it's going to be a Smee. Devine is going to... Oh, take a little time. Looks like Robin Hood's going to go first. Robin Hood going to sing. Robin Hood's going to sing a whole new world here. So that's going to be 7 new cards for Scott here. Really, really needs to draw Zeus here.
We need to draw a removal option for that Genie. That is the answer. Cycling through. We got a couple cards to sing.
All right, we got 2 Let It Goes, but is that enough? I don't think that's...
Oh, it is. So Let It Go will be able to be sung by Cinderella Bomb Sensation. We'll remove that Genie, so that at least keeps you in the game another turn.
He's going to get another card deeper as well. We still have the Naveen left over, so we still could hit another big sing card here. Draw for turn. That's a Piglet.
Not what you want to see. So now let's take a look at the board state here, though, because we've bought ourselves another turn, and now we're showing Scott is showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on the board, also representing games. So Cody not able to quest as high as possible this turn. He's going to have to answer some of these threats on the board.
That Smee just got played this turn, so yeah, you definitely can't use that Smee, but you can use the Naveen. That's going to put up 2 more lore, get you ahead here. You have a Sven in your hand, too, so if you want to, you could protect one of your characters here. Going to ink this piece. Looks like it might just be 2 Piglets here. Pass back and see if you can see if you can win, Cody.
They're all the threats.
All right, Cody's going to go up to 15 here, and he has 3 on board. If there's a goat plus a bounce here, he might be able to steal this game.
I mean, this is, oh, goodness gracious. There's a lot of threats to deal with here. Now,
going up to 15, was that a goat off the top?
That was a goat off the top. Let's do the math here. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
The goat, and if we have
4,
the bounce
5,
there. Oh,
6.
2 goats. 2 goats. 2 goats.
I need to look it up. What's the group of goats called? I need to look this up.
A win.
Oh, there you go. It's a win.
It's a win of goats. Wow.
I love that we have the crowd like right here. We get to hear the cheers right after the top decks. It's one of my favorite things ever at these Lorcana events.
Oh man, I don't know that we had the bounce in hand, so top decking a goat or a bounce was the answer. And there it was. What a great game. That was a knife's edge at the end there.
Yeah, a game that was super close the entire time, right? Everybody's jockeying for position, 1 card at a time. Both the players would draw for their cards to turn and be like, well, it doesn't really make sense for me to move in here, so hopefully you can't do it. And they're like, well, I'll do my one thing, and build up the boards until someone finds that 1 card that breaks through. Really great game here. I can't believe this match is even over yet.
I know, that felt like 2 games.
I know, right? That felt like a long time between those 2 players. What great play between them. And you know what? Let's head on back down to the feature match area, see how they finish up this round, because I want to see how they play out this game too. The quality of play in games today has just been unreal from the tournament here. And, I've been saying this. I feel like Lorcana is really starting to come into its own with the player base of just the quality of play has been so high. People are learning more and more every one of these events how to build their decks better, right? How to play a little bit better. We're getting to see the EU side of things too, to see their takes on games. You know, hey, in the future, we're going to start to see other parts of the world as well getting DLCs in other countries, other continents. We're going to see their takes on the game. You know, what do they think about the meta? What kind of cards do they think are better here? And we start to learn things from each other all around. It's just going to help the game grow at such a pace that's going to be awesome, and we get to watch this every day. I love this.
I agree with you. A challenge coming up in Australia, and I'm sure there's more to follow. It's a global game now, more of the globe than just America and Europe, and it's really awesome to see. I want to point out Scott choosing to alter one card.
That's usually very scary if you're the other player.
Keeping 6, sending 1 away, getting
you can
a more
kind of
efficient
see
hand.
You can kind of see why too there.
Yeah, he definitely had the opening that he wanted. Of course, one of the dangers sometimes in altering your hand, you run the risk of pulling too many uninkables unexpectedly and ruining your opening. So that's one of the reasons you're oftentimes seeing people conservative. But here, especially on the play, you have this brilliant 1-2 punch again that we talked about last game, Cinderella on turn 1, and we do have the Let the Storm Rage on available on turn 2.
Let's see if there's a 1-drop to point that at from Cody. I've seen some spots in games where, depending on what your hand looks like, if you have the 1-drop, sometimes you don't even play it here just because you want to strand that card into your opponent's hand as long as possible.
That's true. Blurple, not a ton of 1-drops either. This deck is happy to wait until turn 2 to play Tipo, so possibly there's no target there for the Storm Rage on. There will be no target there for Let the Storm Rage on.
Really good point. Just to add on that a little bit more, I don't think there's a 1-drop in Cody's hand, but another thing to think about is you can kind of keep that 1-drop for the turns that maybe need to deploy a Snake, maybe need to deploy a Fox, and that gives you some edge of being able to play the 1-drop, then play that character behind it. You don't have to have it sitting around from a turn because it might not survive against Scott's deck. Guy goes ahead and lures up with that Cinderella. Going to get the first lure of the game and the nice little lead from him here. He's got a couple of very good 2-drops here, possibly the best 2-drop in the game. Smee into Smee.
A double Smee. Yeah, a very aggressive opening here. Again, that's what this deck wants to do, run underneath the Sapphire Amethyst deck. So great turn 2 play. Looking over at Cody's side, he does have the turn 2 ramp that he wants. There's a Tipo coming out, allowing him to get an extra card into his Inkwell. Picking here which he wants to send.
Back over to Scott here. That Cinderella is finally going to sing the Let the Storm Rage on, take out that Tipo. As we said, kind of important in this matchup. Draws the extra card here, gets that Piglet into play, and gets 2 lore for his trouble here his turn as well. So he's up to 3-0 on the lore here. No 1-drop here to really make it a perfect turn, but I think that's just fine for Scott.
Yeah, crucially, removing that Tipo prevents that from challenging into the Smee. Of course, we do have the Piglet Poo Pirate Captain.
Alliteration is fun.
I know, it's a challenge, which prevents that 1 damage there in Smee. But Blurple doing what Blurple wants to do, going ramp on turn 2 into return 3 Genie, and then we have that other punch there, that Elsa available on turn 5 to start cleaning things up.
Yeah, back over to Scott here, staring down that Genie. Doesn't have a very good job of taking care of this deck. He's kind of got to go through loops if it isn't something like Along Came Zeus now. Rapunzel is going to put into the Inkwell here, one of the more powerful cards, but other things to do here. If he can get another character in play here, I think I see a Strength of a Raging Fire here as well. Maybe he'll take care of this Genie this turn. All right, so this is going to be a triple lore up. So that's going to be for 3, 4, 5, 6. God, he's already up to 9 lore here. This Finn is going to go ahead and ready that Cinderella. And this is a great player. It's going to ready Cinderella, allow it
oh my
to sing
goodness.
Strength of a Raging Fire, being the 4th character in play. What a start here from Scott Cody.
Wow.
On the back foot for sure.
That was a very impactful turn. Wow. This is going to be a challenge to come back from, Blurple. One of the trade-offs that you get for being able to ramp into your late game characters early is you're giving up on other colors. One of those colors is Ruby. Ruby has the sweeping effects you want to be able to come back from board states like this, not available in Amethyst or Sapphire.
Really great point. Yeah, they may not have that reset button that you need. until you get to something like 7 or 8 ink, you can maybe play an Elsa and kind of catch back up that, or Hades, but like you don't have that big effect that takes care of all of the characters at once.
No, you need to get a little bit higher. So we do have the Elsa Spirit of Winter, which I'm not Spirit of Winter. I'm sorry, the 5th Spirit, which can come down here, deal with that Piglet, and perhaps if we're lucky, you can set up a shift the next turn. So there are ways back into this. This is not over, but this is a very challenging board state for Cody to deal with.
Yeah, Cody taking his time here, knows that these decisions are going to be so impactful for the rest of the game. Does look like he does have that Elsa. Gonna go ahead and exert the Sven. Probably pick off the Piglet here, I would think. It takes away the most lore from play. It's gonna put 2 damage on the Elsa. Scott, though, at 9. Cody at 0. Still showing 4, 5 lore in play for Scott here. Plus, that's a huge play here.
Oh, John Silver coming in saying, Elsa, you cannot challenge on your next turn, keeping his character safe from that Elsa crackback. What a challenge.
Whenever John Silver's cooking, I want some. That looks really good, by the way, because he's definitely cooking up a win here for Scott as well this game. Got him. Quite the lore lead here as well. 14 for Scott, 0 for Cody. He's got a lot to get through here on this board.
Yeah, very fast start.
A Fox would go a long way for Cody here. Actually, I think, should the Smee have a damage one here as well?
No, John Silver,
That's right, John Silver,
is a captain. He prevents that one damage.
You know what? It's always the sneaky ones. I forget that he's
captains. Yeah, right?
There's that many captains that are also the cook on the ship, so
that's true. At this point, he is the cook, but perhaps secretly the captain. So we do have another Elsa in hand. It looks like we can rush and challenge into something, but there's a lot to deal with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 floor. We have to clear something.
Yeah, the second Elsa doesn't really. I mean, like it's fine, right? But it only takes away something like me. So if there's something else, you go okay. So this is pretty decent here. This is going to move the 2 damage over to something else that's going to take care of the Cinderella. But now he doesn't have a good challenge here, which he can't anyway because of the John Silver. So at least Cody does something to make inroads on the board. He is going to lure up for his first lure of the game, but he is way behind on that metric in the game. Scott, 1 card left in his hand here. Draw a card first turn. Let's see if he can. I don't think he can win this turn, but it looks like he's got another John Silver. And yeah, I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin here for Cody.
Go all the way to 19. If it is another John Silver, we'll prevent another challenge. Again, there
also has this Vin as well, so he could protect the character here. Tons of different ways to go this route.
Thinking this through.
Yeah. I love the speed that Scott plays with when he's so sure of himself. Like, you know, I play a lot faster too, and the game feels like it's on, but nothing wrong with taking a moment. Let's make sure we do this correctly. So John Silver's going to get played. Make sure the KHL see the wry smile on Cody's face. Like, hey, it was a long shot anyway, but this makes it even harder from this point. And like you said, this is highlighting that one of those problems with Blurple, that playing from behind can be very difficult with this deck. The hand is extended. It's going to be a tie between these 2 players. Hopefully enough to make sure that they can keep playing in this tournament. But what a great game between these 2. Very much highlighted by the first one of this match being unbelievably good.
Yeah, what great games. I mean, you saw Blurple doing what Blurple wants to do there in that first game, and then you did see this aggressive Amber Steel deck doing what it wants to do, running under Blurple really aggressively. Some really impactful plays that turn where we played the 4th character, and then we sung Strength of a Raging Fire to clear off the board. And then those John Silvers doing work. That's not a card that is in every one of these builds. In fact, I don't think it's in many of these builds, but really taking this game over here.
Yeah, John Silver and Sven, you know, probably topping out most of the top of his curve. And what that does is it prevents the, you know, you can kind of quest with Piglet, right? You can quest with some of these characters that, oh, I'm just going to lose it. Well, now you're not going to. You're going to get to, you know, unexert them or make this not be able to challenge, and it gets you across the finish line. It gets you that one extra quest from your characters. That's usually enough. Because how many times have you and I lost a game? We're like, man, if I could have quested with this character one more time. That's it, just one more time. And speaking of one more time, we've got one more match for you here in round 7 to see if we can put a few more of those players in that top 16. And don't go anywhere. When we're done with this match as well, we probably have the top 16 announcement for you as well to see the players that are going to be playing tomorrow for a chance at Worlds. I don't know if I'd be able to sleep tonight.
I don't know if I would either.
Yeah, I might not be able to sleep anyway tonight after all these games. They've been so good. But let's head on back down to the feature match area. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like we're going to take a very, very quick break to set up that second match. Don't go to. We're going to be back very, very quickly for the second match here in round 7. See, I told you it was going to be a really quick break. We're back here for round 7. We're going to bring a full match to you here before we get done with the day. And then hopefully we can bring you that top 16. And Liam, you seem like a little grumpy. Are you okay?
Yeah, I feel like I have a chip on my shoulder, honestly.
You know who doesn't have a chip on her shoulder? The 2 players that we're playing here for day 2. Let's just head on down the feature match area. Let's just get this over with.
All right. Really excited for this matchup.
I love you, buddy.
You know, when we started the beginning of the day, when this day started, we saw that these Ruby Sapphire decks were the most represented in the deck in the meta. We knew it was popular. I didn't know that I expected it to be 34% of the field coming into this day, but it was. And so what better way to finish off the day than going to a Ruby Sapphire mirror and watching these two players battle it out with decks they're familiar with for a shot at the World Invitation.
Now, when you're playing in a mirror like this with these 2 decks, what's some of the most important stuff that you can have in your opening hand between these 2?
I mean, one of the sub games in these decks is the Flavisham sub game. In the mirror, oftentimes the deck that wins is the one that can get a Flavisham online to stick and draw a number of cards to propel them into the end game. So having a Brawl in the opening hand is never a bad option or something to remove that Flavisham after it goes off one time. You definitely want to have your ramp available as well. That's something you want in any matchup here. But it's that Flavisham sub game in the mid game. And then the other thing I want to point out in the mirror here, though, is that these decks are being built slightly differently in the meta right now. There's all sorts of different tools at your disposal. Some people are using Dime still. Some people have worked them out. Shark is there as an alternative win condition with Pirate's Life and other actions that you're pulling back and deploying again. Some people are running Great Stone Dragon. Some people aren't. There's all sorts of weird different techs you can do. And so it'll be really interesting to see how each one of these players has chosen to differentiate their decks based on the field they expected to see.
Yeah, really, really good point. I think, like you said, you hit it right on the head there. That I think the ramp is really important, and I don't love letting my opponent quest with Haverson. You can't really stop the first time they do it when they play the card and they get the 2 cards off that. But if you can keep them from questing with it, I think you're in a good spot. Lucas is going to be on the play here. Game 1 leads off with a popsicle. Very important between the 2. Sean has an item on 1, but it's not going to draw him an extra card here. First check of the match. Do we have a ramp spell on turn 2? And it looks like a Tipo is going to help out here. What card do you want to add to your hand here? I see a Sisu already. That is an answer to a Haversam as well from your opponent. So that can actually be like another copy of Brawl for you. So 3rd ink into the inkwell for him. John, I see a Tipo. I see 2 Tipos in his hand as well. I see both players possibly having Haversam on 4 here. So buckle up. This game might get fast real quick.
Yeah, good point. We do see the Tipo come down. Here comes another ink. We have Sisus in both hands. So this is a mirror in the true sense of the word. Popsicle, Ice Block, one side, the other side. Flavisham comes down, eats the Popsicle, draw 2 cards. We are off to the races.
Yeah, Maui as well getting put into the inkwell. So that's another thing that could possibly answer a Hiram after they've quested, though. So you would be getting 4 cards of it. But like you said, this card is really important. You got to be answering it in the mirror.
I want to mention one other card because I'm interested to see if either player's running it. We saw last round McDuck Manor worked into a deck, and that deck card was popular in the European Championship in these builds, specifically to deal with the mirrors because this deck has a hard time dealing with it, especially since Maui, Hero to All, has fallen out of favor in some of these decks. So it'll be interesting to see if either one of those is running this running McDuck Manors because that's a card that could give them an edge. And there it is. We talked about that Flavisham sub-game going off once here upon entering play, but then Sisu taking care of it in quick order, making sure it doesn't stay around for subsequent quests.
Yeah, I like doing that over playing your own copy of the card. You want to make sure, like we said, you don't get to quest with the card here. So Grandma going to come in. What card do we take here? Looks like it's between Brawl and another copy of Maui. By the way, beautiful copies of Maui from Lucas here.
Oh, delightful, shiny, enchanted versions of Maui Hero to All. Hope we get to see one in play eventually. They're fantastic pieces of art.
Does look like the Brawl has been added to Lucas is saying maybe thinking about possibly slowing down the Sisu train here. Oh, it is also just a inkable, so it does look like Ice Block is going to go ahead, shrink the Tipo on the opposing side, letting him get kind of a free chip damage in for Sean here. Back over to Sean. Let's see if he wants to start cashing in some of these Ice Blocks for cards. He can make sort of the same play that Lucas made here. Get a damage kind of put back on the Ice Block Sisu Tipo going back and forth. Looks like he's going to play a Grandma of his own here.
I have the Tipo Wars sub game.
The Tipo Wars. Okay. You've heard of the GD Wars. Are you ready for the Tipo Wars? Dragon getting put into the Inkwell as well here. Another Popsicle added for Sean here. It's going to draw another card here. But that is one of the big plays for Sean getting put into the Inkwell here. That is something that can come up in these games. If they go super long and you have to if you have to ink some of your really big impactful cards early, that means you won't have access to them late. So double attack into the Tipo here after ice blocking it. It's going to go ahead and remove it, and no damage onto the characters over on Sean's side. Back over to Lucas. You know what? I really appreciate the speed at which these players are playing in this mirror. They want to make sure they get this round over with.
Hey, they know what they're doing. They know their deck. They know their opponent's deck pretty well, obviously. I do love the ice block game going on here. One of the affectionate names for this deck is Sisu on Ice. It's built that strength manipulation with the ice blocks plays well into Sisu and other cards in this deck. So I love seeing that going on here. This deck showing what it does.
Probably my favorite deck name in all of Disney's Lorcana here. Haversam comes down, eats up one of those popsicles, draws 2 cards. And Matalia going to go ahead and attack the other one with 2 ice block activations. It means only 1 damage going to go across over on the Grandma on Sean's side of the board. You got another Grandma here for Lucas' side. I'm trying to keep up here. I'm going to go at breakneck speed. Madam getting sent to the bottom. One of those big plays getting added here. That's the Tamatoa getting put into the Inkwell. That's going to allow a Brawl to take care of that Haversam, though, from Lucas here. So
yeah,
checks on both sides on the Haversam so far in this game.
Very, very important. Again, whichever side manages to get the Flavisham going in the mid game 2, 3, 4 times is the one that usually wins. So having those answers for that Flavisham is very important. We've gone through the mid game Flavisham phase war here, and now we're moving on to the late game.
Yeah, this is one of the problems that we can kind of run into here. You see Sean putting his 7th ink into play with 3 cards in his hand and just passes right back over to Lucas. Lucas with a dime in his hand. One of the more impactful cards that could possibly come up here. It looks like he's going to go ahead and set up this dime. I like getting this into play as soon as you possibly can, so you can start using it every single turn from here on out. Let's see if Sean has possibly one of those tech cards, like maybe like a Hideaway or something in his deck that can take care of this dime.
Yeah, it's very good. Very talking to a very good Ruby Sapphire player, Hal Brady, fantastic player, doing a tech of this deck early on, and he told me, with the Lucky Dime, you reminded me, there's always a turn you kind of have to take off to slam the dime. If you have it in your hand in the early game, it sets it up. But space to do that here, getting it on board, and you're right, you can use it every single turn. But on the opposite side, Sean has an answer.
Yeah, that Sisu along with those ice blocks where you get the Sisu on ice. Clearing up the board from Lucas here. Lucas with another Grandma here. Gonna look at these top 2 cards. 2 really powerful ones. That's a Tamatoa and a Sisu. More Enchantress here. That Tamatoa, though, you gotta believe you're gonna be going after that with Lucky Dime. And your deck already picks up a Half Shark here as well. Sail the Azure at Sea. Sail the Azure at Sea. Gonna draw another card here. That's gonna be a Vigilance from Beyond. Another card that could be very powerful in these super late games. Gonna go ahead and bring down that power on the Grandma here. Nope. Just played that one. Can't attack here this turn. Back over to Sean. I think if the player's playing at this speed, that won't be the last little misstep that we possibly see between these two. But I can appreciate the speed at which they're playing. And again, they need to do this to make sure this match ends on time. Grandma's going to sing here. Grandma's probably got a pretty good voice, huh?
That's true. Very appropriate singing How Far I'll Go.
Yeah. One of my favorite Disney songs. All right, Visions from Sean here. Going to take a look at 5 cards. A lot of different ones you can pick up here. Haversam's not a bad one. It's going to get you into a lot of cards later in the game. Any of the big plays are great. You guys are getting a little worried when there's a Lucky Dime sitting on your opponent's side of the board. That's a card that can start ending the game really, really quickly, especially if they find something like Tamatoa, which we know Lucas has in his hand.
I don't think you'd be upset to get a Tamatoa. I don't think you'd be upset to get a Half Shark here. There's a lot of good options, and 5 cards is digging pretty deep.
Don't know if he has 10 ink just yet. Didn't get a look at any of the 5 cards or the card that went into Sean's hand here, so mystery for us here, but maybe we'll get something else from him. He does have the Sisu active in play. That gets 3 lore for him here this turn. That's going to put Sean up to 5. These players starting to quest up a little bit. Big Sisu drawn for Lucas here this turn as well. I don't think that's 10 ink, but we're getting close. Looks like 8 for me. Visions for Lucas here as well. This one we can see a dragon. I think double Sail the Azure Sea, a Madam. What was that last one? Oh, Let It Go. Okay, so lots of different answers for Lucas here. Looks like he's going to take the Madam here, if I saw that right. Something that he can deploy this turn. Looks like that is. It's going to be the Madam. So not only does that take care of Grandma, but it is going to put the Sisu in check as well. That's 4 strength. That's going to be able to take out that 4 willpower Sisu as well. So nice little answer for Sean here.
Yeah. back and forth, back and forth. You know, with the dime on board. Oh goodness, a dime on the other
Speaking of
side.
dimes,
Oh
this is going to
goodness
be a
gracious.
6 lore turn for Sean here if he wants it. He doesn't have to quest to a CCU though. Might not want to trade that.
And
for
leave
the
that up
Madam.
there as a dime lore battery, as it were.
Yeah, good point. You can cash in that dime every turn of the CCU for 3. This is going to speed the game up quite a bit for Luke here. This is a Tamatoa. It's going to go ahead and get a popsicle back. Already got 2 other items in play. The second card into the ink. That's going to go ahead and put a popsicle. That is a Be Prepared and a Sisu left over. Lucas saying he's going to quest up with both of his characters here. Going to take the lead 6-5. But the real threat is the Tamatoa plus Lucky Dime.
Tamato can get out of hand rather quickly.
Yeah. Back over to Sean. Does he have a Be Prepared? Does he have a Dragon? Does he have an answer to this Tamatoa? These are questions that need to be answered very quickly for Sean.
Oh, there's the
Yeah,
Be
there we go.
Prepared.
There's the Be Prepared.
There's
It's going
it.
to clean up the board.
The big reset button. Oh, Tamato of his own, going to pull back an item.
Yeah, when you see Be Prepared getting sung by something that could have gotten 3 lore this turn, you have to know there's a big play coming behind that. So that's a Tamatoa Sean's own, and he's got the dime in play. Lucas was the first one to get a dime and a Tamatoa in play, but it looks like Sean might be the first one to actually start reaping the benefits of it.
Yeah, what a play. I mean, singing Be Prepared, always impactful. Can follow it up with a card like Tamatoa. Here we go, activating the dime. There's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 lore immediately off that Tamatoa having just come in play.
Great turn for Sean here. There is a Be Prepared back on Lucas's side here if he wants it.
And now you have to answer this Tamatoa. There it is. Be Prepared. Clear the board. It's just a crab, but it has to go.
Yeah, it's a pass back over to Sean. That Sisu, that how far will go left over.
Oh,
And Sean's saying, all
goodness.
right, Sisu played for Sean here. Lucky Dime activated. He's up to 15. Depending on what Lucas does here, Sean might be able to answer this. I mean, might be able to win this game next turn.
Oh, not what you need there. Although ice block, no,
No,
we're not enough.
All right, so you got to, yeah, so I'll say Sean's going to be able to win this game next turn with the Lucky Dime and the Sisu activation. So Sean is going to win game 1 between these 2 players. Wow, that was fast for these 2 guys.
Yeah. Wow. This is a game.
Yeah. Again, I got to appreciate the speed at which these guys are playing. These are 2 players that know their deck very well, know the matchup very well, and they were playing at breakneck speed. Absolutely love it from those 2 guys. Great game between these 2, and we've got another one to follow that up.
I know. I mean, once again, I do want to point out the Flavisham sub game in the mid game. Those players fought that out. You know, neither one of them stuck around for long. That's one of the keys to victory. And gosh, that Lucky Dime came down first on the left, but it's the one on the right that really closed out the game.
Yeah, I think that's a really big, impactful thing you're talking about. The Lucky Dimes, they're so huge for both of the players. And the first one to really get an activation for a big amount is at such a huge advantage. Looks like we're going to go head back down to the feature match area, get into that second game between these 2, see if the match gets evened up or somebody comes home with a 2-0 victory.
All right, so Sean taking game 1. Lucas looking to split this, scoop up 3 points.
Oh, nice little opening 3 there for Lucas. See your Haversam. Looks like he's going to put the hideaway back, though. Thought about keeping it, possibly.
Yeah, really looking for a turn 1 play. Really looking for that ramp card. We did have the Flavisham, but I didn't see any turn 2 ramp, which is going to set you behind.
Really, really good point here. And depending on the player draw, I forgot which one he's going to be on. You might get a couple cards more to look at it, too. So getting 5 more cards off the top plus 2 draws, I mean, you're at a pretty good chance to hit one. But if you miss in the matchup and your opponent has it, you are at a severe disadvantage.
It feels really bad. There are some catch-ups later on with how far I'll go and some others, but it really does put you on the back foot.
Yeah, so much pressure on the opening hands here from both these players in this matchup.
See, a really top-heavy hand here on Lucas. 2 Maleficent Dragons. We do have the 6-cost Madame Medusa. I don't see the turn 2. We do have Visions of the Future. We can dig a little bit, but there's no turn 2 ramp card. Oh, 3 Visions of the Future. Oh, my goodness. This is, we can play it. We can dig a little bit, but this is not a great opening for Lucas. On the right-hand side, we do have the Popsicle turn 1. I see the Flavisham there on turn 4. I do see the Tipo being drawn here. This is the ideal opening on the right side. So, gosh, this is a tough spot.
I actually think both players didn't have the turn 2 ramp, and Sean top decked the Tipo on his turn.
Man.
So now the pressure's on Lucas. Do you have it in you to top deck a Tipo or an Azurite Sea or something along those lines? Nope, that is another miss here.
It's the Popsicle. So most likely we're going to ink a Visions. We're going to play a Visions. We're going to dig for that ramp or something that we can use. Not a lot of help here. Ice blocks, how far I'll go.
And some Mauis. It looks like an ice block is one of the choices here for Lucas. Really.
Yeah, we do need Flavisham food. I'm not sure if we have any others. So we do have the popsicle. So that's available. Man, we're going to see a textbook example head of open here on the right. And Lucas just unlucky here. Not what he needs. There's the turn 3 Flavisham eating that popsicle, drawing 2 cards. Does Lucas have an answer for that? I don't think he does.
If he doesn't, I don't know if Lucas is going to be able to win this game. So he's going to dig here. Popsicle added to hand. Doesn't have the Sisu. Doesn't have the Brawl here. This is the nightmare scenario. So Vision's here again. If you're Sean, you've got to be feeling great being in the spot. No ramp, no answer to Mahiram. If you have another item here, you can start digging super far down into your deck to make sure that your draw is going to be so perfect. It looks like that's,
there it is. There's the popsicle, drawing a card. Flavisham going to eat that here in short order, gobbling up that delicious popsicle, drawing 2 more cards.
If Sean has another ramp behind this or something like how far I'll go, he might just pull so far ahead in this game. That's 4 ink. That's how far I'll go. I don't want to call it too early, but Sean is in a commanding position.
1 card in the inkwell, 1 card in hand. That sets. Look at that resource disparity there. Back over to Lucas, hoping to top deck. Well, we'll play a Flavisham this turn, allow you to get a few more cards. We don't. Yeah, there's the Flavisham. Nope. Instead, we're going to Brawl. Get rid of that Flavisham. Shut that down.
So there was a Brawl there. It does answer the Flavisham, but 4 cards gotten off that Flavisham. Still a lot of resources. We're talking about the ink advantage here, too. There's 4 on one side, 6 on the other. We still might have another ink turn. Flaversham's going to go ahead and pick off this ice block, get all the information, all the cards before we ink here. Possibly even cast and play maybe like Azurite Sea. Lots of things that Sean can still do.
It's so disheartening taking care of that Flavisham and having another one come down right behind it.
Another popsicle edit here. Tipo into the inkwell. John's getting a little bit of his questing on here, too. He's up to 4. And look, nickeling, diming your way up. Yeah, I did that on purpose. Getting a little bit of extra just so you can maybe get that 1 or 2 big turns of dime to finish the game quickly. If you can get up to, say, 6, 7, 8, you can finish the game pretty quickly from there. Some of your better draws. Another Haversam from Lucas as well, but Sean has such an advantage on ink here and tempo.
Now, I will say, any deck with board wipes in it, there are big reset buttons. So unless this is closed out very quickly, there are ways to kind of keep this game going, stretch it out. And so there are ways back in for Lucas.
So 2 more lore here for Sean's going to put him up to 6. The Haversam's going to draw 2 more cards off that popsicle. Sean counting up his ink. That's not good if you're Lucas. You never want to see that. Let's see, is this going to be a Sisu maybe to take care of the Haversam and put the most pressure? Yes, it is. Sean just keeps pulling further and further ahead every one of these turns. Does Lucas have what it takes to get out of this? Doesn't even have enough to be prepared here at the start. Did he draw?
He does not. He does not have enough. Madame Medusa there taking care of the Flavisham, but pointing out the importance of the turn 2 ramp. Had you hit that ramp, you'd have enough for the be prepared there. We didn't, so we don't. Giving another turn of Sean, questing with his characters. Maleficent Dragon coming down, removing Madame Medusa, really threatening board over there.
Back to Lucas. Is this his 7 ink turn? I think he has
it. And he does have to be prepared. So we are going to see it reset. Again, there are ways back in, but unfortunately, when you're not singing it, when you're playing it, you give your opponent the chance to respond first. So back over to Sean with a big answer.
As Tamatoa is going to get back one of those popsicles that's already been eaten a bunch this game. The popsicle is going to get played. I don't know how many cards Sean has left in his hand. There's still more than 1 or 2, I think. I think he's still got a couple. It looks like Maui's going to go ahead and get into the ink. Yeah, I think he's still got 4 or 5 cards left over here. Back over to Lucas. Does he have another answer? Looks like Popsicle is going to go ahead. Draw a card here. Lucas is so fast at drawing his card for a turn. I'm not even seeing it half the time. Haversam's going to go ahead and draw 2 cards here.
Yeah, luckily not a lot of items on the board at the moment, but plenty to pull back. The problem for this deck is that the biggest answer to a Tamatoa is either a lot of ice blocks or be prepared. Yeah. That's the biggest way to clear out these big characters, and so you only have so many.
I'm not sure if I saw it, but I do think the last card in Lucas' hand might be a dragon, so he might be able to answer it next turn when he finally gets up to enough ink. So there's at least that for Lucas here. We do have a 10-0 lead on the lore here. It's about to get a lot higher. There's 2 for Sean here, going up to 12, gets back the Popsicle, plays the Popsicle, draws another card. It's going to keep getting, exponentially bigger every turn. See what he's going to do behind this.
See for ink. If it's a Flavisham, this engine's really going to get going.
Plus, I was trying to count his ink here to see if he has possibly like lucky dime enough to do Lucky Dime activate. I think that he does, but I don't know if Sean has the Lucky Dime here. Like we've been talking about all day, I think they've cut down sometimes on playing, you know, how many copies they have of that card, depending on how many they have of Pirate's Life in their deck. But we haven't seen that out of either one of these players yet.
No, that is true. We have seen Shark around. We haven't seen the Pirate's Life, but you're right. A lot of players cutting down on Lucky Dime, some going as low as 1. I've even seen a Dimeless deck in a recent tournament placed in the top 2. So that is true.
Big Sisu played here that's going to take care of the Hiram Flabbersome for Lucas. Going to slowly count up his ink here. Got a couple different answers in his hand here. 2 big two big Sisus of his own, but the Dragon's going to come down, eat up that Tamatoa. Crabs taste pretty good. I think Dragons like crabs.
I think so.
I know, I'm a big fan.
Dragons also like gold, and Tamatoa is so shiny.
That's a really good point, yeah.
So unfortunately on Sean's side, unfortunately for Lucas, another high lore quester there.
Another big play coming in for Sean here. Well, maybe. A little bit of a balk here. Yep.
Another Tamatoa.
And I think there's another item left over. Yeah, it's another
so
popsicle.
many items. Popsicle comes in, draws another card.
The cards just keep coming for Sean. The hits just keep on coming for Sean. And the lore just keeps on getting higher. That's going to be all the way up to 15 here.
15, that represents game on board. We have well more than we need on Sean's side of the board.
I don't know if Lucas can answer. I was saying, okay, so you can trade into the Sisu, but Tamatoa does quest for 4 here, so any other item gets the game over with here immediately.
Mm-hmm. We have nothing available to draw, so really we're just gonna have to play a big threat and just hope that Sean doesn't draw the item he needs or the Lucky Dime to close down this game.
Yeah, any item I think gets it done here. Lots of ways to either have it. Oh, that'll get it done too.
Pirates. We talked about we haven't seen it yet. There's a Pirate's Life. I don't need the item. I'm going to play this other card, which has become very popular in this deck, to get 2 lore, reduce my opponents by 2, and put me over the edge. Gosh, what a great series. Unfortunately, for one of the players there, just not getting what you need in this deck. This deck is full of top end, and it needs to ramp into these top end answers. If you don't have what you need, it's difficult. And missing that turn 2 ramp can be game breaking.
Yeah, I think we really showed the importance there of the strength of your opening hand in mirrors like this, where only certain things matter, right? You talk about like there's the Hiram mid game, sub game, however you want to put it, and then there's the big plays, right? There's all the 7, 8, 9s that are really impactful, right? You know, there's Dime, there's Tamatoa and things like that. And when one of the players has ramp and the other one doesn't, you saw how much easier it was for Lucas in that game to do what he's trying to do every turn, while the other player had to answer it every turn from there. And if you can't for one turn, you pull super far ahead. You kind of get into a situation where it's your game to lose from there. And that shows you in the stress that it puts on that matchup of how important it is for those opening those hands to be so good, and how impactful it is for you to, reshape your opening hand, make sure you get rid of the cards you don't need, and hopefully draw the ones you do. And I do want to point out that both players did that. Neither was fully successful, but one of them drew Tipo on turn 2 while the other one didn't, and the game just absolutely snowballed from there.
Sometimes the cards are with you. Sometimes the cards are with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we get into the wrapping up today's show, let's take a look at the prizes the players going to be playing for on the next day, because we do have a lot of players that have qualified for day 2, and here are some of those prizes.
And these are beautiful prizes. These are cards that are being premiered here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge Continental Championships, both in Europe and America, and North America. Here, we're showing you the top 16 and the top 8 prizes, this fantastic alternate art Kuzco Enchanted card, and this Baymax for the top 8. Now, these are available non-foil in the prize wall. These are available in non-foil here from a number of different ways you can earn them. But in foil, the only way to get them right now is to get in the top 16 of these major tournaments. And you'll also get, I might add, in the top 16, this fantastic foil-augmented Baymax playmat, which is just beautiful.
I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out there for anybody that's listening that may have get a hold of one of these. I don't have a Lorcana playmat right now, and I'm looking to have one. So if you want to, gift one over to your favorite caster or me, because I'm definitely not your favorite caster, but if you want to, bestow one onto me, well, I'll take that hit. I'll be okay with it. And I could do worse.
Of course. I'll also point out here, let's talk about tomorrow, because we are cutting to the top 16 for tomorrow, and that means that this very first match is huge. Because not only are you playing tomorrow in the very first round for that incredible Baymax, but more importantly for these competitors, they're playing for what you see on the bottom of the screen, at the bottom right, a chance to play in the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship.
I'm going to say this. Gold Mickeys aside, those are great. Don't get me wrong. Trophy's amazing. That right there is what everybody's really shooting for. That's the first prize everybody wants. They want to make the top 8 so they can play the Disney Lorcana World Championship, because that is going to be an even smaller tournament than this, with a huge prize pool, a whole bunch of stuff on the line, and then the ultimate prize of being the first ever Lorcana World Champion, something that no one can ever take away from you, and that you'll be able to have bragging rights for the rest of your life.
Absolutely. And there'll only ever be one first.
A couple other prizes for those players that make it into that top 8. Oh, like I said, look, all the bragging rights, that's not too bad either. Getting yourself a golden Mickey. We've seen the players and how happy they are. You've seen those ceremonies at the end of the tournaments where they get presented their golden Mickeys with just beaming smiles from them. I think winning one at Disneyland is definitely a flex that you can have. You know, hey, I won mine at Disney.
Absolutely.
I mean, Mickey's here. You can take a picture of Mickey and the gold Mickey. We've had him walking around in the building along with some of the other characters as well. Really cool stuff there. Not to mention you get a serialized one, so you know forever that's the one that you won.
That's the one that you won, and that's the one that you won here. And some great numbers to be awarded. We see number 1 on the screen here. Maybe number 1 will be awarded tomorrow.
Absolutely. And don't forget, the finalist is going to get a full set of Azurite Seed foil, including those Enchanted cards. But if you're the champion, you're going home with 4 of every single one of those cards in the set, and every one of the most beautiful versions of those cards as well. I am so jealous of those binders at the end of the tournaments. Another thing that the players are always super, super happy about, because I love the bling. I love the beautiful cards in my decks, and this is the easiest way for you to get the full set.
And Azurite Sea has some amazing enchanted art in those binders, and it's just fantastic. 4 of every single enchanted card. I mean, that's amazing.
All right, enough talking it up. Enough talking about what they're playing for. Let's take a look at some of these brackets. It seems like we've got the 2 brackets set up for tomorrow. The 16 players that have made it into day 2 and have a chance to play for the World Championships. Let's take a look.
In our Cinderella bracket, you're seeing the first 8 competitors. Over the top there, you have Mo Shamblin. We've seen him play today multiple times on his Amethyst Emerald deck. Do you see anything surprising in this bracket here, Tannen?
What are you trying to point out there, buddy? There's a lot of blue-red, I'll tell you that. I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, blue-red very well represented in the field today, converting very well, it seems here. 3 decks in this bracket.
I found the most surprising thing for me in this bracket.
What's that?
Zan Syed made it into another elimination part of a tournament. That's the most surprising thing. Oh, wait, maybe I'm a little sarcastic. Zan Syed, one of the players we definitely expected to see here in day 2. A DLC champion, one of the better players in the world, and just a pioneer of all of the decks that he plays.
That's true. We also have another DLC champion in Edmund Chu from DLC Dallas down there with his Ruby Sapphire deck. Ruby Amethyst deck.
Yeah, lots of great players here. As you see, a lot of blue-red as well down there at the bottom. We're going to be, kicking it off with, if this is the matchups, then that's going to be a mirror match down there at the bottom between the 2 players. A lot of great names here. Every one of these players hopefully gets a good night's rest, because their very first match of the day tomorrow is one of the biggest ones, if not the biggest match they will ever have played in Disney's Lorcana.
And before we move on to the Rapunzel bracket, the last thing I'll say is take a look at the spread of decks here. You have Amethyst Emerald, you have Emerald Steel, you have 2 Blurple decks, you do have a couple Ruby Sapphire decks, and then you have Ed Chu on Ruby Amethyst. So quite a spread here. Players showing that you can take a variety of decks into the top cut here and qualify for the top cut.
All right, let's take a look at the other 8 players that are going to be making up our bracket here on this side. And hey, there's a name that we know and love. No surprise, Zach Bevins here. I think he was pacing the field early in this tournament as well. In with his purple steel deck, he's going to be playing that top spot here, along with a couple of other. Hey, look, we've got a nice diversity on this side as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting. On the other side, I talked about the spread of decks, but one thing missing was Amber. We had no Amber steel decks, although we saw plenty of them on the stream today. Over on this side, they've clustered up on the Rapunzel side. I think all of the Amber decks wanted to be near Rapunzel. So they're all over here. Good chance that one of them, based on the math, makes it into the semifinals and then the finals on that side. So a variety of decks here. We do see some Amethyst Steel decks again here, which were somewhat represented, but kind of a low representation in the meta, but converting very well into day 2. So a really fantastic spread. One thing I'll point out, only a lot of people thought that Ruby Amethyst would be the deck to play here. Only one of them in the top 16.
I feel a little vindicated. We talked about this a little before the tournament. Nothing wrong with that deck. I think it's a great deck. I think it's a much stronger best of 3 deck than a best of 2 deck for you here. We saw some great players playing it, but I'm not super surprised by that one. Might be one of the ones that may have underperformed just a tiny bit here this weekend. Plus, a lot of people were kind of gunning for it here too.
That is true. A lot of people expected it, expecting to play against it, and maybe teching against it. So, but it did not convert super well here.
So those are your 16 players here. They're going to be playing back here tomorrow, bright and early. It's going to be 10 a.m. Pacific time yet again tomorrow. So make sure you set your calendars, set your alarms. I know I've already got mine in place. I don't want to miss this for multiple reasons. I want to watch it, and it's kind of my job to be here tomorrow to talk about this. I want to make sure I don't miss that. But all those players are going to be so intense through the day, but especially that first round.
Absolutely. We will see you all back here tomorrow for a great, big, beautiful tomorrow.